the world came back to him. First, the smell, something foul, something rotting. Then, the sound, nothing but silence. Then, pain. His fingers twitched, his lips cracked open as his throat scraped with the effort of speech. "Shania broken bar?" he croaked. His voice was barely audible. "You there, brother?" (3). No answer. He turned his head weakly. 1. The chair beside his bed was empty. Where was Shane? He tried to sit up. Agony lanced through his ribs, and the monitor's beep stuttered. Sweat poured from his skin like a fever breaking. The sheets clung to him like wet paper. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright with trembling arms and immediately toppled off the bed. 2. The floor was cold linoleum. His hospital gown bunched under him, the four still clinging and dangling uselessly behind him. "Nurse," he wheezed. "Somebody." "Nurse." The silence that followed was too heavy. It pressed on his chest more than the fall did as the minutes passed by with no one coming to help. The broken bar footsteps. His heart leapt. Relief flooded him, even through the haze. Thank God a broken bar, but the steps didn't sound like a nurse's. They were deliberate, heavy boots, slow and measured. The door creaked open. He squinted toward the light spilling into the room. A silhouette stood in the doorway. A long black coat, maybe leather, and a black duffel bag. A hood covered the figure's head, but it wasn't the hood that chilled him. It was the mask. A dragon's face. 8. Sculpted, metallic, menacing. He tensed. His breath caught. "Whoa, broken bar? Who the hell a broken bar?" The figure didn't speak. They stepped inside, slowly, the way a predator would circle prey. A glint of metal. A pistol was pointed at him. His stomach turned. He tried to drag himself back, but his limbs were weak. "I'm not a threat," he stammered, voice shaking. "I just a police." Broken bar. The dragon-masked figure tilted their head. A long pause. Then, slowly, a broken bar. The gun lowered. He blinked, heart pounding against his chest. They knelt beside him, silent, calculating. There was no urgency in their movements, just quiet curiosity. Then, fingers reached for the mask. The metal face lifted. Beneath it was a boy, maybe 16, 17 at most. 1. A scared, bruised face, pale-skinned, with a mop of dark hair and the kind of wide-eyed, boyish mischief he had seen in his son. 1. The boy was smiling. He stared at him, slack-jawed. "Why, you're a broken bar, just a kid." The boy tilted his head the other way. "And you don't look so good." His eyes were filled with concern. "Why are you dressed like?" "We need to go," the boy interrupted him, crouching down to help him up. The boy looked around the room. "I didn't think anyone would wake up in this place again, at least not one alive, yet here you are. And I was just here for medical supplies, too." He tried to sit up again and winced in pain, his throat parched. Water." The boy's smile faded, now looked concerned. He reached into his jacket, pulled out a battered canteen, and offered it. 3. He took it with shaking hands. Water spilled down his chin, but he drank like a man dying of thirst. "A broken bar tea, thank you," he rasped. The boy just watched him. "I don't get it," he muttered between gulps. "Where is everyone?" "The nurses? Doctors?" The boy's expression darkened. Just a flicker, like a shadow across his face. Then he pulled the dragon mask back down. "I'll explain while we move," he said, voice now slightly muffled. "Right now? We've got to get you out of here before they come back." "They?" he asked. The boy stood, grabbing a crowbar from behind the door. "Walkers," he said. The man blinked, unsure if he heard right. "Walkers?" The boy looked back over his shoulder, staring straight into his eyes. "In simple, insane terms? People who came back from the dead as rotting corpses, hell-bent on eating the living. 2. Then he turned and walked into the dim hallway, carrying him along. What he saw made his heart drop. Blood, limbs, chaos, and corpses filled the hall. 3. Rick Grimes stared at the boy, heart pounding, the words echoing in his head like a gunshot. What the hell kind of world had he just woken up to? 2. It started months ago, don't know exactly when, but that's my best guess, the boys said while looking through the cabinets and desks for anything useful. "You guess?" Rick mumbled, leaning against the wall the boy had placed him on. "Teenagers don't exactly pay attention to the news, dude," he laughed while picking up a bottle of painkillers and checking the date on it. He walked back to Rick, taking off the lid and taking some pills out. Rick gratefully took them, giving a quiet thanks before popping them into his mouth and taking a sip of water. All I know is the dead became undead, the undead then made the living undead, and then everything became fucked. After a couple more minutes of looking around and finding a few more useful items, the boy started to move again. All the while, Rick was processing what he said. I don't believe you," he mumbled, rubbing his head in pain. He got a quick look at his direction. "I don't need you to believe me." The boy checked the halls before coming back to pick him up. "I just need you to get your sorry ass moving." With a pain-filled groan, Rick got up and walked alongside the boy, who took his arm over their shoulder. They walked in silence for a while, and neither one said a word while they moved. The flashlight the boy was carrying barely helped to show them the way. "What's your name?" Rick gasped out after the silence became too much for him to bear. The boy paused for a moment, turning his head to look at him before moving again. Leo. 21. Rick nodded his head, making sure to remember the boy's name. Rick Grimes. 11. They made their way out of the hospital in a more comfortable silence. The hospital doors wheezed open with a reluctant groan, the final barrier between them and the outside world giving way like a dying breath. Rick winced as the sunlight hit his eyes, pale, washed out light through a gray sky choked with ash and distant smoke. The parking lot was a war zone. Burnt-out cars, shattered windows, and bagged bodies painted the cracked asphalt with long-dried blood. Leo moved with purpose, crowbar in hand, and Rick's weight slung across his shoulder. "Stick close," Leo said. "We're not alone out here." Rick grimaced, each step sending sparks of pain through his battered ribs. They'd barely cleared the lot when Rick noticed movement. Figures, 3 of them, emerging from the shadows of a collapsed overpass up the street. Rick tensed. "You know them?" Leo stopped. The figures drew closer. They were all wearing the same black coat and a broken bar, same dragon mask. 15. Rick's brow raised, looking back at Leo with a questioning look in his eye. The 3 approached in complete silence, their footfalls unnaturally in sync. One carried a duffel bag slung over their shoulder, another had a bat resting across their shoulder. The third had a rifle slung around their back, though they didn't seem to be threatening. Still, Rick's heart pounded harder with every step they took. "Friends?" he asked, hoping they were. Leo didn't answer at first, his head tilted slightly, studying them as they stopped in a loose half-circle around him and Rick. They didn't speak, didn't make a sound, but Leo seemed to understand something unspoken between them. He nodded once. Without a word, they adjusted formation. One moving to the front, one flanking left, the last taking the rear like a trained escort team. They walked in unison, not making a sound. Rick looked around, waiting for one of them to explain, specifically Leo, but he got nothing. Rick's voice was hoarse. "Okay, what the hell is going on? Why are they all dressed like you?" Leo didn't miss a beat. "Because we look cool." 23. Rick gave him a look. 3. Leo offered nothing else. The group started walking again, weaving past wreckage and rubble with an eerie, shared rhythm that made Rick's skin crawl. Rick kept his voice low. "You all got the same tailor, or a broken bar?" Leo let out a breath that might have been a laugh. "You ask a lot of questions for someone who nearly died in a puddle of his own sweat." "I'm a cop," Rick replied with a weak smile. "Asking questions is kind of my thing." 3. Then maybe stop being a cop, Leo smiled back, glancing sideways. "It'll keep you alive longer." They soon arrived at what he would guess to be their vehicle. The van rumbled to life with a coughing growl and a sputter before settling into a low, grumbling purr. It was an old thing, military green, reinforced in places with salvaged scrap metal and duct tape, but it moved. Leo slid into the driver's seat like he belonged there, his dragon mask now resting on the dash, gleaming in the one light. Rick gritted his teeth as one of the masked figures, he didn't know which one, helped him into the back. The interior smelled of gasoline, sweat, and the faint coppery tang of blood. Makeshift seats lined the sides, and between them lay bundles of scavenged supplies, weapons, and a few gas cans lashed to the floor. The back doors slammed shut, and the vehicle jolted forward, and the distance between them and the hospital increased. Rick leaned back with a grunt, clutching his side. The painkillers were helping, but the pain was still there. He looked out the tiny, grimy window to his right and froze. "What the hell, a broken bar?" he muttered, They passed a row of what once might have been apartment buildings, now gutted by fire and half collapsed. Smoke curled from the remains, and there, stumbling through the ash and ruin, were the figures. Humans, but not. Their movements were jerky, wrong, like puppets dragged by broken strings. One rotting flesh hung from bone, eyes milky, mouths slack. Some wore the remnants of uniforms. Others were naked from the waist up, their skin blackened with rot and flies. And they were moaning, low, unholy groans that vibrated in Rick's chest. Leo glanced at the rearview mirror. First time seeing M. Huh? Rick couldn't speak, couldn't blink, could only watch as one of the creatures slammed itself against a rusted car, sniffing the air, dragging its nails across the hood. They're slow, Leo added, eyes on the road, but don't let that fool you. 1 is nothing, 10 is bad. A horde? Pray you make it out alive. Rick finally tore his gaze away, his stomach churning. Jesus Christ, a broken barn ope, Leo said. He's not picking up the phone either. 10 They drove on. The suburbs came next. Somehow, they survived better than the city. The houses here stood tall, paint flaking but intact, lawns overgrown but untouched by fire. The silence was worse than anything. No dogs, no kids, no life. Then Rick saw it, a 2-story home with a boarded-up front, a rusting sedan parked sideways across the driveway as a barricade. 2 more dragon-masked figures sat on the roof with rifles, watching the street like gargoyles. 7 Leo rolled the van to a stop while one of the guards raised a hand, signaling the all clear. You live here? Rick asked as the doors opened. Leo stepped out, slipping his mask back on before motioning for the others to help Rick. For now, Rick was half dragged up the driveway and through the barricaded front door. Inside was cooler, dimmer, and shuttered windows kept the worst of the light out. The scent of food hung faintly in the air, mixed with the clean tang of disinfectant. A hallway stretched ahead, and footsteps echoed as someone approached. Rick stiffened when he saw who. A man about his age, maybe a little older, stepped into view holding a crowbar. He had a trimmed beard, sharp eyes, and a cautious stance that screamed ready for a fight. A woman stood behind him, shorter, her hair tied back, and a pistol holstered at her hip. And beside her was a boy, 8, maybe 9, clutching a baseball bat and watching Rick like he might be a monster. 2 Leo raised a hand. Easy, easy. He's not one of them. He's fresh out of the hospital from a coma. People don't just wake up in the hospital anymore, the man said flatly. Not without something wrong with them. He's not infected, I checked. Rick held up his hands weakly. The man studied him a moment longer, then his shoulders lowered. Name? His name is Rick Grimes. I already introduced myself, and it'll be offensively rude if you guys didn't. The man exchanged a look with the woman. She nodded, just barely, before walking over to Leo and beginning to fuss over him, much to his embarrassment. Morgan, the man said, slowly putting his weapon down. 3 Jenny. His wife went next, slapping Leo on the back of his head for worrying her. 14 And that's our son, Dwayne. Dwayne kept staring at Rick before smiling when Leo threw a candy bar at him. Don't look so serious, little man, he's good. If not, I'll just kick his ass. Leo smiled confidently, patting the boy on his head. Rick looked at the boy in disbelief. You already done too much, you should have, Jenny tried to say before Leo threw another candy bar at her. It's fine, Tilda. I don't have much of a sweet tooth anyway. Leo walked up and patted Morgan's back. See? Told you we'd make it back. With lots of medicine to boot. You also told me you were just grabbing meds, Morgan muttered. Not bringing home strays. Yeah. Well, plans change. The boy rubbed the back of his head bashfully, especially when he got a glare from the older man. 10 He tried to say something else but was stopped when another masked man waved him over. I have to deal with something real quick. You four get to know each other. I promise. He's friendly. Morgan didn't say anything at first. He just stared at Rick. To that kind of stare that made you feel like you were being dissected, layer by layer, until all that was left was the core of you, and even that wasn't safe. Rick shifted uncomfortably in the chair Leo had pushed him into. The pain in his ribs flared again, but he kept still. 2 Across the room, Jenny and Dwayne had settled onto a couch, the wrappers of 2 candy bars already littering the coffee table. Dwayne let out a soft, Delighted hum as he bit into the chocolate like it was the finest thing he'd ever tasted. "Mom," the boy whispered with a grin, "I forgot how good this stuff was." "A broken bar, I know, baby," she murmured, smiling gently as she ruffled his hair. "Chew slow." "That's dessert for the month." Rick glanced at them, a faint ache forming in his chest, not from the injuries, but from the sight. Then his eyes returned to Morgan, who still hadn't moved, still hadn't blinked. One Rick cleared his throat. "So broken bar," he began, his voice rough. "How'd you all meet, Leo?" Morgan's jaw flexed, the crowbar still loosely gripped in one hand. His eyes flicked toward the hallway Leo had disappeared down. "He found us." Rick blinked. "You mean a question mark?" "Dragged our sorry asses out of a grocery store." Morgan's tone was hard, dry, but not ungrateful. "We were trapped, made too much noise when we tried to scavenge for food. Walkers found a way in. I was low on ammo, and Mabel had twisted her ankle getting Dwayne out of the way. We thought we were done." Rick's brows furrowed. "How long ago?" "Maybe a month, maybe more." "Hard to keep track when there's no sun some days and no sleep most nights." Morgan paused. "But he showed up." "He and 3 others took out every walker in the damn store. Saved me and my family's life without asking a damn thing in return. I've been trying to repay him ever since." Rick glanced around at the home again, at the sturdy barricades, the handcrafted reinforcements, and the maps pinned on the wall. "This place here broken by all of these, Leo," Morgan said bluntly. "Every lock, every board, every reinforced window. Him and the people who follow him. Don't be fooled by their looks, they're good people, and every single one of them follows him as their leader." Rick sat back, silent, absorbing it all. Morgan nodded once, then leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. "You should know something, Rick." "Leo broken bar, he's too nice for his own damn good." Rick raised a brow. "How so?" He was met with a long, hard look. "He gave us a working generator just so we could get energy. Made sure the children have clothes that fit, enough food for us to eat, and have his men protect us day and night, even when he didn't have to." "Broken bar, and he saved my wife's life." Morgan shook his head. "Hell, he carried my ass on his back when I passed out from an injury." Said, "It's no big deal, Mr. Jones, I'm used to carrying dead weight." He laughed, his eyes glazed over as if he was remembering a fond memory. Rick gave a weak chuckle, which turned into a cough. Morgan looked him dead in the eye again. "And I've seen the way he looks at people like you, newcomers, wounded, lost. He'll always help, no matter what it costs him. Even when those ungrateful sons of bitches stab him in the back." He got a glare from his wife, who had somehow instinctively known he was going to curse, as she was already covering their son's ears before he even did so. Rick swallowed thickly. "Why?" Morgan leaned back, exhaling through his nose. Just then, Dwayne spoke up from the couch. He said, "People are like batteries." Both men looked at the boy. "Leo told me that once," Dwayne said, licking chocolate off his fingers. "He said people are like batteries. They start full, charged with hope, fight, dreams, and kindness, with enough to share. A broken bar, but life wears them down, drains them little by little, until they're left with nothing. And he hates seeing people run on empty. So he does whatever he can to charge them back up a broken bar, even if it costs him." His mother smiled at him before pulling him into a hug. Morgan gave a soft, mirthless laugh. "Yeah, that sounds like him." Rick nodded slowly, his voice quiet now, remembering the boy's injured face. "Doesn't seem like the world's been kind to him." "It hasn't," Morgan said, and for a flicker of a moment, there was real pain behind his eyes. "But he still gives a damn even when he shouldn't." There was a creak from the hallway, and the masked teen himself came strolling back in, brushing dust from his jacket and casually holding a small radio in one hand. Another masked individual was with him, but this one was wearing a white doctor's coat. "Hope no one was talking shit about me while I was gone," Leo said with a smirk, tossing the radio onto the couch. "I brought a doctor to check your wounds." The one in white went over to Rick and motioned for him to turn around. "You got doctors?" "Well, doctor in training, but that's better than nothing. Am I right, Tilda?" Rick just stared at him a moment, the weight of everything Morgan had said hanging heavy in his mind. "A broken bar, you really are just a kid." Leo winked, grabbing a bottle of water from a nearby crate. "Yeah, but I'm one hell of a cool one. Rick let out a slow breath, letting the moment settle. The so-called doctor, masked like the rest but carrying themselves with a calm, practiced air, knelt beside him and started checking the bandages on his side with quiet efficiency. No unnecessary talk, just careful hands and a reassuring nod as they worked. Leo, meanwhile, flopped down onto a battered recliner across the room, one leg draped over the armrest, the other bouncing restlessly. His dragon mask rested in his lap. "I'll be honest," Rick muttered, wincing slightly as the doctor cleaned a healing wound. "When I first saw you, I thought I was hallucinating, thought you were gonna shoot me too." Leo grinned. "Still might. Depends on how annoying you get." Jenny raised an eyebrow from the couch. Leo.5 joking, he said, holding up both hands in mock surrender. "You know I won't shoot someone just because they're annoying." The tension that had built between them eased a little. Rick leaned back as the doctor wrapped his torso with fresh gauze and tape, surprisingly gently. Morgan stood, finally placing his crowbar against the wall. "Well, you're patched up, safe, healed, and not dead. That's more than most get these days." "I'm still catching up," Rick said slowly. "Everything's just a broken bar gone. Yeah, broken bar. I don't even know how long I was out here and my family." Leo's expression dimmed. "Long enough for the world to fall apart and for the worst people to start thinking they're in charge of what's left." Rick looked around again, taking in the room with new eyes. There were touches of normalcy, blankets folded on chairs, a stack of dog-eared books, even a chessboard mid-game on a small table in the corner. They had tried to make this place a home, not just a shelter. "Leo," Rick said suddenly, turning to him. "Why the mask? Why the coats, the gear? You all look like ear monsters." Leo cut in. 2 Rick hesitated. Leo gave a crooked smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. "That's the point. Monsters don't get messed with." 4 There was a brief silence. Morgan walked over and grabbed a thermos, pouring some warm tea into a tin cup before handing it to Rick. "We've seen what happens when you look soft out there. The masks intimidate people, especially when there's a whole group of them." 8 They see the dragon, Jenny added, and they think twice before thinking we're an easy target. 3 Rick took a sip of the tea, the warmth spreading through him. "I get it. Still a broken bar, a kid leading a bunch of people with masks and weapons. You sure he's not running a cult?" "I heard that," Leo called from across the room. "And I'll have you know, we're not a cult. We're a vibe. 7 A weird, heavily armed vibe," Rick muttered. Leo stretched his arms overhead and stood. "Anyway, you guys should rest while you can. The guys and I are going to keep watch of the other houses, like always." Rick blinked. "Other houses?" Leo nodded. "We've got 5 in total. Spread out, fortified, and hidden. Small groups of my guys at each house, rotating shifts. It's safer than keeping everyone in one spot in case a horde surrounds us." Morgan added, "It's his network, and it's working pretty damn good so far. Each house runs on its own and with his men protecting it and reporting back to him, but we share supplies, info, and manpower when needed." Rick gave a low whistle. "You did all this?" he asked, finding it more than difficult to believe a teenager was the one in charge. Leo just shrugged. "Still building, still screwing up, but I'm trying." Something about the way he said that, so offhand, but so heavy, made Rick quiet. "All right," Leo said, clapping his hands once. "Rick, you've got a room upstairs, 3rd door on the right." "Not much, but it's clean and it's yours for now." Rick looked at him, nodding his head thankfully. I know you already did so much for me, and I am grateful." "A broken Barbie, but I need more of your help." Leo paused and raised a brow. "What's up?" Then, with a soft breath, he begged. "I need your help to find my family." Leo's expression didn't even flinch. The moment Rick spoke the words, "I need your help to find my family," Leo's reply came fast, firm, and without hesitation. "I'm in." Morgan stood up, his head snapping toward the boy. "You're not." The room stilled. Jenny looked up from Dwayne, her smile gone. Even the doctor paused mid-motion, glancing between them. Leo blinked, confused. "What?" Morgan stepped forward, voice low but steely. "You're not doing this again." Rick looked between the two of them, caught in the sudden shift in mood. Morgan's hands clenched. "You don't even know this man. You just dragged him out of hell, and now you're ready to walk back in for his sake? He's got a family out there, Leo said. Quiet now. I would want someone to do the same for me if I were in his position. Dead, Leo. Morgan's voice cracked, not with cruelty, but with something heavier. You know it. I know it. He doesn't know what he's walking into. Know what you're walking into. I've made worse trips with less information, Leo said, folding his arms. That's not the point, Morgan snapped. You keep doing this, throwing yourself and your men into danger for people who wouldn't do the same for you. One day, you're not gonna come back from it. And then what? Jenny's voice was gentle. Morgan, a broken bar. No, he said firmly, then turned to Rick. I'm sorry, but he's already lost people. Good people. And I'm not about to let Leo be next for a man we don't even know. Rick, still pale and in pain, met Morgan's stare with a haunted look of his own. I understand your fear, I do, and if the roles were reversed, I'd probably be saying the same damn thing. He looked to Leo, then back at Morgan. But my housey broken bar, it's not far, a few miles west. If there's even a chance they made it there or left something behind, I need to know. There could be a message, a note, a broken bar, something. I'm not asking you to send a whole crew or Leo, just let someone go with me to help check. Morgan didn't reply at first. His jaw was tight. He knew what Leo was going to do. He's going to go anyway. The boy likes to be at the front despite having people more than happy to do it for him. The boy was just too nice for his own damn good. He looked at him, really looked at him, like a father looking at a son he wasn't ready to lose. Leo's voice broke the silence. Quiet now. A broken bar, I hear you, I do. But if we stop trying to help people, then what's the point of all this? Morgan shook his head, rubbing his face like he wanted to scream into his hands. God damn it, Leo. Broken bar. I'll be careful, Leo promised. Morgan didn't answer. Rick stood slowly, legs still weak but holding. You don't have to risk anyone. Just help me check for myself, that's all I'm asking. The air hung thick with tension. Then, finally, Morgan exhaled, slow and heavy. I still haven't repaid my debt to you. And like I've been saying, you never have to. Leo nodded, already strapping his crowbar to his back. One day, that's all I need. Jenny placed a hand on his shoulder before he could respond. She whispered, he's still gonna do it even if you say number. Morgan gave a tired grunt. I know, a broken bar. The silence was loud as the man tiredly walked away. Jenny smiled sadly at Leo before pulling her son along with her. Leo waved them a good night with his own tired smile before turning to Rick. We'll go first thing in the morning. Rick could only nod gratefully. Rick ran. His lungs burned. His legs screamed. The world around him was a blur of blood and ash. The dead were everywhere, crawling, shambling, sprinting with unnatural hunger. Their groans filled the air like a choir of nightmares, closing in from all sides. He tripped, fell hard into the mud, and rolled onto his back just in time to see a walker dive toward him, skin sloughing off its face, mouth wide open in a scream that sounded like his name. One. Then, suddenly, it all stopped. Silence. Rick blinked and looked around, breath ragged. He wasn't on the ground anymore. He was standing a broken bar in front of his house. The front lawn was green. The sky was blue. And there, just ahead, stood two familiar figures. Lori, Carl. Their backs were turned to him. Rick's heart surged, and he nearly collapsed with relief. Lori, he called out, voice cracking with emotion. Carl. He ran to them, stumbling across the grass. Thank God, a broken bar. I thought I lost you. Yeah. He reached them, hands trembling as he grabbed Lori's shoulder to turn her around. And that's when the world fell apart again. Her face, what was left of her face was slack, rotted, and black with decay. One eye was missing, and the other was filmed over and cloudy. Her jaw hung askew, and when she opened her mouth, words didn't come out. It was an inhumane growl. Carl turned next. His face was rotting. His eyes were missing. Blood and bone and death. Rick screamed. The world screamed with him. And the nightmare shattered. He shot upright in bed, gasping, drenched in cold sweat. His hand instinctively reached for a weapon that wasn't there. It took a moment, several agonizing seconds, for his breathing to slow, for the terror to fade, for the pounding in his chest to calm down enough to remember where he was. Not outside, not surrounded. It was surreal, and for a moment, He forgot where he was. The bed beneath him wasn't a hospital mattress. He sat up slowly, ribs still sore but not as sharp as yesterday. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he winced, ran a hand over his face, and pushed himself to his feet. His shirt clung to him slightly, sweat from another restless night, but he ignored it. A blanket had been tossed over him at some point during the night, and sunlight filtered softly through a boarded window. Then came the smell, a very mouth-watering smell. Bacon. One and the soft hum of voices. Rick blinked, running a hand over his face. The bed creaked as he swung his legs over the edge. His body still ached, but nothing compared to the ache in his chest after that dream. 3 He forced himself up and followed the sound. The hallway was dim but warm, faint sunlight leaking in through boarded windows, and from the kitchen ahead came the sounds of laughter, pans clinking, and the scent of sizzling food. He stepped into the doorway and paused. That they were. The Jones family sat around the table, relaxed. Wayne was already digging into his plate. Jenny was sipping coffee from a mug. Morgan sat still, ever watchful but at ease. A broken bar, and there was Leo, laughing at a joke he made. 1 The closer he got, the more real it all felt. Jenny's voice floated to him first, gentle, teasing. Then Dwayne's laughter, light and boyish. Morgan rumbled something in response, and finally, came Leo's voice, animated and full of that ever-present smile. Plates were already half empty with scrambled eggs and bacon. A battered pan sizzled on a small gas burner set up by the counter, and Leo stood over it, flipping another strip with casual precision. The dragon mask was hanging off a hook by the window, forgotten for now. The sight hit Rick like a punch to the gut. Not from pain, but from the sheer normalcy of it all. 2 Leo glanced up and smirked. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. You're just in time for breakfast. He flipped over a piece of bacon for emphasis. Jenny looked over from her seat and offered a soft, morning. Dwayne echoed her shyly, still chewing. Morgan, seated with his usual guarded posture, gave Rick a mute nod. Stoic, unreadable, but it wasn't cold, just careful. Rick stepped into the room like he didn't quite believe it was real. Smells like heaven. Leo grinned. Tastes better. Come on, sit down. He plated a helping of eggs and bacon and handed it over, gesturing to the empty chair beside Dwayne. Rick accepted it slowly, still in a bit of a daze. You look like a walker, Leo said with a chuckle as he sat back down and started refilling mugs with water. Eat before you start biting someone. Rick gave a tired huff of amusement, easing into the chair with a grunt. He picked up a fork and eyed the food like it might vanish. Morgan finally spoke, his tone firm but not unkind. You're lucky, you know. A simple breakfast like this, out there, most folks would kill for it. Rick looked up, meeting his eyes. I am, he said quietly. I really am. For a few minutes, no one said anything. Just the soft clink of utensils, the warmth of a shared meal, and a moment of calm in a world gone mad. The last crumbs of breakfast were gone, and with them, the fleeting peace that came with a full stomach. Leo stood from the table with a stretch, his chair squeaking slightly as it slid back. He tossed the last of his tin cup's contents into the sink, then grabbed his jacket along with his duffel bag and slung it over his shoulder. I need to do a check around the area before we go, if that's all right with you? Rick nodded. Of course. His dragon mask dangled from his belt like a sheathed weapon, ready, but not yet needed. Rick followed suit, a little slower. The stiffness in his ribs still lingered, but it was dulled now, muffled by the weight of purpose more than pain. Leo glanced over his shoulder. Okay? Rick nodded, standing and rolling his shoulder to work out the soreness. Yeah. They were halfway to the door when Morgan's voice cut through the room like a quiet knife. Leo. Leo stopped. Morgan stood now, arms folded, expression unreadable, but his eyes held a weight that settled the whole room. He stepped forward and, for a moment, just looked at the boy. Not a word. Just that quiet, hard stare. The kind a man gives someone he considers a son. Finally, Morgan spoke, voice low and firm. Come back alive. Leo blinked, then smiled, small, genuine, and a little sheepish. I always do. Jenny stood behind Morgan now, holding a small cloth in her hands. She stepped forward, brushing a few crumbs off Leo's shoulder and smoothing down a wrinkle in his jacket with quiet fussiness. Be careful out there, sweetheart. she said gently. Then, without waiting for permission, she leaned in and planted a quick peck on his cheek. Leo's smile cracked into a flustered grimace as his hand shot up to rub the spot. "Geez, Jenny, come on." "Not in front of the guests. It's embarrassing." Wayne giggled behind her. Jenny rolled her eyes fondly. "Don't be dramatic." Leo muttered something about being uncool as he adjusted his jacket and pushed the door open with a small, exasperated sigh. Rick trailed after him, glancing back only once, long enough to see Morgan watching them from the doorway and Jenny waving gently with a smile. And the outside world swallowed them again. The streets were quiet. Nature was reclaiming everything, grass bursting through concrete, vines creeping up telephone poles, birds nesting in broken gutters. 3 But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was thick, like the world was holding its breath. Leo led them down a sidewalk, stepping around old glass, over forgotten toys, and rusted-out cars. His gait was casual, as if he's done this many times before. 1 Rick kept his voice low. "Is this your usual patrol?" "Sort of," Leo said. "We rotate routes. It keeps us from getting too predictable. Never take the same turn twice in the same week. Makes it harder to catch on." Rick raised a brow. Leo didn't say anything else. He just kept walking, weaving through the skeletal remains of suburbia like he belonged there. Rick followed him across a cracked intersection where weeds grew through the painted lines. The street signs were rusted, one bent nearly in half. But Leo moved like he could navigate it in his sleep. After another block, they stopped at a large, two-story house flanked by a collapsed fence and a pickup truck with metal plating bolted to its sides. Leo gave a sharp whistle, 2 short bursts. Within seconds, another whistle responded. A tall figure in black stepped out from the bushes, dragon mask in place, rifle in his hands. 4 more followed from the rooftops, standing at attention like sentinels. They didn't speak, but one of them gave a small nod after a moment of recognition. "All clear?" Leo asked. They nodded. Leo opened the gate and gestured for Rick to follow. Inside was a small group. A woman stood in the corner stirring a pot over a stove. A boy and a girl, maybe 10, were checking canned goods on a shelf-lined pantry. An elderly man in a wheelchair was reading something under a battery-powered lamp. Rick stared, surprised. He turned to Leo. "You saved them, too?" Leo shrugged. "They needed help. I had the means." Rick watched as the boy talked to them, making sure they were all right and to see if they needed anything. The second house was bigger, but more cramped. A mother held a baby in one arm while talking with 3 other women who looked like they hadn't slept in days. 6 children, probably their children, were playing board games, unaware of the apocalypses just outside their home. 5 masked figures stood guard on the porch, all of them equally armed. Rick watched them exchange nods with Leo, not a word between them, like soldiers reporting to their commander. But Leo didn't bark orders, he just listened, nodded, gave a small smile, or cracked a joke, and moved on to check on the people his men were protecting. House 3 had a couple in their 20s and 2 older women playing cards on a table. One of the women looked up and waved with a cheerful "Hey, boss," before going back to her hands. A fat dog barked lazily from the couch in greeting, much to Leo's amusement. 7 Another 5 guards. 5 Rick kept quiet, taking it all in. At the 4th, 2 young men worked on reinforcing the windows with scavenged sheet metal while a small group of other survivors organized food rations. One of them patted Leo on the back as he passed, cheerfully saying something about a successful run, which got a quick nod from one of Leo's men in agreement. There were also 5 of his men there. By now, Rick's silence had shifted from skeptical to impressed. Then they reached the last house. It was a larger structure than the others, an old colonial-style place with solar panels rigged to the roof and a short fence lined with tin cans that jingled faintly in the breeze. He looked around, eyes landing on the makeshift play area in the backyard, hula hoops, hand-carved toys, a chalkboard with crude drawings of dragons and superheroes. 15 guards stood around the property, 2 on the porch, 4 on the roof, and the rest scattered at various lookout points. "Why so many?" Rick asked as they approached the gate. Leo didn't answer right away. He gave the signal again, 2 short whistles. The front door opened, and the answer stepped into view. A woman peeked her head out, dressed as a nurse, along with a little girl with eyes wide and curious. Behind her, more children began to appear, and some peeked through the boarded windows. A whole crowd of them, all quiet, all watching, and every one of them looked fed, dressed, and safe. Rick froze in shock. The door opened wider, and another figure in a dragon mask in the doctor's coat gave Leo a thumbs up to show everything was okay. Leo nodded while smiling at the children. The doctor ducked inside, the nurse followed after him, and Leo turned to Rick, his tone casual. "You got your answer? If not, then let little old me explain if you didn't get it, Tilda," he teased, getting a glare from Rick. "It's an orphanage for all the children who don't have anyone to take care of them." 7 They stepped through the gate just as the children spilled onto the porch, some cautiously, some running up to Leo with big grins and loud voices. "Leo!" A few of them cried out in excitement. Leo knelt in the middle of the yard, instantly swarmed by kids tugging at his coat, hanging off his arms, and shouting over one another in chaotic glee. One girl hugged his waist, another tried to climb on his back before a masked guard gently pulled him off. Leo ruffled a few heads, knelt to tie a kid's loose shoelace, then stood again with a smirk. "Lou said you'd bring more crayons." "You promised cookies." "My sock still has a hole." Leo laughed. "Wow. I risk life and limb for your snacks, and this is the gratitude I get?" "You promised, you promised. You promised." He lifted his hands in mock surrender, letting out a dramatic sigh. All right, geez, you geese shake me down harder than raiders." The kids laughed, gleefully unrelenting. One of the older girls, who looked barely 10, stood defiantly with her arms crossed. "You promised." "And I keep my promises," he said, giving her an exaggerated solemn nod while taking off the duffel bag slung over his shoulder. "And guess what? Today might just be your lucky day, Tilda." That got everyone's attention. "Tada, Tilda." He opened the bag and revealed the goodies. Inside the duffel bag were packets of cookies, crayons, sketchbooks, a handful of small plushies, and even a couple of thick bags of candy. The children gasped in unison, the kind of pure excitement that only came from being given something they hadn't dared to dream about. "Get in line so I can hand out the goodies," Leo said with a grin. "And no fighting this time. Last time I had to confiscate a teddy bear like it was contraband." A few of the older kids groaned in mock protest, while the younger ones giggled and quickly got in line, barely holding themselves back from rushing to the bag. Rick watched with a soft smile as he watched the older boy handed out the items. He could tell just by looking that Leo cared about them deeply. One boy clutched a chocolate bar to his chest like it was his greatest treasure. A little girl with pigtails whispered a shy thank you before darting off with a crayon set, and a toddler squealed with glee as a plush dinosaur was gently handed to him. 16 A soft voice piped up behind him. "Leo, you said you were bringing back brownies." He glanced over his shoulder with a grin. "Correction, I said I'd blame the apocalypse if I come back with granola instead." The girl pouted and cutely stomped her foot. "Granola sucks." 4 Leo turned to Rick and gave a mock-hurt look. "See the abuse I deal with?" Rick just shook his head, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite himself. "All right, little missy, since I clearly failed to meet your high expectations, how about for tonight's dinner, I force the chef to make your favorite meal, spaghetti with meatballs?" She gasped, hopping up and down in excitement. "One only the finest for you." He got a tight hug as a thank you before she went off to tell the other kids the good news. Leo chuckled, watching her go. After making sure his bag was empty, he stood up and looked over his shoulder. Most got separated from their parents, and some were taken by the walkers. Others a broken bar. Well, let's just say people get desperate when things fall apart. The way he said that made it clear it was worse than he let on. Rick swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "How many? 56. Leo didn't look smug, he didn't look proud. He just looked tired. "I couldn't stand the idea of leaving them," he mumbled while waving them goodbye. The little girl ran back to Leo and nervously tugged his sleeve. "See, can you draw with me later?" He smiled down at her. "Of course, kiddo. You just gotta tell one of the guards and I'll be right there." "All right? For why you promise?" Of course. She nodded with a shy smile, content, and skipped off. The former cop looked between the two, He could tell they were close. The older man let out a slow breath, his respect for the boy ever growing. "I've seen a lot of things, but these are broken bar. It's not perfect," Leo said quietly. "But it's something and better than nothing." Rick looked out over the porch, the children laughing, playing, trading crayons like precious currency. His eyes met one of the masked guards, who gave him a silent look. He could only nod back with respect. Leo adjusted his coat and gave him a nudge. "Come on, we got one more place to go before we head out." They left the yard, the gate swinging shut behind them, tin cans clinking softly like a chime of protection. They walked in silence for what was probably an hour before Rick couldn't hold back his questions anymore. Rick spoke softly. "How long have they been here?" Leo exhaled through his nose. The smile lingered, but something quieter sat behind his eyes. "Most of them since the first few months," he said. While turning a corner, "Some were just a broken bar left behind. Parents ran, didn't make it, or didn't come back. Others were with groups that didn't last. One or two wandered into my territory alone." Rick looked at his back. "And you took them in?" "They needed someone to take care of them. I had a roof, food, and more men than I knew what to do with. It would be pretty fucked up of me to just look away and do nothing." He glanced back toward the direction of the house. "Put a few of my guys on permanent guard duty, set up safe house for them, and made damn sure Walker don't get so much as a mile near Thema Broken Bar. The kids a priority if things ever go bad." Rick thought back to the orphanage. The worn but clean clothes and the way they looked, clearly well fed, as if they never skipped a single meal. "How do you even manage this?" he asked. Leo gave a one-shoulder shrug. "Same way I do everything else. I keep moving, and I don't stop until I make things better." 7 They walked a few more blocks until they reached a reinforced warehouse tucked between two collapsed buildings. A faded banner above the rusted garage door had once read Ashfield Freight Company. Now it was surrounded by watchtowers, fencing, and improvised walls made of scrap metal, concrete, and the bones of old vehicles. Leo whistled once again in code. A loud buzz rang out, and the metal doors slid open just enough to let them in. Rick stepped through a broken bar and stopped cold. Inside was a small army in motion. A few were dressed differently, some with bandages wrapped around their arms, different jackets, or different uniforms altogether. And yet every one of them wore the same mask. 3 There were at least 50 that Rick could count, and all of them were working. Some hauled crates of supplies from trucks. Others tinkered under the hoods of heavily armored vehicles, welding sparks flying like fireflies. A team near the back was gathered around a disassembled helicopter, talking animatedly as one of them climbed onto the frame and muffledly shouted. One passed by them with a clipboard and a stack of maps. Another with an RPG casually slung over his shoulder gave Rick a casual two-finger salute as he walked past. Rick turned in a slow circle, taking it all in. "What the hell, a broken bar?" he muttered. Leo grinned. "Welcome to home base." Organized chaos, but heavy on the chaos. 3 Rick blinked in disbelief. "These are all your men?" "Yup," Leo finished. "Give or take, some are out getting more loot." These weren't just survivors. They were a force. He stepped up beside Leo, lowering his voice. "How do you have this many people following you?" Leo didn't answer, he just gave that same cocky smile Rick was quickly starting to associate him with. Instead of responding, Leo raised his hand and whistled sharply. "Oi, you three, get over here." 3 men broke away from their tasks. One wore a doctor's coat and carried a medpack, his steps crisp and efficient. One another had a canine by his side, a lean German shepherd that stayed glued to his handler's heel. The third was armed with a sniper rifle slung across his back. Besides the mask, all 3 were also heavily armed with weapons. They lined up before Leo without a word. Leo motioned to them like a showman introducing his best tact. "Rick, meet Doc, Hound, and Hawk. They're coming with us." 1 Rick frowned. "I don't need an escort, I just need to check on my house. I can go alone." Leo cocked a brow. "Sure. And maybe while you're at it, you can try your luck with the Walker swarm." "I'm not helpless." "I know," Leo said, while grabbing a nearby pistol and cleaver before handing them to Rick, his voice calm but firm. "But I'm not asking." Rick opened his mouth to protest again, but Leo stepped closer and poked him lightly in the chest. "You are being helped," Leo said, eyes sparkling with mock seriousness. "Do not resist." One Rick exhaled sharply through his nose, half a sigh. "You're unbelievable." "Why, thank you." An armored SUV rolled to a stop near the front of the compound. Reinforced plating, grill guard, extra fuel cans lashed to the side. 5 opened the back, and the dog hopped in like it was routine. Leo climbed into the driver's seat, leaned out the windows, and called, "Come on, or are you still resisting my help?" Rick looked around one last time, the busy base, the quietly nodding men, the ones up in the towers scanning the horizon with binoculars. He still didn't know how Leo had pulled this off. But for now, he stepped into the car and shut the door behind him. "A broken bar, let's go." Leo grinned. "Attaboy." The SUV rumbled to life and pulled out of the compound, leaving behind the noise, the sparks, and the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions. At first, he thought it was all a dream, that he was just hallucinating the rotting bodies walking around. But the ride over to his house made sure to remind him it was very much not a dream. He could only stare at them in horror as they drove past, watching as one of the walkers' skins was slowly peeling off, and their limbs hung on by a vein. The sun had barely crested the gray horizon when the car rumbled to a stop. A cool breeze swept through the street, rustling weeds that had grown up through the cracked sidewalks. No traffic, no people, just silence. And in that silence stood the Grimes household. Rick stared at it through the dusty windshield, his jaw tight. The house looked more worn down than he remembered, a ghost of a life that had once been whole. Leo cut the engine, and the sudden quiet in its absence felt almost deafening. "New day, new adventure," the boy muttered, slipping on his dragon mask. He turned to Rick. "You ready?" Rick nodded, though he didn't feel it. "Yeah." He stepped out of the van, boots crunching on gravel. The morning was cold, sharper than it should have been. The sky overhead was a pale, sickly blue, clouds hanging low like smoke. They approached slowly, Rick dragging his feet a little more with each step. He stared at the house, hands shaking, ribs aching, brain buzzing with memories. Carl playing on the porch, Lori yelling from the window, Sunday dinners and birthday mornings and little arguments that now felt like dust. Leo was the first to move. The rest fanned out through the area, hounds canine on high alert. He checked the perimeter in practiced silence, ducking under windows, peeking through cracks. He gave Rick a signal, a small wave, and the two moved to the front door. He watched as Leo knocked on the door in confusion. "Why are you knocking on the door?" The boy turned to him and quietly explained. "Walkers wander around and somehow always find a way inside houses, and they can be deceptively sneaky for whatever fucking reason despite growling all the damn time, so it's important to make some noise and wait to see if any come growling back. They respond to noise, like a moth to a flame. Make too much and a crowd of them might come running to you. Don't ask me how that works on a rotting corpse, it's bullshit is what I think." They waited a couple more minutes, but nothing responded. And this works? "Do you know how many people died because they were too stupid to check first?" A lot. Leo gave him the most deadpan stare he has ever seen in his life. "Stupidest deaths I have ever witnessed. Anyway, looks like it's clear." Rick reached for the handle. It turned without resistance. The door opened with a soft groan, and the air that greeted them was still, stale, and cold. No smell of death. No blood on the walls. Just a broken bar. Nothing. Rick stepped inside. The other four followed, ready for action. Each footfall echoed against the hardwood like an accusation. The furniture was still there, untouched but coated in dust. But no people. No sign of struggle either, just abandonment. Rick moved slowly, reverently, through the home like a ghost in his own life. He reached the living room. He looked around to see if there was anything that could tell him what had happened to his family. He spotted the empty shelves and walls where his family's photos used to be, and stopped. His throat tightened. "Lori, a broken bar," he whispered. Leo glanced over. "What is it?" Rick crouched down and pulled open the drawer beneath the shelf. Empty. He moved to the cabinet beside it. Same. The photo albums, the ones Lori always kept in the living room, were gone. "She took them," Rick murmured. "The albums, the photos, all of them." Leo tilted his head, a knowing look in his eyes. "And that means a broken bar?" Rick stood, his face pale but a light flickering in his eyes. It means she had time. Time to pack, time to leave and get to safety. A broken bar, which means they're not dead. He looked around the house again, seeing it differently now. She didn't just flee. She made a decision. She left nothing important behind. She took Cal, packed the photos, and went somewhere she thought was safer. Leo crossed his arms. If that's true, then she's probably over at Atlanta. Rick let out a breath that trembled. Why? The government said there was a refugee center over there. It only makes sense. He turned to Leo, a question forming in his head. Then why aren't you or your people there right now? He was only met with silence. The two of them stood there a moment, letting the quiet settle. It wasn't peace, not really, but it wasn't despair either. Rick walked to the couch and sat down slowly, rubbing his face. I was half ready to find a corpse in here. Instead, I find hope. Leo sat across from him on the armrest of a broken chair, his mask pushed up on his head now. His men walked around the house, scavenging for anything useful, and Rick didn't care to stop them. Yeah, well, a broken bar, the world's ugly, but it's not hopeless. Not if you look hard enough. Rick looked at him, studying the boy again. That calm intensity, that strange mix of youth and burden. You didn't have to be the one to come with me, Morgan. He made that clear. Leo shrugged, casually. I wanted to. Why? Leo gave a crooked smile. Because like I said, if my family was out there, and the chance of them still being alive, I'd hope someone would help me look, too. Rick didn't reply right away. Instead, he looked out the window. The world was dead, yes, but maybe not everything in it. Maybe not yet. He turned back to Leo. I'm gonna find them. Leo smirked. Good, because I didn't roll out of bed at dawn for a wild goose chase. Rick gave a dry chuckle. He stood up, the old couch creaking under his weight, and walked slowly to the cabinet tucked in the corner of the room. Dust swirled as he opened it. Inside, on a rusted hook, hung a familiar key ring, his patrol car keys, his house key, and a couple of others he hadn't thought about in weeks. He took the one he was looking for with a quiet jingle. Leo watched from across the room, head tilted slightly. And where are you going? His fingers tightened around the keys. The station, he said. Got a stash there, guns, gear, riot vest, maybe a few shells. After that, a broken bar. He finally met Leo's eyes. A broken bar. I'm going to Atlanta. I have to find my family. Leo blinked, then let out a small snort. Rick squinted. What? Leo grinned. The police station? Dude, I emptied that place out weeks ago. Rick froze. A broken bar? You what? Leo held up his hands innocently, but the grin didn't fade. Hey, don't give me that look. It was wide open. No people, no walkers, just supplies wasting away on dusty shelves. I figured someone should put them to good use. Rick just stared at him, deadpan. You raided my police station. Leo shrugged, smug as ever. I salvaged your police station. Rick opened his mouth, then sighed and ran a hand down his face. But, Leo said quickly, lifting a finger, lucky for you, I'm feeling generous. You want gear? I've got gear. I'll set you up with the best stuff and give you a car with enough gas to get you there, plus some of my guys' tono. Rick cut in. You've done enough. Just the gear's more than fine. Leo's smile faded slightly. Then his brow furrowed. Number. Rick blinked. What? I said no, Leo repeated, voice firmer now, the playfulness gone. You're not going alone. I can handle myself. That's not the point, Leo said, stepping in. If you get unlucky once, it's over. All it takes is one slip, one ambush, and one bite. That's all it takes for your life to be over. He poked Rick lightly in the chest. And I didn't drag your ass out of that mess just so you could walk straight into another one without backup. Rick hesitated, jaw tight, stubborn. You're going to Atlanta for your family, right? And you want to make it there and see your family alive? I'm giving you some of my best guys for the job. Doc is one of our best healers, Hound is one of our best trackers, so you're definitely going to need him, and Hawk can spot a walker miles away. That's final. They'll follow your lead. Keep quiet. Watch your 6.5. Rick searched his face, saw no room for argument, just conviction and concern. A broken bar. You really don't take no for an answer, do you? This must be what Morgan felt with this kid. Leo smiled, but this one was smaller, warmer. Nope. Rick finally gave a short nod, the resistance in his shoulders fading, and having no good rebuttal. All right, fine. You win. Leo clapped him on the back. Good man. We'll get the SUV prepped. Rick exhaled and looked around the dusty room one more time. Thank you for everything. Leo gave a small shrug, pretending it was no big deal. Yeah, just don't die out there. Just as they were about to get up and leave, Rick stopped and stared at the three of Leo's men who carried what was basically everything in his house that wasn't nailed down. 5. Problem? Leo asked with a raised brow. No. They stepped out of the house and into the chilled morning air. The sky was still that same sickly blue, blanketed in thin, sluggish clouds. It would rain soon, probably. The kind of cold, miserable drizzle that soaked into your bones. The others had already loaded the last of the supplies that they had raided from other houses into the SUV. Leo gave a short wave to his team, and they returned to standby. Rick followed after, stepping off the porch and stopped. There, maybe 30 feet down the street, was a walker. It was slow, lurching. Its clothes were torn and soaked with long-dried blood. Its mouth hung open in a wet snarl, its gums black, and its jaw crooked. One of its arms dangled unnaturally, barely attached. Its cloudy eyes locked onto them with that insatiable hunger, and it let out a low, gurgling growl. His hand tightened around the cleaver Leo had given him. His jaw clenched, his shoulders went stiff, and he didn't move. The walker kept coming, dragging one leg like a broken puppet. Its guttural groans filled the empty street with that horrible, death-rattled rhythm. Rick's pulse began to climb. His grip tightened to the point of whitening his knuckles, but he still didn't move. He was frozen. Leo watched him for a beat, then sighed, stepped beside him, and nodded toward the approaching corpse. That's not gonna be your first or your last. Rick didn't answer. Leo's voice was quiet, but steady. You wanted to go out there by yourself? Then you've gotta get used to it. You will have to kill walkers to make it in this world. Rick's eyes stayed on the thing. Leo pointed at the rotting figure, as if giving a lesson. Rule number 1, go for the head, destroy the brain. Doesn't matter how messed up they look, doesn't matter how slow they are, unless the brain's gone, they don't stop. The walker groaned louder now, closer. Swing high and down strong, don't hesitate. Leo stepped closer and lowered his voice, not mocking, not judging, just blunt. Still, Rick didn't move. As the walker kept dragging itself closer, Rick's fingers twitched around the cleaver's handle, but still, he didn't move. Leo watched him silently for a few more seconds, then asked, voice low but pointed, why are you hesitating? Rick's jaw clenched. He didn't look at him, eyes still locked on the corpse shuffling toward them. They were broken, but they were one of us, he muttered. They had a life, a job, friends, and family. Someone who gave a damn. Maybe they were heading to work, or maybe they were going to pick up their kid. Maybe they were just a broken bar living. His voice cracked slightly at the end. And now I've gotta kill them like they're nothing. The walker groaned again, dragging itself forward with jerky, hungry limbs. Leo was quiet for a moment. You're right, they were people. He took a step closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with Rick. But they're not anymore. Rick turned his head slightly toward him. They may wear our skin and clothes and even our faces, but there's nothing left in there. No thoughts, no feelings, and no soul. The walker snarled. Close now. Its blackened gums peeled back as it gnashed the air. All they want to do is kill, to eat, to make more of themselves. That's it. That's all they are now. Leo's voice hardened just a touch. Rick's grip on the cleaver tightened. You're not killing a person anymore, Rick. You're killing the parasite that took over. But it still wasn't enough to convince him, causing Leo to sigh. If you hesitate out there, Rick, a broken bar, you die. Worse, someone you care about dies and becomes one of them. Why? Because you couldn't do it. Do you want that to happen? To your wife? To your kid? Your family? Do you that to happen? Do you them? Rick's fingers flexed. He exhaled slowly. Then, in one sudden movement, he stepped forward. The walker raised its arms, reaching with twitching, clawed fingers. Rick raised the cleaver and brought it down in a clean, brutal arc. A wet crack rang out as the blade buried itself in the walker's skull, splitting it cleanly from temple to jaw. The body dropped instantly, thudding against the street. Rick stood over it, chest rising and falling, staring down at the corpse. Then he yanked the cleaver free with a squelch. Leo nodded once, satisfied. Rick wiped the blade on the walker's tattered shirt and turned back toward him. "Come on, let's get you to Atlanta." The world was quiet in the way only the end of the world could be. No cars on the roads, no hum of civilization, just the distant caw of crows and the growl of undead. But inside the compound, life thrummed. Dozens of men moved with purpose and coordination across the compound. Guards perched in towers scanned the horizon, their silhouettes still and alert. On the ground, mechanics sparked to one another over the growl of engines, welding torches throwing sparks into the air. The sharp tang of oil and gasoline clung to the air, mixing with the savory, comforting scent of something baking, bread maybe, or biscuits, in one of the makeshift ovens someone had cobbled together in the back. Rick was off to the side, being ordered to only watch by Leo, much to his chagrin. But seeing them work, it made sense why he did so. He would have only gotten in the way. He saw how each of his men worked like a well-oiled machine, fast and proficient. "Doc, Hound, Hawk," Leo called, voice echoing across the concrete as he approached the rear of the SUV with supplies carried by other masked men. They snapped to attention and jogged over. "Put these in the car." The trio immediately got to work loading the last of the crates into the back of the vehicle. Inside, stacks of canned food labeled in black marker, sealed water jugs, and kits packed with gauze, antiseptics, painkillers. A box of ammo clinked dully as Hawk slotted it into place. And resting at the top of the final crate was a black satchel packed with extra melee weapons, sidearms, and a compact emergency flare. Once they got everything into the vehicle, they then climbed in themselves. Leo moved through the process like a general checking his soldiers. His fingers brushed each container, eyes scanning every detail, and he muttered to himself as if mentally crossing items off an invisible checklist. Rick leaned against the open door of the driver's seat, arms folded as he watched. "Looks like you've done this before." "More times than I can count," Leo replied without looking up. "Supply drops, rescue runs, recon missions, you name it, we've done it." Rick raised a brow that raised more than a few questions, one being how someone so young ended up in charge of such things. "And you trust me with this much?" Leo paused, glanced over, then gave a small shrug. "Wouldn't have packed it if I didn't." Rick exhaled slowly and climbed into the SUV, running his hands along the steering wheel. The leather was worn but clean. The ignition was already prepped, and a laminated map was tucked into the glove box with a red circle drawn thick around Atlanta. Leo walked around to the driver's window, resting his arm casually against the edge. "That's everything," he said. "Food, water, medicine, backup weapons are check, 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 and check." Rick turned toward him, face unreadable for a long moment. Then, his voice came low, sincere. "I owe you. One Leo just smirked beneath the shadow of his hood. "Don't get all sentimental on me, Sheriff." "I mean it," Rick said, firmer now. "You didn't have to do any of this." "Yeah, well, I did." "And you can't do anything about it, Tilda." With a half laugh and a dramatic roll of his eyes, Leo pulled a walkie-talkie from his belt and held it out through the window. Rick took it carefully, unsure of the weight in his hand. "What's this for?" he asked. "In case you're in deep shit," Leo said, tapping the side of the walkie. "And you need me to get you out of it." Rick's eyes flicked up to his. "That a joke?" "Nope," Leo said with a crooked grin. "If you run into real trouble, bad trouble, call me. Doesn't matter where, it doesn't matter when. You hit that button, I'll come and save your ass." Rick studied him, the young man who stood like a war-seasoned veteran in a teenager's body. He wore that battered dragon mask like armor, but behind it, Rick could still see the weariness in his posture, the weight he carried, the responsibility. "You serious?" Rick asked finally. Leo's smile faded, but only slightly. "Always." Silence fell again, the kind of silence that says more than words ever could. Then Rick dipped his head slightly. "Thank you, for all of it." "If you thank me one more time and I'ma have to slap you," Leo warned flatly, folding his arms. The boy stared him dead in the eye, dead serious. Rick smirked. "A broken bath anchor." One he ducked just in time as Leo's hand shot forward in a mock bitch slap, laughter slipping out before either of them could stop it. Leo backed away from the vehicle, the smirk still playing across his lips. Then he went still, expression darkening just slightly as he spoke again. "You go find your family," he said, tone low, serious. "Don't look back unless you have to." Rick's grip tightened on the wheel. His eyes flicked up to meet Leo's. He took in everything, the compound, the guards in the towers, the people he was protecting, the children playing inside the shelter walls, their laughter faint but real. How the hell did this kid become the beating heart of all this? (3) Rick swallowed thickly. The SUV rumbled to life beneath Rick's hands, the engine roaring with a smooth purr thanks to the mechanic's fine-tuning. Leo raised 2 fingers in a lazy salute, the motion almost mocking, almost sincere. It was impossible to tell which. Rick gave a tight nod, jaw clenched, emotions caught somewhere between gratitude and regret. And then he shifted into gear. The vehicle rolled forward slowly at first, bumping over cracked pavement and scattered gravel. As the SUV picked up speed and turned out onto the road, Rick glanced once in the rearview mirror. Leo stood alone now, the others already back to work, their footsteps a fading chorus of movement and life. The road stretched out ahead like a scar across a broken world. Rick drove in silence, the hum of the engine steady, the tires crunching over debris and bits of shattered glass. Atlanta. That was the mission. He kept glancing at the walkie-talkie. It sat in the passenger seat like a loaded gun, full of potential, a lifeline in a dead world. Leo's words echoed in his head. "You hit that button, I'll come and save your ass." He still couldn't believe it. A kid, no, a leader, who moved like he'd lived a dozen lives before this one, who laughed like the world wasn't ending, but fought like he knew it was. Rick clenched the wheel tighter. A walker stumbled out onto the road, dragging a broken leg behind it. He accelerated. The body crumpled beneath the front of the SUV, tossed aside like a ragdoll. Rick barely blinked, his thoughts far from the road now. They were on his family. Lorry. 8 Carl. 4 Were they alive? Were they safe? His grip tightened again. "Hold on," he muttered to the air. "I'm coming." A broken bar. Time ticked by. A broken bar. Hours slowly disappearing. A broken bar. Yet not a single word was said among the 4 men. 2 Rick figured the silence was just tension at first, that it was because no one wanted to be the one to break the ice first. "All right," he said, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel as he glanced at the trio in the back. "So broken bar dog, hound, hawk, huh?" "That's what he called you." No answer. Rick glanced into the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of their masks. All 3 of them sat still, eyes ahead or slightly down, weapons laid across their laps. Not even the dog, seated obediently between its master and the door, made a sound. Rick cleared his throat, tried again. "I'm Rick Grimes. In case you didn't know. Used to be a sheriff, back before a broken bar, you know." All this. 1 Still nothing. The SUV rolled on, engine humming. Rick waited, giving them time. Maybe they were just slow to warm up to strangers. God knew he could be. After a few more minutes of awkward silence, Rick glanced back again. "Do you guys always travel like this? I mean, don't you ever talk? Even a little? 1 Not even a twitch. Even the damn dog refused to bark. 7 Rick exhaled sharply through his nose and muttered, "You've gotta be kidding me." A broken bar. The road dragged on, cracked asphalt stretching out into nowhere. They passed the wrecks of cars, some burned out, some just skeletons of what they used to be. Trees clawed at the sides of the road like they were trying to reclaim it. The world was truly broken. And the only company Rick had was the buzz of tires and the unshakable silence of 3 masked ghosts. Hours passed like that. Rick almost forgot what another voice sounded like. He could only thank God that they were only a few minutes away from their destination. Then suddenly a tap. Rick jerked slightly in surprise, head whipping to the side. Hound had reached forward from the back seat and tapped him firmly on the shoulder with 2 fingers, then pointed ahead. Up the road sat an old farmhouse, faded white paint peeling in the sun. A mailbox leaned drunkenly off its post. The fields beside it were overgrown, but still fenced. A tractor lay rusting in the tall grass. Rick opened his mouth. "Why?" He stopped himself. No point. Instead, he sighed, flicked on the blinker even though no one was around to see it, and pulled the SUV over onto the gravel shoulder. 7 As soon as the vehicle slowed to a stop, the three men moved in sync, like gears in a machine. Doc and Hawk wordlessly popped their doors open and headed straight for the house. Hound went around back, the dog at his side, and opened the rear of the SUV. To Rick's growing disbelief, the man began pulling out a saddle. A saddle? Since when did they pack that in the car? 1 He blinked as he watched Hound walk to the back of the house with the saddle. You've got to be shitting me, a broken bar. Sure enough, Hound led out a horse, an actual horse, from behind the barn. The animal whinnied softly, and the dog trotted beside it, still not making a sound. He watched in disbelief as the man casually got on the horse and began trotting ahead. The former cop could only shake his head as he watched them go before turning his attention back to the other two raiding the house like it was routine. 1 Doc came out first with 2 plastic jugs of fuel, shaking one to listen to the slosh, and a shotgun. Hawk followed with a pillowcase full of what looked like canned goods and everything else in the house that could be of use. Rick watched in stunned silence. They were too efficient, too practiced, like they've done this hundreds of times before. Doc popped the trunk without a word. The 2 jugs thunked against the SUV floor, followed by the shotgun. Hawk added the overstuffed pillowcase without glancing at Rick, then returned inside like he was checking for anything they missed. Rick blinked, his fingers tightening around the steering wheel. Doc adjusted his mask as he passed Rick, eyes barely flicking his way. Rick knew that look. It was a look that said, "Why are you still sitting on your lazy ass instead of helping?" 3 He stepped out of the SUV, boots crunching on gravel as he followed the path toward the porch. The door creaked open as Rick pushed inside. The smell of a rotting body hit him first, causing him to gag before he started looking around. Inside, he saw a kitchen in disarray, drawers yanked open, a chair overturned, and picture frames emptied of photos. Rick swallowed thickly. Hawk was in the pantry, scanning shelves like a machine. He grabbed a half-used bottle of aspirin, checked the silverware, then tossed both into a bag. Rick spoke up, voice low. "Did you even check if anyone lived here?" Hawk didn't stop moving and didn't answer. Rick frowned. "I asked you a question." Still silence. Then Hawk turned, past Rick, and exited the house without so much as a glance. Rick followed him out, frustration bubbling under his skin. "You can ignore me all you want, but I know you hear me." No answer. The only reply was the soft clatter of the SUV's trunk closing again. Hawk stood at the driver's side rear door, loading the last of the goods. Doc handed something to Hound, a weird-looking device, and the man nodded once before tucking it away under his mask. 1 Rick stood by the passenger side, arms folded. "You know, a single sentence wouldn't kill any of you." "Nothing." "Not even a damn shrug." "Look, I don't need you to talk my ear off." He stopped what he was about to say when Hawk turned and pointed at the window of the house. "They're over there." A frightening, deep voice escaped from him, causing Rick to almost flinch at how unnaturally deep it was. "What the hell was that?" Rick muttered, stepping back slightly. "Why do you sound like that?" 6 Hawk didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his mask and pulled out a small, boxy device. He held it out briefly for Rick to see. Rick stared at it, frowning. Hawk turned and climbed back into the SUV like the conversation never happened. Doc followed after giving Rick the barest of glances, pulling the door shut with a quiet thunk. The engine idled patiently. Rick stood there for a moment longer, head spinning. Trying to shake off the chill that clung to him, Rick turned and walked to the side of the farmhouse. The window Hawk had pointed to was cracked and grimy, but not broken. He cupped a hand against the glass to peer inside. His stomach dropped. There, in the middle of what used to be a cozy living room, lay the corpses of a man and woman. A husband and wife. From the looks of it. They sat slumped on a ratty couch, leaning into each other, arms tangled like they'd tried to hold one another in the end. Each had a shotgun wound under the chin. Blood and bone painted the wall behind them like a mural of despair. Rick recoiled a half step, swallowing hard. His eyes drifted down to the empty shotgun shell casings on the floor, and then it clicked. The shotgun, a broken bar, the one Doc had casually carried back to the SUV. They'd found the couple, saw the choice they made, and took the one thing worth taking right from the corpse without a second thought. Rick stared at the bodies a moment longer, then quietly turned away from the window. He trudged back to the SUV, opened the driver's door, and got in. His hand settled on the wheel, motionless. So many questions buzzed in his skull, but none of it came out. Rick took one last look at the farmhouse through the side mirror, then shifted the vehicle into gear. The sun hung low by the time the city finally came into view. Atlanta, or a broken bar, what was left of it. Even from a distance, the destruction was obvious. The skyline, once proud and gleaming, was marred by columns of broken silhouettes. Several buildings looked like they collapsed in on themselves, others blackened by fire and time. Helicopters lie like dead birds on rooftops or impaled through the streets. Choked streets shimmered under the heat, layered in wreckage and ash. The city was silent, but that silence was not peace. It was a warning. Rick slowly brought the SUV to a crawl. The road leading out was blocked with cars, wrecked, flipped, or left abandoned with their doors still open and the dead long gone, a broken bar or not. Bodies littered the edges. Some dried into husks. Others were fresh enough to make his gut churn. And more than once, something moved in the wreckage. Walkers. A lot of them. Rick swallowed, the noise loud in his ears. Hawk, sitting behind him, tapped once on the glass between the front seats. Rick looked back. Hawk raised one finger, then gestured to the side of the road. Pull over. Rick did. The SUV rolled to a halt beside a semi-truck angled sideways across two lanes, offering a decent view of the road ahead, but more importantly, a small blind spot to keep the vehicle hidden. Rick turned back. What's going on? Hawk leaned forward slightly. The mechanical voice that followed was low and crackled. This is as far as we go by car. One. Rick frowned. Why? Doc turned his head slightly, as if already expecting the question. Hound, on his horse, was already scanning the surrounding buildings. The city's blocked, Hawk explained. Too many wrecks, too much rubble, and too many walkers. One. Rick nodded slowly, eyes flicking back to the path ahead. Of course. It made sense. You're saying we walk the rest of the way? Yes. Rick looked forward again, at the shattered remnants of civilization, the buildings that rose like tombstones in the distance, and the shadows that flickered through alleyways like vultures biding their time. All right, he muttered. He put the car into park and opened the door. The air was hotter now, heavy with the stench of smoke and rot. He circled to the back and popped the trunk. With practiced movements, he packed a light kit, a compact bag, 2 full canteens, a flashlight, road flares, a handful of protein bars, and a map. Then he pulled a revolver from the satchel and a baseball bat from alley. 2. He hesitated at the last moment, then grabbed the walkie-talkie from the console and clipped it to his vest, just in case. When he closed the trunk, the others were already assembled. Doc carried the larger medpack but was armed with a spear. Hawk had a scoped sniper slung around his back, and in his hands was a crossbow. Hound was on foot, his horse now inside an abandoned horse trailer that was luckily nearby, and left behind without hesitation, like they knew it wouldn't survive the city. 7. Even the dog was alert now, head low, ears perked forward, watching, waiting. Rick walked up beside them, the only one without a mask. He took a breath, slow and steady. All right, he said. Let's move. No one replied. But they did. They moved through its skeletal remains in silence, 4 figures among the dead, each step pressing deeper into a graveyard of concrete and steel. Rick had seen cities in crisis before on TV, but these a broken bar. This was different. This was extinction. Windows stared blankly down at them like hollow eyes. Shattered glass glittered in the streets. Burned-out cars sat like tombstones, their skeletal frames filled with ash and silence. 2. The air was heavy, humid with decay. And the quiet, the sheer, suffocating quiet, was wrong, deeply wrong. This was a city that should have been howling with noise and life. A broken bar, but it was deathly silent. Rick's boots thudded softly on the broken pavement. He glanced to his right. Doc, spear in his hands, ready, was scanning the area for a threat. Hound was ahead, his dog prowling in tight circles, nose close to the ground. Hawk was behind, every so often pivoting to cover their six with the smooth, mechanical precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. Rick gripped his revolver tightly, eyes flicking over alleyways, cars, and doorways. Nothing moved. "This place is too damn quiet," he muttered under his breath. None of them responded. He didn't expect them to. As they rounded the corner past an overturned ambulance, Rick's thoughts began to spiral. They were close. The shelter Leo had circled on the map was only 6, maybe 7 blocks away. But what if it wasn't there? What if it was overrun by walkers? What if it was too late? Rick clenched his jaw. He refused to believe his family was dead. But this silence, this endless, dead quiet, a broken bar, it was eating at him. No survivors, no walkers, no nothing. That's when he heard it. Thump, 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 thump. His head snapped up. Wait. He froze. So did the others. Rick turned in place, squinting toward the sound, his heart suddenly pounding like a war drum in his chest. There, high up, far above the shattered ruins and blackened buildings, he caught it. A reflection. The glass of a distant skyscraper shimmered briefly, and within its fractured panes, he saw the unmistakable silhouette of a helicopter. Blades turning. It was flying low, maybe trying to find survivors, but it was there. Real. Oh my God, Rick breathed. The others had gone rigid. Hawk lowered his crossbow and went for his gun. Doc's head tilted upward, body tense. Even Hound's dog let out the faintest growl. But Rick wasn't thinking tactically. He was thinking of hope. "Hey!" he shouted, waving his arms. "Hey, down here!" Rick! Hawk warned, but Rick was already moving. He bolted forward, boots crunching over debris. He rounded a taxi, ran into the middle of the street, and grabbed at his side, yanking the flare from his vest. Come on, a broken bar." He held it high, arm trembling with urgency, heart hammering in his chest. He didn't even hear Doc behind him. Didn't notice the quick footsteps. Didn't register the spear being dropped under. Wham! Rick grunted as he was tackled hard to the ground, the flare spinning from his grip and skittering across the pavement. "Get off me!" he yelled, shoving hard. But Doc didn't answer. He wasn't even looking at Rick. Rick blinked, about to launch into a furious tirade, when he saw the medic's eyes, partially visible behind the mask. Eyes wide. He followed Doc's gaze, confused. Then he saw them, from the end of the street, from the alleys, from shattered doorways, from the wreckage of a subway entrance near a collapsed intersection. A horde. Dozens. No, hundreds. Crawling, limping, walking. Young and old. Some wore business suits, others still had melted security vests hanging off their frames. Some crawled on broken limbs, some had jaws torn half off. One still dragged the twisted remnants of a hospital floor, and they were all coming straight toward them. Rick's breath caught. Doc shoved off him and snatched up the flare, snapping the cap closed and tucking it back into Rick's vest, and then smacked him on the back of his head for good measure before shoving him away from the horde of walking. Rick nodded, his heart slamming against his ribs. Yeah. They sprinted. Doc hauled up his spear. Hawk shifted back behind them with the crossbow. Hound and his dog veered off toward an alley. Rick ran alongside them, boots slamming pavement, every breath a knife in his lungs. Their glares on him. They took a sharp right past a collapsed store and dove through a broken fence, the horde right behind them, groaning, shrieking, hungry. And the worst part? That helicopter, gone. How the fuck did this happen? Hound screamed through the link shared between the three of them. One not now, Hound. Hawk growled while stabbing a walker that was about to take a bite out of Rick. How did that fucking helicopter still appear when we know for a fact we arrived here earlier than canon? The animal specialist questioned while ducking under two rotting corpses that were fresh enough to lunge at him. 3 not now, Hound. This time it was Doc who barked, his voice sharp, cracking through the link like a whip. 1 But Hound wasn't done. No, seriously, explain to me how the hell there's still a helicopter here. It's too much of a damn coincidence for it to be. Focus, Hawk snapped, turning and losing a bolt into a walker lunging out of a shattered storefront. The bolt punched through its eye with a wet crunch. We can argue when we're not about to get eaten. Rick didn't hear their exchange, only the chaos unfolding around him as he tried desperately to survive this mess he got them into. The horde behind them thundered like a wave of rot. Groans echoed off the walls, a rising tide of hunger clawing through the concrete. Then Hawk froze. Just a heartbeat. Just long enough. He skidded to a stop halfway down the alley and jerked his head toward the other side of the street beyond a narrow break in the buildings. The visor of his mask caught the figure. Shit. Hawk's voice crackled through the link. Across the street. Doc and Hound halted for a moment, Rick nearly slamming into Doc's back. "What is it?" Doc demanded. "It's Glenn," Hawk said. "What?" Hound's voice shot up. "No fucking way. How the hell is Glenn here?" Across the street, barely visible through the haze of heat and dust, a figure darted through a parking garage stairwell, quick, light on his feet, a baseball cap shadowing his face. It was Glenn. Ain't no mistaking it. "Someone tell me how he beat us here," Hound growled. "What is he doing?" Hawk muttered while watching him. "Doesn't matter," Doc snapped. "We just focus." Hound was less than pleased. "This is bullshit then," he sighed, frustrated. A broken bar. Screw it. A sharp whistle cut through the air, loud, piercing, deliberate. Rick spun around just in time to see Hound's dog snap its head up. The canine, silent for hours, suddenly broke into a frenzy of barking, paws pounding against the cracked asphalt, voice echoing off buildings like gunfire. Rick's eyes widened. What the hell is it doing? But they didn't answer. They were already in motion. The medic lunged forward, grabbed Rick by the arm, and pulled him back through the alley just as walkers began pouring in from both ends. Doc shoved him onto the ground and ran to a nearby walker that was separate from the group. He killed it with a quick stab of his spear and, much to Rick's confusion and disgust, shoved the dead walker onto the former sheriff. He brought his hand up to his face and made a shushing motion, telling Rick to keep quiet, and then proceeded to do the same for himself. The sniper was already underneath 3 dead bodies. Hound stood his ground and enacted Plan D. He reached into a pouch and pulled out a single road flare, popped it with a twist of his thumb, and waved it in the air, the red light dancing like blood on the concrete. The walkers, seeing no other living thing, focused on him. "I'll draw them away. You two keep Rick in one piece and get him to his family. Don't be an idiot. The city is littered with their I got this." Hound cut him off. "I'll loop south and regroup with you guys when I lose them." A beat of silence passed. Then Hawk grunted. "Try not to get eaten. It would suck to lose our only animal specialist. For I'll bring back souvenirs." With that, Hound whistled again, louder this time, and took her off into the open, his dog sprinting beside him as a blur of motion. Rick watched from underneath the walker corpse, stunned, as Hound waved his arms, drawing the horde with practiced ease. They followed. The walkers, moaning and snarling, turned from the alley's narrow mouth and followed the barking, the flare, and the bait. Rick was yanked away from his corpse. He was under and further into the alley as Doc shoved him down behind a garbage bin. Hawk crouched at the opposite end, scanning with his crossbow ready. They waited in silence as the thunder of the horde grew fainter, swallowed by the bones of the city. Rick finally turned, panting. What the hell was that? But again, they didn't answer. "We need to go help." He was interrupted by the sniper of the group. "He'll be back." Rick glared at him, feeling his guilt slowly starting to eat him alive. It was him who got them into this mess after all. "And how are you so sure?" he snapped, emotions taking over him. Hawk slowly turned to him and stared him dead in the eye. "I find your lack of faith disturbing." 5. Above them, the sky darkened by degrees, and somewhere beyond the buildings a broken bar. Hound ran with death at his heels. Hound was not having a good day. He smashed his weapon into a walker that tried to bite him. In fact, he was having a bad day, to say the least. He jumped over a walker that had no legs, trying to grab hold of a broken bar. Some might even say it was shitty. His dog, who was ahead of him, barked at 3 of the walking corpses that were blocking the way, getting their attention. They tried to reach down and devour her, but due to them being rotting corpses, having terrible balance, and being slow as fuck, all they could do was fall flat on their face. He taught her that. He sprinted across the cracked asphalt, boots slamming against the ground, his lungs burning with each breath. Behind him, a tidal wave of groans and snarls followed, growing louder with every second. 1. His canine partner, a lean German shepherd named Coco, ran just ahead of him, tongue lolling, ears alert, feet pounding in perfect sync with his own. Too. They had been running for almost 10 minutes straight, leading the walkers away from his group. 10 minutes of weaving through cars, ducking through other walkers, and hurdling over broken barriers and scattered debris. 10 minutes of leading an undead stampede through the skeleton of what used to be a thriving city. He could still hear the wet slap of decomposing feet on pavement behind him, the guttural howls, and the frenzied moaning that grew more frantic the longer they chased him. They were close. Too close. He didn't dare look back. Coco barked once, sharp and urgent, tail stiff as she veered down a side street, forcing Hound to follow without hesitation. They darted past an overturned city bus, barely dodging the limb of a walker that flailed from a broken window. Hound didn't slow. He couldn't. They were nearing the edge of the city grid. Fewer buildings now, more wide streets, open spaces, and fewer choke points. This was the far zone, burned out, already picked clean, barely worth scouring. Then, finally, he was far enough away to ditch the horde. Hound skidded to a stop beside the rusted remains of a utility pole, breath steaming in the cold afternoon air, chest heaving like a furnace. He looked up at the apartment full of cracked concrete and crumbling brick, but the fire escape was still intact, if barely. Just enough footholds and ledges to make it possible. He reached 2 fingers to his lips and let out a whistle. 3 short notes, sharp and distinct. Coco immediately responded. Without hesitation, the German shepherd spun, looped back toward him, and leapt. Her paws landed on his thigh, then his hip, then up to his back in a practiced motion that looked like they'd trained it 1,000 times. Hound braced himself as she scrambled up and settled across his shoulders, front paws hooked loosely over one shoulder, hind legs around his other. Her weight pressed against him, but it was a familiar pressure, balanced and sure. He took one more deep breath, then lunged for the first rung. Below them, the moans had grown louder. The first few walkers rounded the corner, shambling into view in a grotesque wave, eyes sunken, jaws snapping, arms outstretched. Hound ignored them and began to climb, one hand over the other, boots digging into metal, scraping brick. The whole structure groaned beneath his weight, but it held. Coco shifted slightly, silent and alert. Hound didn't bother to look down. 6 walkers reached the base of the building now, clawing upward with bloodied fingers, jaws gnashing against concrete. He reached the top ledge, pulled himself up with a low grunt, and rolled onto the rooftop, Coco hopping off and landing beside him in one smooth motion. For a second, they both just breathed, panting, crouched, watching the swarm below. As it circled around the building, Hound rose, stretching his back, and looked down at them through the rooftop's rusted railing. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a flare, lit it, tossed it as far as he could away. The red light hissed and cracked, drawing the attention of every walker in a 6-block radius to the far side of the street. Far away from Glenn's group, far away from his. He watched until most of the horde walked away from the building and towards the flare. Only then did he speak, his voice low and calm. "Good girl." Coco wagged her tail happily. 9_Rick followed after Hawk in a tense silence, his eyes locked on the man's back. Doc was walking alongside him, neither one saying a word. Guilt was eating away at him. He hadn't meant to screw things up, didn't mean to get them almost killed or for Hound to act as bait. Just fix his fuck up. But that helicopter a broken bar, that damn helicopter a broken bar. He'd seen the helicopter and thought, thought maybe someone up there was looking for survivors. Thought that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the end of the world. Instead, he'd nearly gotten the 4 of them eaten alive. The masked man ahead of him moved with deliberate, silent precision. Hawk didn't so much walk as glide, his footsteps quiet despite the debris scattered across the broken floor of the gutted office building they were passing through. Rick swallowed, boots crunching glass beneath him. "Hey, a broken bar." No answer. Hawk didn't even flinch. Rick frowned, tried again. "About earlier, a broken bar. I wasn't thinking right." Still nothing. Just the soft creak of leather and the distant groan of the dead echoing from somewhere 2 blocks down. "Look," Rick muttered, pushing a hand through his hair, "I get that you don't want to talk to me, fine. But you've got to know I wasn't trying to get us killed. I thought I was doing the right thing." "I thought." A Hawk raised one hand, fist clenched. Rick shut up immediately. That signal, he understood. Stop. They were at a corner. Half the wall was blown out, revealing the empty shell of the next building over, a collapsed parking garage littered with twisted rebar and crumpled hoods. Hawk moved to the edge, crouched low, and scanned the area. Doc followed his lead. Rick approached carefully, staying back a few paces. He didn't need to look at Hawk to feel the weight of that silence pressing between them. Rick exhaled slowly through his nose. He didn't know who these men were, not really. Didn't know how Leo had met them, how long they'd been doing this, or what they'd seen. But he could tell Hawk was the kind of man who didn't waste pointless effort. He stood there for a long moment, just listening to the wind, the groans, the distant scrape of something dragging metal against concrete. Then, to his surprise, Hawk finally moved. He rose slowly, scanning the perimeter once more, then flicked his hand twice, a gesture Rick had started to recognize as moving out. Doc fell beside him again. Rick brought up the rear. They traveled in silence, shadows slipping between the wreckage of a dead city, broken windows, burnt storefronts. A city gridlocked in its own decay. Every street they crossed felt like a coin flip, clear one moment, a trap the next. Rick's knuckles were white on the grip of his revolver, every sense strung tight. But the others? They moved like they belonged in this hell. Fast, quiet, eyes always tracking, scanning, calculating. Rick wasn't sure how far they'd gone before he noticed where they were heading. A squat little building tucked between two gutted laundromats, metal siding, sun-faded signage, and a big red open banner that hung limp and torn from one rusted hook. It was a grocery store, or had been once. As they approached, Rick squinted. The windows were mostly intact, darkened with grime and dust, but something inside moved. Just a flicker. He wasn't even sure he'd seen it until both Doc and Hawk tensed at the same time. Rick reached for his gun and placed his finger on the trigger. Hawk raised his hand again, this time with a downward motion. Stop. They froze just outside the entryway, the sliding doors long dead, wedged open with a busted shopping cart. The interior was dim, but not empty. Rick was about to ask what they were waiting for but stopped when Hawk did something he rarely did since this whole damn trip started. He called out, voice deep, clear, and sharp enough to cut through the thick silence of the street. "We know you're in there," Hawk said, calm and firm. "Come out." Slowly. Rick blinked, caught completely off guard. How the hell did he know someone was actually inside? He looked between the two, but Hawk didn't elaborate. His crossbow angled downward but ready. Doc shifted slightly, adjusting his grip on his spear, but didn't raise it yet. Then there was movement. A figure stepped cautiously into the light filtering through the shattered windows. Slim frame, backpack slung across one shoulder. Shaky hands raised in surrender. "Emma, don't shoot. I'm friendly." The voice cracked, raw with panic. "And I swear I'm not infected." "Please." "Your voice is scary as hell, by the way." Rick instinctively lowered his weapon an inch, his eyes narrowing to get a closer look. The guy looked young. One early 20s, Asian, maybe Korean. He wore a ball cap on his head and an old jacket with the sleeves rolled up. He was sweating and trembling, but standing his ground. "Name?" Hawk demanded. "G. Glenn," the man said quickly. "Glenn Ree. Look, I'm just trying to get supplies back to my group. I'm not looking for trouble." Doc and Hawk didn't move, but didn't raise their weapons either. Rick stepped forward slowly, keeping his palms visible. "It's all right," he said, voice soft. "We're not gonna hurt you. Just a broken bar, take it slow." Glenn swallowed, nodding, lowering his hands just slightly. "A broken bar? You guys the ones that stirred up the geeks? I saw a horde of them chasing a guy with the same mask as you two." Doc gave a subtle side glance at him. Rick winced. Hawk lowered the crossbow. "You alone?" Glenn paused, unsure if he should answer before deciding not to risk it. "No, the rest of my group is up across town, but I got separated." He slowly lowered his hands when he noticed they weren't about to kill him. Rick let out a slow breath. This guy wasn't a threat, that it was clear. He was scared, alone, and just trying to survive. "Let's talk inside," Hawk said, turning to Doc and giving the faintest tilt of his head. It wasn't a request. "Why yeah, oh okay." Glenn knew better than to refuse. Rick followed after them as they entered the store, dust curling around their boots. the air heavy with that old scent of long-spoiled food and mildew. Inside the grocery store, time felt frozen. Shelves stood half-looted, rows of toppled boxes scattered across the floor like someone had run out in a panic. Expired milk, crushed snack bags, shattered jars of something sticky glinting faintly in the light that slipped through the broken windows above. The deeper they went, the darker it became, until they were moving in half-shadow. Doc took point, sweeping through the aisles with his spear angled low, steps quiet but purposeful. Hawk flanked the rear, crossbow still ready, though slightly lowered now that Glenn was between them and Rick. Rick kept his hand close to his sidearm, but it was more habit than suspicion. He wasn't worried that Glenn was dangerous. He was worried about what else might be hiding in the dark. They finally stopped in the frozen food aisle, in front of a pair of gutted ice chests. Doc gave the area a quick scan, then nodded once. Hawk circled around to secure the aisle's entrance. While Rick leaned against a battered shelf, Glenn stood awkwardly by the remains of the ice cream cooler, backpack still slung over one shoulder like he was afraid to let go of it. "So," Rick said, breaking the silence. "You said your group's nearby?" Glenn turned and stared at him before nodding slowly. "Yeah, up near the department store past Broad. We had a guy who twisted his ankle pretty badly, so I volunteered to run out and scavenge for food while they gathered other supplies. Wasn't expecting a damn stampede of geeks to come tearing through the block." "You saw the horde?" Rick asked with a raised brow. "I was 3 blocks away when I heard him. Then I spotted someone in a hood and a dog sprinting down the street with the whole pack on his heels. Knew better than to stick around." Rick exchanged a glance with Doc, who remained silent. Hawk hadn't moved from his post, and Rick could tell his masked gaze was fixed firmly on Glenn. The tension was thick. Glenn noticed it too and mistakenly thought it was because of him. "Look, I told you, I'm not infected. You can even check me. Bite marks, scratches, anything." "No one said you were," Rick replied. "They're just a broken bar tents." Glenn looked around the group, eyes focusing on their masks. "You geese military?" Rick hesitated. He wasn't sure himself. Then Hawk shrugged. "Something like that." That answer seemed to satisfy Glenn, or at least, he didn't press further. Instead, he finally took off his pack and began rummaging through it, producing a half-empty water bottle and a couple of canned goods. "I've got food, not a lot, but I'll share if you need it." Rick raised a brow, surprised. "You're offering us your supplies?" "Better to make friends than enemies," Glenn said with a small, wary smile. "You guys clearly know what you're doing, and you're freakishly armed to the teeth. Thought maybe if I helped you, you might help me." Doc tilted his head slightly at that, but said nothing. Rick crossed his arms. "How many are in your group?" 5 others, Glenn said. "We made a plan to rendezvous back at after 3 hours. And I'm kinda running low on Tima." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. "We can escort you back," Hawk offered. "Or at least close enough to get eyes on your people." To that got a surprised look from Rick, not expecting Hawk, of all people, to offer help. Glenn blinked, unable to believe what he had just heard. "Wait, a broken bar? Seriously?" "They had to be joking, right?" Hawk gave a firm nod before reaching into his back pocket and taking out a handgun. He offered it to Glenn. As a sign of trust, said person was currently looking at him in total and utter confusion, unsure of what to do. "Finish gathering what you can, and we'll get you back to your group safely," the sniper said. While going over to Glenn, took his arm, and placed the gun into the man's hand. Glenn looked up and down at Hawk and the gun, visibly discombobulated by a complete stranger handing him one of their weapons for nothing in return. "You are broken bar? Yeah, okay, thank you." Rick smirked faintly at the kid's bewilderment. "Welcome to the club," he thought. They spent the next few minutes quietly combing the store. Doc found a sealed first aid kit still tucked beneath the pharmacy counter. He gave it to Glenn. Hawk dug out a few more unopened cans of soup and spaghetti from behind a collapsed shelf, enough to feed at least 10 people. He gave it to Glenn. Rick got a few sealed water bottles and found an old, still working flashlight near the registers. He followed the other two's lead and also gave it to Glenn. It wasn't much, but it was something. But the look on Glenn's face said it meant the world to him. When they regrouped near the front entrance, the sun was lower now, but they still had time before it became dark. Hawk flicked his hand in a sharp signal. Move out. They exited through the front, single file, weapons ready. Glenn stuck close to Rick, trying to match their silent, surgical pace. The walk started off quietly, the kind of quiet that made Glenn anxious. After a couple of blocks weaving through alleyways and side streets in silence, Glenn finally spoke, no longer able to take the silence. So Broken Bar, you guys from around here, or are Broken Bar? No answer. You guys like video games? Doc didn't even glance back. Favorite food? Hawk didn't acknowledge the question. Rick let the silence stretch a little longer before finally sighing. Don't take it personally, he said, giving Glenn a sidelong glance. They don't talk much. Glenn looked over, clearly grateful someone was willing to respond. You don't say. Rick chuckled. Believe me, I've been trying to crack them since we got here. You'll have better luck getting a corpse to talk. That bad, huh? They're good at what they do, Rick said, remembering how effective they were in getting out of the tough situation with the Walker horde earlier. Real good, but they're not big on conversation. Glenn adjusted the straps on his backpack, still glancing warily at the two masked men ahead of them. What are they? They're not actually military, are they? They look more like mercenaries. And what's up with them? Asks. Rick shook his head, also looking at the two. A Broken Bar? I have no idea. Seriously? He asked in disbelief. Aren't you with them? Rick sighed, rubbing the back of his head. I barely know them for a day, and even then, the most I know about them is their names, which are more code names than actual names, and that they follow a kid named Leo who leads a whole army of them. You're joking, right? Glenn raised an eyebrow. A kid runs your group? And you've got to be exaggerating when you say he has an army following him. Rick didn't respond right away. He just looked ahead at Hawk and Doc moving in sync in front of them, weapons always ready, scanning the buildings, rooftops, even the wind like it could turn hostile. Then he looked back at Glenn. Nope, he said finally, voice low. Not joking, I counted at least 100 of them. Glenn blinked, unable to mentally process that many people. You're telling me an actual Broken Bar? Like, how old are we talking here? 17, 18, 15, Rick smiled at the choked noise that came from Glenn. One Jesus, Glenn muttered. He found me, dragged me out of a hospital bed and saved my ass. Took me back to his base, a whole community of people that he also saved, and told me what happened while I was out. A Broken Bar? He's helped me more than I can ever hope to repay him for. Glenn looked at him like he wasn't sure whether to believe it or not. Okay, a Broken Bar, sure. So let me get this straight. This kid runs a base, has a whole community, commands trained soldiers. So they're not soldiers, Rick said quickly. I think. Before Glenn could respond, Hawk gave the signal again to stop, and it immediately became silent. After a minute or two, he signaled again. 2 fingers, forward movement, and they resumed. The streets here were quieter than before, but the tension hung just as thick. Every broken window felt like an eye watching them. Glenn kept closer to Rick now, glancing every few seconds toward the rooftops. Eventually, Rick broke the silence again. So what about your group? What's your plan? Glenn glanced at him, grateful for the question. Gather as many supplies as we can find, he said, and head back to camp. Usually I do supplies runs alone, but the others decided to come this time. Who's in charge? Glenn hesitated, like he wasn't sure whether to name names, then shrugged after a moment of thinking. It's mostly democratic, everyone's still trying to play nice, despite them not really succeeding on the nice part. Rick grunted. That won't last. No, Glenn agreed. Not when things get worse. They walked a little farther before Rick spoke again. You trust them? Glenn gave a wry smile. I trust them not to kill each other. That's about all you can really ask for nowadays. Their conversation continued with Rick asking how well Glenn's group is doing surviving all this, while Glenn asked any questions that popped into his head, such as his favorite movies, what he did before all this, and hey, you guys never told me your names. Rick glanced over at Glenn, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. You mean their names? He asked, tilting his head toward Hawk and Doc, who were still several steps ahead. Glenn knew damn well getting a name out of them was not going to be easy, so he went to the one person willing to talk. Well, yeah, But also yours, Glenn replied sheepishly. You know, since we've been walking together for like half an hour and all. Rick let out a small chuckle and offered his hand. Rick Grimes. Glenn shook it. Glenn but you already knew that. Rick nodded toward the masked figures and introduced them. The one with the crossbow is Hawk, and the one in the doctor's coat is Doc. That's all I've gotten so far, and I didn't get it from them either. Leo told me their names. ... So cool. The man in the cap mumbled before his eyes widened. Wait, is Doc actually a doctor? He turned to look at Doc, or in his eyes. He just thought he wore a doctor's jacket to look cool! 3 more or less. He's a doctor in training, Rick said. He's patched me up pretty good when Leo got me out of the hospital. Still, that's amazing. Having a doctor, training or not, is still amazing. He was about to say more, but stopped when they arrived at an intersection. Hawk raised a fist again. Rick saw what he saw. The end of the block, where a building stood tall but broken. That's it, Glenn said, pointing. That's the place. Hawk raised his crossbow slightly, but didn't speak while the medic scanned the area for any walkers that might be nearby. Rick turned to Glenn. Any code signal to let them know it's you? No. Glenn shook his head and raised a confused brow while walking up to the building. Should we? He took out a walkie-talkie and talked into it. Guys, I'm back and I brought some friends with me. They waited. A long few seconds passed, tension building. Then a voice responded from Glenn's device. Damn Glenn, what took you so long? Glenn smiled, shoulders sagging in relief. That's them. For the first time since they met him, Rick saw Glenn relax fully. Rick gave him a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we got you back to your group safely. Glenn grinned. Yeah, and I didn't even have to bribe you with all my soup. You still might, Rick said, half teasing. As they approached the building, the door opened slowly, just a crack. A nervous voice called from inside on the upper floors. Glenn? It's me, Glenn shouted back, waving. I'm good. I've got help. A woman peeked through the door, wide-eyed, and behind her, Rick saw the silhouettes of several people moving around, trying to get a peek outside. They watched 2 of his people emerge cautiously from the second floor, waving them in. Hawk and Doc moved in without a word, and Rick followed after them. But Glenn lingered. He looked at Rick. Really looked at him. Something in his voice earlier, when he'd talked about being saved, had stuck with Glenn. A broken bar. Hey Rick, Glenn said, glancing up. Back there. When you said the kids saved your life via broken bar, what did you mean? Rick turned toward him, brows lifting slightly. I mean what I said. No, I get that, but Glenn paused, struggling to put the pieces together. You said you woke up in a hospital, and that he told you what happened when you were out? Rick let out a slow breath, nodding once. Yeah. Glenn blinked. How does that work? He took a moment to think, to get his thoughts in order while they walked inside the building. I was shot during a shootout, back before all this, and was in a coma for a while. Woke up in an empty hospital bed, hooked up to machines that weren't running, no power. The whole place was quiet, like death had already walked through and finished the job. He paused, jaw tight. I didn't even know the world went to shit until Leo took me outside. Glenn's face twisted in disbelief. He found me just minutes after I got out of bed. I was dehydrated, confused, half dead, and could barely walk. He looked at Glenn, voice steady. If he hadn't pulled me out to Broken Bar, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Glenn's mouth opened and closed for a second. And this Leo kid, what, just happened to be there? Rick gave a small, almost amused snort. Yeah, just happened to be the looting the place. Wearing that dragon mask and surrounded by guys like Thema. He gestured toward Hawk and Doc, who now stood near the corner, keeping watch like statues. Like he was already 10 steps ahead of whatever the rest of us were still figuring out. That's a broken bar. That's insane. Yeah, it is. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of it settling in. Then Glenn shook his head, chuckling in disbelief. Man, I thought I'd seen some crazy sheet of broken bar, but you might just beat me out with what happened to you. Rick gave him a small, tired smile. Stick around, there's more where that came from. Glenn laughed under his breath, incredulous but not mocking. The tension hit like a wall the moment they stepped into the building. Rick saw it in an instant, the way the room shifted, Like prey spotting a predator. 5 figures huddled in what used to be a lobby, their eyes sharp, wild with fear and suspicion. Some of them were armed. Not professionally, but desperate. One held a gun with unsteady grips, one had a knife clutched so tight her knuckles had gone white, and another held a metal bat like a lifeline. And then there was him, leaning against the wall near a boarded-up window, a wiry, sharp-eyed man with a permanent sneer and twitching fingers, fidgeting like he was itching for a fight or a hit. 3. His eyes were red-rimmed, not from lack of sleep but something else. Rick had seen that look before during his days as an officer. Well, the man drawled, eyes flicking between the masked men. Look at this damn parade. Thought you were dead, Glenny boy. Who the hell are these sons of a bitches you brought back with you? Despite trying to appear not at all bothered by them, the way his fingers were twitching was a dead giveaway. Hawk and Doc turned in sync to stare at the man in dead silence. The tension ratcheted higher at the eerie sight. Rick's hand hovered near his holster, thumb already brushing the snap. Easy, Rick muttered, already shifting into a side stance, less threatening, but ready. We're not here to start anything. You sure? Asked one of the women, a sharp-faced blonde with a gun shakily aimed at them. They looked like they walked out of a fucking freak show. She was staring straight at Hawk and Doc, fear visible in her eyes. They were statues, unreadable and unbothered. They were not the least bit intimidated by the group in front of them. Rick almost envied them. They were the military or something? The redneck asked, grin widening while looking at the two up and down. Or is this one of them cosplay groups gone mad? One Glenn stepped forward fast, both palms out like a referee. Whoa, hold up. Everyone, calm the hell down. These guys brought me back safely and even gave me supplies. They even gave me a gun. They're good people. That so? The woman asked, still not lowering her gun. Yeah, that is so, Glenn snapped, more force in his voice than Rick expected. And unless you want to try your luck against the two guys who look not the least bit intimidated despite being outnumbered, I'd suggest not pointing your weapons at them. That made them pause. The man with the bat lowered his weapon first. The others hesitated, glancing at one another before slowly and reluctantly lowering their weapons as well. Rick let out a breath. But Hawk and Doc hadn't moved an inch. The only Latino of the group scratched the back of his neck and chuckled. Well damn, Glenn, you sure know how to make an entrance. He turned toward Rick, squinting at what he was wearing. Why are you guys dressed like that? Looking down at himself and then at the two men he came with, he nodded his head in understanding. Rick Grimes, I was a sheriff's deputy before all this. Getting a look of enlightenment from Glenn's group, they waited for the other two to do the same. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, but got nothing from them. Sheriff, huh? The redneck said with a mocking crooked grin. You one know them good old boys for Big Daddy Law? One. He was trying to get a rise out of him, that much he could tell. Just a man trying to survive like everyone else. That got a snort out of him. Well, ain't we all? The Latino scratched his jaw, side-earing Hawk. You fellas ever talk? Or are you just gonna stand there creepily? Surprise, no response. The silence dragged, awkward and heavy. No one moved. 3 No one spoke. Glenn fidgeted under the weight of it, clearly trying to bridge the chasm between his group and the silent, statuesque men beside Rick. Finally, he cleared his throat and stepped forward, gesturing toward the man with the crossbow first. Right. So broken bar this guy here. Glenn pointed to Hawk. He's Hawk. Don't ask for a real name, I don't know it either. Hawk didn't acknowledge the introduction in any way. The group glanced at each other, unsettled but quiet. And this guy? Glenn turned to the man in the long coat and dragon mask, his voice rising a little with enthusiasm. This is Doc. He stood there, cross-armed, unmoving, that eerie porcelain dragon mask catching the flicker of sunlight bleeding through the boarded window behind him. He's a doctor, Glenn added, beaming like he'd just introduced a celebrity. That got a reaction out of the group, mostly disbelief. A what now? The blonde with the gun said, brow scrunching. A doctor, Glenn repeated. Okay, like, still in training technically, but he knows his stuff. He patched Rich up. He can personally attest. Rick gave a small nod of agreement, but the others didn't look convinced. Bullshit, the red-eyed man near the window said with a laugh, twitching as he sized Doc up. You expect me to believe this guy, the one looking like he crawled out of a Japanese horror movie, is a doctor? Yeah, not buying it, the blonde said. He hasn't said a single word since you got here, and neither has his twin. They're broken bar, not the talkative type, Rick offered, trying to defend them but failing. One more like the type to silently gut you. The redneck laughed again, gesturing toward the mask. What, he's gonna diagnose you through interpretive dance? I'm telling you, Glenn said, stepping closer to Doc, as if his presence would somehow make him seem less intimidating. He's probably the closest thing to a hospital right now. His group still did not look like they trusted the man to give them a checkup, but having any doctor in this fucked up world was a godsend. A broken bar, okay, the Latino murmured, running a hand down his face. Maybe he is a doctor. A terrifying, mute, masked one, a broken bar. I guess that's better than no doctor at all. That got some nods from others around him. Don't all doctors also wear a mask? Glenn mumbled but was largely ignored. The woman with the gun lowered it completely now, though her eyes never left Doc. I'm gonna have nightmares about that mask, she muttered. Rick didn't blame her the first time he saw it. It nearly sent him back into a coma. But Glenn just grinned and joked. Yeah, but it grows on you like a tumor. The two masked men tilted their heads at him. A broken bar, kidding, Glenn said quickly. And then, for just a split second, so minuscule that he almost missed it, their heads gave the faintest shake. Were they laughing? A broken bar? One. A broken bar must have been his imagination. 3. Glenn let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, shoulders relaxing now that his people had officially accepted the three strangers. A broken bar, albeit reluctantly. He turned to Rick, then Doc, then finally Hawk. Thanks, a broken bar, for getting me back here, Glenn said earnestly, eyes shifting between their silent masks. Seriously, you didn't have to help me, but you did. He reached into his coat and carefully pulled the pistol Hawk had given him, holding it out by the grip handle first. Here, this belongs to you. Hawk didn't move at first, but then slowly, he tilted his head, gaze locking onto Glenn's outstretched hand. The moment stretched. Then Hawk raised his hand, not to take the gun, but to gently push it back toward Glenn. Keep it. The word was low, gravelly, carved straight from stone. Everyone froze at the sound of his voice. The blonde woman with the gun sucked in a sharp breath. The red-eyed twitchy guy straightened like he'd heard thunder. 2. Glenn stood there dumbly, gun still in hand, mouth slightly open. You are broken bar, he started to protest, but then Hawk looked at him. Just looked. No words, no gesture, just that blank, unblinking stare behind the visor of his mask, like he was staring straight through him. Straight into the part of him that still carried doubt, fear, guilt, every hidden thing Glenn didn't want anyone to see. Glenn swallowed. Right, he muttered shakily, taking back the pistol. Thanks for your broken bar gift. There was an awkward silence after that. Then Glenn found his voice again. So broken bar, I mean, you helped me, gave me food, gear, even a gun. There's got to be something I can do to return the favor. Anything, I mean it. Don't say anything, a dark-skinned woman told him cautiously. Rick was about to wave him off, the words already forming. But then he stopped. A thought clicked into place, sharp and sudden. He turned to Glenn, expression tightening. A broken bar, there is something you can do. That got everyone's attention. Glenn smiled. What is it? Rick's eyes narrowed. The shelters, he said. When things first went bad, there were evacuation shelters set up around the city. People were told to gather at them for protection. He stepped forward slightly, voice firm now. What happened to them? Glenn's smile faded fast. Aha, broken bar. He scratched the back of his neck, his gaze flicking to the others behind him. Yeah, broken bar, that's not a good story. Rick didn't blink. Tell me. Glenn sighed, his voice quiet now. Most of them never lasted more than a week, some not even a few days. Too many people crammed into one place. Not enough food, water, medicine. Broken bar leadership. He glanced down at the floor. And when the dead came knocking, most of them weren't strong enough to keep them out. Hell, some of them even got in before that. Rick stared. No one said anything. Atlanta's evacuation failed, Glenn added quietly. They tried, But the shelters? They turned into tombs. Rick felt a hollow pressure settle in his chest. He hadn't really expected a happy answer, but hearing it confirmed a broken bar still hit hard. He looked at Hawk and Doc. They didn't react, didn't have to. He could feel the same thing weighing on all of them. Glenn looked between them, his voice soft. "You're asking about the shelters, a broken bar. Were you looking for someone?" Rick nodded once, jaw tight. "My family." Glenn didn't say sorry, didn't offer hollow comfort. He just nodded while everyone looked at Rick with either pity or sympathy. "I hope they're still out there." Rick said nothing, because hope he broken bar was all he had left. Rick let out a deep breath, desperately trying to calm his raging emotions down. He was currently up on the roof of the building, overlooking the ruined landscape of the city. Atlantis sprawled before him like a dead thing, bones picked clean. The skyline was broken, scorched black with fire and time. In the distance, columns of smoke still rose into the air, curling like fingers into the grayish sky. The wind carried the stench of rot, ash, and despair. He tightened his grip on the rooftop ledge, knuckles white. Everything inside him churned with guilt, grief, and anger. The past few days had been nothing short of hell, and even now, even with Glenn reunited with his group, even with Hawk and Doc keeping quiet watch, Rick felt like the world was about to tilt again. Because it always did. Because safety was an illusion. He thought of Carl and Lori. Were they still out there? Safe? 6 A broken bar alive? He didn't know, and not knowing was eating him alive from the inside out. Rick's jaw clenched. The breeze up here was stronger. It tousled his hair and cooled the sweat beading on his skin. He looked down at the street below. Walkers shambled in scattered pockets, far off enough not to be a threat for now, but close enough to remind him what would happen if one mistake was made. He closed his eyes and tried to center himself, listening to the low howl of the wind and the occasional pop of something crumbling in the distance. "Focus," he muttered to himself. "You're alive, you've got help. There's still hope." Footsteps echoed behind him, light but deliberate. Rick turned, expecting to see Glenn or maybe Doc checking in. Instead, it was Hawk, silent as always, his dragon mask catching the light and reflecting it back like polished porcelain. Rick didn't say anything at first, just nodded in greeting. Hawk approached and stopped a few paces away. He stood still, hands on his weapon like a statue posted on a rooftop wall. "You really don't talk much, huh?" Rick said, trying for some levity, his voice hoarse. Hawk tilted his head slightly, the only sign he was listening. Rick sighed again and returned his gaze to the horizon. "I don't blame you." "Hell, if I didn't have to talk, I probably wouldn't either." One They stood there in silence for several long minutes. The wind whispered between them, slipping through broken glass and rusted metal, carrying with it the dusting sounds of the dead city below. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, it was heavy, but not hostile. More like two soldiers standing watch at the edge of the world. Rick kept his eyes on the distant skyline, jaw working as he swallowed hard. His throat was dry. He didn't want to speak, afraid the words would come out wrong, too emotional, too raw. But the weight in his chest only grew heavier with every second. He exhaled slowly, as if trying to bleed it out. Finally, he spoke. "Yeah, broken bar. I'm sorry." Hawk didn't respond. Rick's fingers curled tighter on the edge of the rooftop. "Back at the alley, a broken bar. The horde, the helicopter, a broken bar. All of it. That was on me. It was my fault. I wasn't thinking. Wasn't careful." "You, Doc, found a broken bar. You're already doing so much to help me find my familiar broken bar, and you all still stepped in, risked your lives to save me. Found a broken bar." He hesitated, voice catching. "Still." Hawk said nothing. Rick gave a half-hearted, bitter chuckle. "Guess you already knew that and probably been waiting for me to say it." The silence stretched again. He turned his head slightly, just enough to glance at Hawk. The man stood motionless, unreadable behind that dragon mask. Rick sighed and shook his head. "I figured. You're not the type to waste words on this kinda crap anyway." He turned back toward the skyline, the apology sitting awkwardly in the air between them, like a stone that had been thrown but never Lana. "I forgive you." Rick flinched. Hawk's voice, "A broken bar." It wasn't cold, it wasn't angry. It was a broken bar, factual, as if stating something simple, like the sky being blue. Rick stared at him, stunned for a second, but quickly shook it off. Were broken bar really? Just like that? Hawk looked at him, or at least Rick felt like he did. The dragon mask betrayed nothing, but something in his posture shifted slightly, more relaxed now. I'm quick to forgive, Hawk said. The words slow and deliberate, each syllable like a blade carefully unsheathed. But I don't forget. Rick's brows furrowed. So, what you're saying is we're good at broken bar, but you'll always remember I nearly got us all killed. Yes. It was the blunt honesty that hit hardest. Rick looked away again, chewing his cheek. He appreciated the answer, even if it wasn't comforting. Fair enough, he murmured. I wouldn't forget either. The silence returned, but this time, it wasn't weighed down by guilt. It felt clearer somehow, like a wound had been acknowledged, even if it hadn't healed. They stood together a little longer, the rooftop wind brushing past them, both men staring out at the ruins of a world that no longer made sense. Glenn leaned against the side of a worn-out wall, arms loosely crossed as he watched Doc crouched beside Morales, gently wrapping his ankle with practiced hands. The man's movements were smooth, efficient, surgeon-like, masked eyes focused on the task at hand, and that alone was enough to make Morales tense up like a board despite the care being given. Glenn could see it written all over the guy's face. Morales was trying really, really hard not to look scared, like a deer pretending not to see the headlights barreling toward him. He kept his eyes anywhere but on the mask, like on the ceiling, on the window, but never on Doc's face. Not that you could see Doc's face. That mask was like something out of a horror movie, sleek and inhuman. Deep black with subtle ridges etched into the surface and two blank, unblinking eye lenses that gave away nothing. It didn't help that Doc didn't say a word, not even a mutter, as he worked. Just the soft rustle of bandages and the occasional twitch of his fingers causing his patient to flinch. Glenn understood the reaction a broken bar sort of. He glanced around at the others. Andrea stood a few feet away, hands wrapped around her gun. T-Dog paced nearby, shooting occasional glances at Doc, clearly on edge. Jackie was sitting near Morales, her eyes flicking toward the masked man now and then like they were expecting him to suddenly turn and snap someone's neck. He let out a slow breath through his nose. They were all doing their best not to look freaked out, but they clearly were. Unnerving. Why don't they talk? They move too quietly. Why do they wear those damn masks? He'd heard every whispered concern, seen every wary glance passed between the group. The same questions over and over again, some being who are they, what do they want, can they really be trusted? But Glenn, a broken bar Glenn, didn't feel that way. He watched Doc finish the wrap, give Morales a gentle tap on the shin, and stand in a single fluid motion. He didn't linger, didn't say a word, just nodded once and walked off toward the other side of the room. Morales exhaled hard once he was gone, like he'd been holding his breath the whole time. Glenn hid a small grin. Personally, he thought they looked awesome. Like badass vigilantes from some post-apocalyptic superhero comic or something. The masks, the suit, the way they carried themselves. They had style. But more than that, a broken bar. They'd helped him. When he'd gotten separated during that run by a horde, he'd thought he was screwed. And when he told them he got separated from his group, they brought him back safely despite the fact that he didn't ask them to. They even helped him gather supplies and gave him a gun for free, for fuck's sake. Who even does that? And then there was Rick. The man had vouched for them, told him they were helping to find his family, that Leo, their boss or leader or whatever, had saved his life. And Rick was a cop, an honest one at that. Glenn could tell. Dude practically bled integrity. They more than earned his trust. So yeah, Glenn trusted them. Were they weird? Definitely. Scary? Seeing how everyone is still being scared shitless of Doc, that was a fuck yes. Dangerous? With how heavily armed they are? Hell yeah. But as long as it wasn't directed at him or anyone he cared about, he was more than fine with them being dangerous. Still, he couldn't fault the others for being nervous. The silence, the masks, it made them feel a broken bar monstrous. His gaze flicked up toward the roof where he'd last seen Rick and Hawk. It was funny in a way. Rick looked like a man lost, barely holding it together, but when he was around those three, He seemed steadier. 3 like having them nearby gave him something to anchor to. Broken bar. Glenn turned his attention back to the group. Morales was testing his weight on the ankle, grimacing but managing. Jackie looked a little less anxious now, and Andrea looked less ready to shoot someone at the drop of a hat. It was slow, but they were adjusting little by little. And Glenn hoped, that in time, they'd see what he saw. Good people who were willing to help despite the world they now lived in. Even if they were the quietest, creepiest, coolest good guys he'd ever met. "What's your problem, you silent arsehole?" Glenn's thoughts were interrupted by the unmistakable sound of raised voices. One, loud and slurred with attitude, the other a broken bar silence. He blinked, turning his head just in time to see Merle Dixon stomping his way across the room toward Doc, boots thudding heavy against the concrete floor like he owned the damn place. "Oh boy, a broken bar," Glenn muttered, pushing off the wall. The others were already on edge, and Merle? He was gasoline looking for a fire. "Hey!" Merle barked, swaggering right up to Doc, who was standing by a supple leak grate, calmly going through his medical supplies. "You deaf under that mask too, huh?" Doc didn't react, didn't even look up. Merle grinned, eyes gleaming with the kind of manic glee Glenn had come to associate with only the worst kinds of people. T-Dog was already moving toward him, hand out. "Come on, man, leave him alone. He ain't bothering you." Merle slapped his hand away with a scoff. "Back off, boy. I'm just talking. Trying to have a friendly chat with our mute medic over here." Andrea looked like she was considering shooting him on principle. Jackie muttered, "Jesus Christ, not again a broken bar." Doc remained unmoved, completely unfazed by the insults that seemed to have only made Merle madder. "Oh, I get it, Tilda. You think you're too good to talk to me? That you're better than me?" He stepped closer, jabbing a finger into Doc's shoulder. "Fun freak. Don't wanna show your face because you're ugly as fuck under that fucking mask." The others stood by doing nothing, unsure of what to do, watching as Merle verbally assaulted Doc. That was enough for Glenn. He pushed off the wall and made his way over quickly, stepping between Merle and Doc before the older man could get any closer. "Hey, back off. He doesn't need to talk to you, so walk away." 3 Merle turned, sneering as he focused on him instead. "Oh, look who it is. Lil Tokyo's gotta come save the day." Glenn's stomach twisted, a little intimidated by the redneck but refused to back down. He squared up, trying to keep his voice level. "I'm Korean, arsehole." 1 Merle rolled his eyes. "Whatever. You're all the same anyway." And then, without warning, he cocked his fist back and threw a punch. It was fast. But Doc was faster. In one smooth motion, he stepped forward and caught Merle's wrist mid-swing with a gloved hand. There was a crack of tension in the air as the impact stopped cold, Merle's knuckles just inches from Glenn's face. Everyone froze. Merle's eyes widened, his body tensing with surprise. "What the fuck?" Then Doc moved. Glenn barely saw it. A shift of weight, a fluid turn, and suddenly Merle's arm was behind his back, and he was yanked off balance. His knees buckled as Doc twisted his body and brought him down in a practiced motion, like he was folding laundry. Before Merle could react, Doc was behind him, one arm looped tightly around his throat, the other bracing his wrist behind his back in a tight lock. Merle thrashed, "Hey, hey!" Doc didn't budge and held him firm, not choking hard enough to kill, but more than enough to control. "Let go, you freaking uck." "Chokeholds are illegal." Merle screamed, desperately trying to get out of the chokehold. For no response. Doc remained a statue, calm, steady, silent, while Merle squirmed like a fish on a line. Glenn, stunned, blinked several times before finally muttering, "Holy shit." "Okay, broken bar. I think I like him now." Andrea stared, slack-jawed, at how easily he took Merle down. 5 T-Dog was openly grinning, more than satisfied by Merle getting his just desserts. "Man's got moves." Even Morales, from across the room, was impressed. Merle, meanwhile, was still flailing. "Get him off me. This is abuse. This is a hate crime." "I'm been silenced!" 6 Doc slowly leaned forward just enough to apply a little more pressure to Merle's windpipe, cutting off his yelling into more of a wheeze. Okay, uncle." Doc didn't move for a few more seconds, holding the choke just long enough to make sure the message landed like a punch to the ego. Then, wordlessly, He released him. Merle dropped to the floor with a loud grunt, coughing and sputtering, face red and sweaty. Doc stood there silently for a moment, adjusting his gloves like nothing had happened. Then, with complete composure, he turned and walked away. The group watched him go in stunned silence. Jackie, staring at Doc, leaned over to Glenn and whispered, "You sure he's a doctor?" Glenn, still watching Doc disappear into the shadows of the next room, couldn't help but smile. "Yeah," he smiled. "Yeah, he is." Rick made his way down the stairwell with Hawk trailing just behind him, the sound of their boots echoing faintly in the tight, dusty corridor. The silence between them lingered, but it wasn't uncomfortable. The hallway opened up into the lower level of the building, where the group had made their temporary base. Rick could feel it before he even saw it. There was tension in the air, thick and heavy, the kind that always followed after a confrontation. People were gathered in small clusters, whispering under their breath, throwing sideways glances toward one particular spot near the supple leak grates. And there was Merle Dixon. Rick's eyes narrowed. The man was sitting on the ground, propped against the wall, red-faced and breathing hard. One hand rubbed at his throat while the other rested limply across his knee. He looked like someone who'd just gone around with a bear and lost. Rick's gaze swept the room quickly. T-Dog was standing off to the side, trying to hide a smile. Andrea was looking at jewelry with a very suspicious kind of satisfaction. Morales and Jackie kept stealing glances at Merle, then back toward the far room, where Doc had presumably gone. Something definitely happened. Rick was about to open his mouth to ask when Glenn came jogging over, his face a mix of nervous energy and something else, excitement, urgency. "Rick," he called, slowing to a stop just short of bumping into him. "Hey, do you a broken bar? Do you know someone named Shane?" Rick froze. The world felt like it narrowed to that one name. His heart kicked into overdrive, thudding against his ribcage like a hammer. His fingers twitched at his sides. "What?" he said sharply. "Yes sir, I know him." "Why? Where? How do you know that name? Why the hell didn't you say anything earlier?" One Hawk had stopped beside him, posture straight and watchful, head tilted slightly in Rick's direction. Glenn flinched at the outburst, raising his hands quickly. "Whoa. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about whether you guys knew each other or not." He didn't say your name or anything, just a broken bar. Rick stepped forward, gripping Glenn's shoulders. "Glenn, where is he?" Glenn blinked, then offered a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his neck. "He's back at the camp, safe." Rick breathed out a sigh of relief at hearing his brother, in all but blood, being safe. Glenn went on, slower now, more careful. "A broken bar, and he's not alone. He brought 2 people with him." His heart skipped a beat. A boy and his mother. His chest tightened painfully. Rick's voice cracked when he spoke. "And names?" Glenn hesitated for just a second, then gave a soft, almost apologetic nod. "I don't remember their last names, but a broken bar. Their names are Laurie and Carl." The world stopped. Rick staggered back a step as if he'd been punched, eyes wide. He hadn't realized how tightly he'd been holding on to that last thread of hope until it suddenly yanked taut. His wife and son. For alive. He exhaled hard, almost choking on the sound, like all the breath had been knocked from his lungs. His knees threatened to give out. Alive. The sheer relief nearly brought him to the floor. Glenn watched him quietly, unsure if he should say more. Hawk didn't move, but his masked head turned ever so slightly toward Rick, as if marking the weight of this moment. Rick swallowed hard. His eyes were glassy, his voice low and trembling. "Are you sure? You're sure it was them?" Glenn nodded. "Yeah, I mean, I didn't get personally introduced, but I heard their names around camp. That's gotta be them, right?" Rick didn't answer. He couldn't. He just stood there, fists clenched at his sides, staring off into the distance with a look that was equal parts disbelief and bone-deep yearning. It was real. They were out there. And now, nothing was going to stop him from getting to them. The warehouse buzzed softly with distant chatter and the occasional clank of tools on metal. The hum of machinery and low radio static filled the space, but Leo stood still, staring at a spread-out map showing red circles and X's marking key locations, some smudged, some crossed out entirely. He had written down the names of people to find and remember. Glenn, Herschel, Tyrese, Lee, Clementine, Kenny, and a dozen more, but the information felt scattered, like puzzle pieces from two different boxes. 8. His jaw clenched as his fingers hovered above the map, tracing invisible lines between known safe houses, abandoned hospitals, quarantine zones, and what used to be military checkpoints. All places that were in his control. Leo leaned over the table, supporting his weight on his knuckles, and tirelessly sighed. The worst part? He had already sent out a search party. 5 groups of 6 men, each equipped with maps, encrypted radios, supplies, and strict orders to immediately report back to him if they found. But that was a long time ago. No contact since. 3. He was now glaring at the map as if trying to intimidate it into giving up the answers he needed. The thing was spread out across the surface of a metal table in the center of the warehouse's operations room, corners pinned by scavenged tools and pieces of broken concrete. The problem wasn't that he didn't know where to look. It was what he used to know. All he had was blurred, scattered knowledge and guesses from a life before this one. It didn't help that it came back in the form of nightmares. 1 But they were there, somewhere in his head, buried under the weight of survival, decisions, and a dozen lives depending on him daily. Leo sighed to himself before turning to look at Atlanta, the place Rick and his men should have arrived at by now. 2. He had appointed Hawk to take the lead and given him a walkie-talkie to communicate with, the link between them not being anywhere near powerful enough for them to speak to each other. 1. Their mission should have been easy enough, guiding Rick to the city while trying to locate any of the original survivors from the show. Simple. But that was hours ago, and he had yet to hear back from them. They should have checked in by now, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Just as his worry peaked, his radio crackled with life. Leo, you copy? It was Hawk. Leo snatched it up immediately. I hear you, report. Had a minor mix-up when Rick spotted the chopper. He sounded less than pleased by that. Leo felt a wave of relief and then worry. Is everyone all right? He asked. Rick's beating himself up over it, but no injuries. We also picked up Glenn while escaping a horde. Leo's eyes widened. You found Glenn? He led us back to his group, and we made contact with them. They're rough around the edges, but still standing. Leo sank into a chair beside the map in relief. That's good, he murmured, sinking into a chair beside the map in relief. That's really good. Relief rushed in like a flood, but it was quickly tempered by concern when he finally processed what Hawk said. Wait, you said something about a chopper and a horde? There was a moment of hesitation before Hawk answered. A helicopter passed over the city, the same as Cannon. Rick spotted it and tried to draw its attention. Nearly cost us when it got the attention of a city full of walkers instead. Hound and Coco had to act as bait to lead the horde away. Leo froze. Arthur question mark. Alive, Hawk clarified. We've lost contact, but he signaled a successful draw-off before going dark. We'll be retrieving him once we secure group. Leo nodded slowly, gripping the edge of the table. They were made for this, built for this, but knowing one of them had been put in danger still gnawed at him despite that fact. 3 And the rest? They're fine well, besides Rick finding out about the shelters and having an emotional moment, and the fact that Glenn told him his family is back at their camp, along with Shane. Hawk mumbled awkwardly. Other than him having an emotional roller coaster of a day, the group is scared as shit of us, but they're alright physically. That got a tired smile out of Leo. We definitely weirded the hell out of them, huh? Hawk didn't respond, but Leo could practically hear the ghost of amusement on the other end. Right now, we're heading to their camp to get Rick's family back. Nodding, Leo paused, his voice dropping low with emotion. Good work, Hawk. Get them back here safely, all of them. Understood. The line clicked off. Leo stood in silence for a few moments, staring at the radio as if expecting it to speak again, but it didn't. Then he looked back at the map, at the scattered names, the dozens of pins and half-memories. He straightened, renewed purpose in his posture as he walked over to a man wearing a red dragon mask. Send out the hunters, expand zone 6 through 11. I don't want to see a single damn walker 5 miles from us. We're stepping things up. Understood, he responded immediately, already moving to enact the command. Leo returned to the map, dragging a red marker across a new section. There was a fire burning in his eyes. They were running low on food. Lee Everett sat near the edge of their makeshift base, eyes scanning the dense underbrush beyond with tired eyes. 8 The forest was still, with the occasional bird song, along with the wind threading through the dry branches and the occasional creak of tree limbs under their own weight. It was thanks to Mark's supply of food that they made it this long, but unfortunately, it wasn't lasting as long as they hoped. It had been 3 days since they'd last eaten anything substantial, and it was only thanks to a squirrel being unfortunate enough to get stuck in his room that they caught it at all. It wasn't even that big of a squirrel either. The squirrel barely fed 3, and Lee had given it to Clementine without hesitation. 3 She hadn't asked, bless her heart, just quietly accepted it, even tried to offer him a piece. He refused, of course, like he always did, but it was getting harder to lie to her, harder to look her in the eye and say we'll be all right, when his own stomach felt like it was devouring itself. The fire pit behind him crackled low, more for comfort than anything else. The others were resting in a loose circle nearby, conserving what little strength they had. Lily and her father were silently staring at the fire, too hungry and tired to do anything else. Kenny sat hunched over his knees, staring at his son in worry while his wife murmured softly to Duck, who had long since stopped complaining about being hungry, too hungry to do so. That was the part that scared Lee most. They weren't just hungry, they were starving. Lee exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes still locked on the tree line. He was currently keeping watch, a hunting rifle resting across his lap, thinking about what he could do to fix their food shortage. He was already doing everything he could, setting snares, checking trails, and foraging for anything edible from roots, wild berries, and mushrooms that didn't scream poison at first glance. But the woods had been picked clean, and every critter that used to scamper through the underbrush was either dead, infected, or long gone. His thoughts drifted to Clementine. She was probably asleep now, trying to sleep off the hunger. Lee sighed, feeling bad for the poor girl. She still held onto that walkie-talkie, even though it hadn't buzzed with life for months. He didn't have the heart to take it away. A sweet girl like her shouldn't be living like this. Shouldn't have to live in fear, in hunger, a broken bar of not knowing when the next day might be her last. He hated seeing that light in her eyes dim, flicker, like a candle burning low. Lee raked a hand down his face, scrubbing the exhaustion from his eyes. His beard was thicker now, more ragged. His clothes hung looser on his frame. 1 He was losing weight fast, and so were the others. They couldn't keep going like this. Lily was getting more snappish, even to her own father, muttering under her breath at night when she thought no one could hear. Kenny and Katja were fighting more often, but it was never anything serious, just hunger getting the better of them. And their son, who was usually too full of energy, barely spoke unless spoken to. Clementine a broken bar. She'd asked him the other day if they were going to die. He didn't know how to answer her. Not if I can help it, he told her, putting on a smile that didn't reach his eyes. 1 But inside, the fear was gnawing at him just as much as the hunger. Worse than the ache in his stomach was the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. He couldn't let these people down. Couldn't let her down. Lee looked up at the dull gray sky. Clouds loomed heavy overhead. Just more cold, more hunger, more silence. How much longer can they last like this? He didn't have an answer. But he knew one thing, he had to keep trying. For Clementine, for all of them. He stood with a grunt, slinging the gun over his shoulder and grabbing his small pack. He glanced back toward the fire, where Kenny and Katja were murmuring in low tones, and gave a slight nod towards him. When they noticed him, "I'm gonna check the snares," he told them, in case he doesn't make it back. No one argued against it. They never did anymore, not after everything they went through. "Stay safe out there, Lee, don't let the walkers bite," Kenny joked weakly, getting a playful slap from his wife. "I will." He smiled at the couple. It seemed they had made up again. "Please bring something back. We really need some food. Our food supply is running too low for any of us to really get a full stomach," Lily pleaded, her hands shaking and stomach growling. Usually, her father would make a snide comment at him, but even he couldn't scrounge up the energy to do so. As he was about to head into the woods, he clung to the same fragile hope that had kept him moving day after day. That somewhere out there, There was food, help, and safety. Something. Anything. Because if not a broken bar they wouldn't last another year. Rumble! Exclamation mark 1. The low rumble of engines echoed through the woods like distant thunder. At first, Lee thought it was just his stomach again, but not a growl of hunger, but of machines. Engines. He froze, eyes narrowing as he tilted his head to listen. The fire crackled behind him, but the noise was getting louder. The others began to notice, too. Mark sat upright, his eyes wide. "You hear that?" "I hear it," Lee said, voice tight. "Is that a broken bar or a car?" Katja whispered, clutching Duck a little tighter. Her voice was filled with something between fear and hope. Lily shot to her feet. "Everyone, up!" Now, the camp burst into motion. People scrambling to their feet, looking toward the street like they expected it to part open and reveal whatever it was. Larry stood slowly, his usual grumbling replaced with silence, eyes locked toward the sound with the grim seriousness of a man ready to fight or run. "Could be raiders," he said. "Or worse. Or it could be help," Carly muttered, hand already resting on her sidearm. "I hope it's help." "What do you see, Lee?" Kenny asked, rising to his feet and backing toward the RV, eyes searching around like he might spot salvation. Lee didn't answer right away. He had climbed on top of the RV while everyone else was panicking and was currently trying to see where the sound came from. The wind tugged at his coat, and the treetops swayed beneath a thick, gray sky. But that wasn't what he was focused on. Down the long stretch of cracked, weed-choked road, that they were 2 military-style Hummers, big, armored, matte green, as they tore up the path toward the old motel. Lee's breath caught in his throat. They weren't just passing by. They were coming here. The sight was surreal, something pulled from another life, before the fall, before everything turned to rot and walkers. "What is it?" Lily called up to him from below. Lee didn't respond at first, just stared, stunned. Kenny cupped his hands around his mouth. "Lee, what the hell do you see?" Lee swallowed. 2 Hummers, he called back. "Military ones, that hit the group like a bolt of lightning." "Military?" Katja gasped. "Are you serious?" "Oh my God," Carly breathed, visibly shaken. "They found us," Kenny said, his voice climbing with excitement. "Holy shit. They actually found us." "Food?" a broken bar, Larry muttered under his breath. "They might have food." Lily was too stunned to make a comment. Excitement sparked through the camp like fire on dry leaves. Hope, raw, desperate, beautiful hope. Even Duck lifted his head, eyes bright for the first time in days. Lee began to pray for the first time in a long time. "Please let this be real. Please let it be over." The vehicles slowed, tires crunching over gravel and broken glass, as they rolled to a stop just a few feet in front of the old motel lot. The noise died. Silence descended. Every single person in the group held their breath, some smiling in relief, others still tense and unsure. Doors open. Lee stayed crouched on the RV, rifle gripped tight in his hands as he scanned the scene. Then, from the driver's side of the lead vehicle, a figure stepped out, and the hope twisted. Because it wasn't a soldier in camouflage. It was a man in black combat armor, sleek and precise, and on his face a broken bar mask. Not just any mask. A smooth, crimson-painted dragon mask with piercing, inhuman black eyes and curved fangs etched along the jawline. Lee's stomach dropped. The mask turned, slowly, staring down every soul without a word, and for a moment, nobody spoke. Nobody breathed. Not a word, not a breath. The air around Lee's group was a vacuum, pulled tight with tension, with dread. Locked in a vice of tension that wrapped around every ribcage, pressing down hard enough to suffocate. The light breeze that had stirred the trees just moments ago seemed to falter as if nature itself held its breath. Mark's hands were trembling, knuckles white as he gripped his fists too tightly. The poor guy looked like he was seconds away from either pissing himself or bolting. Carly's eyes flicked from one masked figure to the next, her hand hovering by her sidearm but not daring to draw it. Her finger twitched, hesitating, unsure. Kenny had stepped forward slightly, spreading his arms protectively in front of Katja and Duck, the latter of whom clung to his mother's leg in confused silence. Kenny's mouth opened, then shut again. There was nothing to say. Not when this could go sideways in the blink of an eye. Lily had raised her rifle halfway, barrel pointed toward the ground, but her finger danced near the trigger. Her face was tight, pale, controlled, but barely. Even Larry was quiet, which was saying something. Nobody said a damn thing. The man in the red dragon mask hadn't moved since stepping out of the Hummer. He stood still, like a statue carved from nightmare and military hardware, armed, and unreadable. Behind him, a second figure exited the other vehicle, then a third, then a fourth, until there were 6 heavily armed masked men staring at them. All dressed similarly, all masked, with different colors or markings, and all were silent. And not a single one of them was pointing a weapon at them, thank God. But somehow, that only made it worse. They were clearly outnumbered and outgunned. If the other group wanted to do anything, they couldn't do shit to stop them. These weren't ragtag survivors. They moved with purpose, with skill. Their gear was uniform, sleek, and well maintained. Not cobbled together from scraps and desperation like Lee's group. Lee didn't need to say it, everyone knew. These weren't looters, they weren't scavengers, hell, they weren't even survivors. Not like them. These people were prepared, trained, disciplined, like they had been waiting for this moment. While the rest of the world fell apart, Lee stayed low on the RV, rifle tight in his hands. He was ready to fight if it came down to it. At least a broken bar he wanted to be. He glanced down at the motel in worried about the girl under his care. The thought of her in danger made his stomach twist into knots. This memento broken bar, it could be the end. The others didn't say it, but they were all thinking the same thing. Who are these people? What do they want? Are we going to die here? The man in the dragon mask tilted his head slightly, as if studying him. Lee couldn't help but wonder what was going on behind that monstrous mask. A broken bar _ they could barely contain it. Behind the emotionless mask, their faces were practically exploding with joy. Fucking finally! They shouted all at once in their shared link. Actual fucking people, it's been too long. It's been too fucking long. Social interaction ! Is this real? This has to be real. They wanted to laugh, they wanted to shout, they wanted to sprint forward and hug someone like a lunatic. How long has it been since we saw someone new? One of them thought aloud. 93 days, 5 hours, and 41 minutes, came the quick response from one of the others. 1 year, but who's counting? Another asked sarcastically. Just as they were no longer able to hold themselves back from their excitement, and were about to go over to the group, the one in the red mask noticed someone on top of the RV. He zeroed in on the man. Broad shoulders, dark skin, thick beard. That look of "I haven't slept in weeks but I'm still standing." Was that a no fucking way? Holy shit. That's Lee. The others snapped their heads to where he was looking at all at once, causing said man and his group of people to visibly flinch at the sight. There was a sharp silent no fucking way. Lee? That Lee? How many Lees do we actually know? Darn us. He's alive. They're alive. I can't. Guys, we actually found them! ! 2 No fucking way. It's really him. Now, we found them? One, his fists clenched at his sides, not from tension, but from barely suppressed excitement. We actually found them. I can't believe we actually found them. And to think they were beginning to lose hope of ever finding them. Their bodies twitched slightly in place, trying not to jump like a 5-year-old on Christmas morning. Okay, deep breaths, their leader ordered them. He clenched his fists at his sides, not out of aggression, but to keep himself from bouncing in place like an overexcited dog. His breathing was steady, but his pulse was thundering in his ears. After weeks, no, months of searching, of dead towns, cities, and darker memories, they had finally stumbled across the very people they'd all thought they would never find. Not just random survivors. Them. The people they had been searching for from the blurry memories of a past life. And here they were, alive, real, and right in front of them. A broken bar. What do we do now? Someone asked. A pause. We don't fuck this up. One shuffled awkwardly. So broken bar, we just gonna stand here like a bunch of stalkers, or our broken bar? A beat. Then all 5 slowly turned their heads toward their leader. He sighed. Alright, just give me a second, let me think. Because how the hell do you explain to a bunch of scared survivors that you're not here to hurt them? That you're here to help them? That their faces were the first sign of hope you've had in months? He glanced once more toward Lee on the RV, his heart hammering. They had to play it cool. Had to ease into this. A broken bar. God, I hope we don't scare them off. 4_ They were fucking terrified. 2 Lee could feel it in every breath they held, every twitch of a trigger finger, every half step backward toward whatever safety they thought they could find behind the motel walls. But there was no safety, not from this. From his perch on the RV roof, Lee could see everything. The motel lot below, the uncertain shifting of his group, the dead silent formation of the masked men. The tension was a living thing now, coiling around their necks like a noose. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, but his hands were slick with sweat. And he wasn't alone in it. Lee, Katja whispered urgently from below him. What are we supposed to do? Lee? Carly called up toward him, voice tight but steady. Mark's breathing was loud, panicked. Should we run? What are we supposed to do? Everyone was looking up at him now, except Larry. Larry, predictably, had his jaw set and his hands clenched into fists. We shouldn't wait around like sitting ducks. We don't know who the hell these people are. I say we take them down before they take us down. Lee's eyes narrowed. Shut up, Larry. That's a death sentence. You see their gear. You see how they move. That's not a fight we win. That's not a fight we survive. Larry scoffed, turning to Lily. You're just gonna let Hema know, Dad? Lily snapped, rifle still aimed but eyes focused. Lee's right. You saw them. This isn't some scavenger gang. They're military or something close to it. Kenny finally nodded beside Katja. We don't want to be the ones to fire the first shot and start something we can't end. They were scared. God, were they scared? In a broken bar, the man in the red dragon mask moved. It wasn't fast. It wasn't sudden. But it was enough. He took one slow, deliberate step forward, hands rising slowly, palms open in a clear universal gesture of peace. And immediately, the motel lot erupted in noise as rifles and pistols were raised, pointed directly at him. Stop right there! Carly shouted, hands shaking. Don't move! Lily ordered. Even Duck gasped from behind his mother, his little face buried against Katja's coat. The masked man paused mid-step, hands still up, and slowly lowered his head just a bit. Not submissive, more like a broken bar, thoughtful. Like he expected this. Lee stood up straighter on the RV, quickly but without sudden movement. He could feel everyone's nerves fraying like cold rope. He cleared his throat. I'm gonna talk, he said firmly, loud enough for the others to hear without turning it into a shout. Everyone else, hold position. Do not shoot unless I tell you to. A few hesitant nods. The fingers on the triggers loosened at a broken bar a centimeter. Lee adjusted his stance, raising his voice now and aiming it directly at the masked figure. All right, you got our attention. You gonna explain who the hell you are? He called out. And what the hell do you want? The man didn't speak right away. Instead, he slowly looked between the members of Lee's group. No sudden movements, no reaching for weapons. Just observing. Then, at last, he spoke. His voice came out filtered, faintly mechanical through the mask, but still undeniably human. We're not here to hurt you, the masked man said calmly. We're not here to take anything. We've been searching for survivors. His tone was steady, serious, like he'd rehearsed this sentence 100 times in front of a mirror and never once gotten to say it. You're the first people we've come across in months who weren't already dead. A pause. We're here to help. Lee stared in disbelief. Help? The others were the same, finding that to be suspicious as shit. A broken bar you? The man nodded. Yes. If you're willing a broken bar, we'd like to offer you a place, for all of you. A real place full of people with safe walls, food, medicine, and a working community. It had to be bullshit, didn't it? There had to be a catch. Mark laughed nervously from the side. Is this a joke? Is this some kind of trick number? But the man didn't waver. Kenny looked between the others, then stepped up beside Lee. You telling me a broken bar, there's a place out there that still works? And you're just here freely inviting us in? You expect us to believe that bullshit? Not asking you to believe anything. The masked man turned to him, causing Kenny to tense. We just want to help. Lily narrowed her eyes. And what's the catch? There is none, came the firm reply. The words landed like a punch to the chest, because it sounded a broken bar real. It sounded like something that wasn't supposed to exist anymore. And yet, Here it was, spoken aloud by a man whose mask hid any expression. Lee didn't speak right away, but he felt the weight of every pair of eyes in the group on him again. "We're not just gonna follow you," he said finally. "You get that, right?" The masked man nodded. "Of course." "A broken bar then how do we know this isn't a trap?" Lily asked. The man hesitated. Then, slowly, carefully, he reached up toward the side of his helmet. Everyone tensed again, rifles rising. But all he did was click a switch. A faint click hiss, and the voice modulation shut off. The mask came off with a soft click hiss, followed by the gentle scrape of metal against cloth. As the figure in red lifted it up, and the world a broken bar paused in pure, unfiltered disbelief, because standing before them was not the grizzled war-hardened adult they'd all imagined. Not the stone-faced soldier whose presence had frozen the air around them. He was a kid. Couldn't have been more than 15. His irises were colored a piercing blue, with messy black hair slightly tousled. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Lee's jaw dropped slightly, hands instinctively loosening on his rifle. His voice cracked a little when he spoke. "Why you are just a kid." A broken bar. The boy smiled, small, genuine, and warm. "The name's Leo, nice to meet you." That alone disarmed more tension than any words that were shared between them before. He opened his mouth, clearly ready to speak, maybe introduce himself, maybe say something clever, but before a single syllable could escape, a voice from behind the adults rang out. "A broken bar. My stomach hurts. I'm hungry." Duck's voice echoed across the lot, whining just loud enough to be heard by everyone. Katja hushed him quickly, eyes flicking nervously toward the strangers. The boy turned his head slightly in Duck's direction and grinned. Lee blinked. That grin wasn't cocky, or mocking. It was kind, pleased, like he was just reminded why he was doing all of this in the first place. Then, without a word, he turned halfway toward the men behind him and let out a sharp whistle. One crisp note, two short clicks. Instantly, his men moved. They broke formation and began spreading out, not toward Lee's group, but toward their own vehicles. Boxes were pulled out, packs unzipped. Foldable tables and small cooking sets were retrieved and unfolded right there on the edge of the lot. One masked man knelt and began setting up a propane burner with practiced ease, while another unfurled a thermal blanket on the pavement. The sudden flurry of movement made Lee's group collectively tense again, weapons rising a fraction. But the boy held up one hand in a calming gesture. "Easy," he said, his voice free of modulation now. "They're just getting things ready for dinner." He turned his gaze back toward them, eyes bright. "Before we talk more," he said casually, "how about we get something to eat?" That got everyone's attention, once again aware of their stomach eating itself alive. He gave a boyish, proud shrug. "I make a mean beef soup." The words should have been ridiculous, comical, even, after everything. But they landed like warm sunlight through a storm cloud. For a heartbeat, nobody spoke. Lee looked down at the others. He saw Kenny furrow his brow, visibly unsure, but he was slowly losing the fight. Lily looked like she wanted to say no, needed to say no, but her lips stayed shut. Katja, her hands still holding Duck protectively, finally looked up at Lee and said what they were all thinking. "A broken bar. We're starving." Lee looked at the kid again. He didn't know the name, but somehow, the boy's presence alone did more than the mask ever could. There was something in his expression, a broken bar, just honest, bone-deep relief that they were talking, not fighting. Lee sighed. Every fiber of his instincts screamed to keep their guard up. Never trust strangers. Not in this world. "A broken bar beef soup. A warm meal." "We'll sit," Lee said slowly, lowering his rifle fully now and slinging it over his shoulder. "But we keep our weapons, you understand?" The boy nodded immediately. Of course. The tension didn't vanish, not completely, but it eased. Carly lowered her pistol. Kenny exhaled sharply and rubbed the back of his neck before turning to his family, smiling. Mark looked like he could cry. Lily still had her guard up, but her rifle was lowered. Larry grunted and grumbled, but didn't object for once. And Duck cheered. "Yay, beef soup." The older boy laughed quietly, something warm and clean in that sound, and turned to oversee his men unpacking cans of meat and vegetables. Lee watched him for a long moment. This kid, armored to the teeth, part of what looked like an elite unit of professionals, a broken bar cooking soup on a camp stove like it was the most normal thing in the world. At first, no one touched the food. The savory scent of beef broth, simmering with canned vegetables and tender chunks of meat, drifted through the cool afternoon air like a siren song. It filled the lot, invaded their nostrils, clung to the back of their dry throats and growling bellies, but still, they hesitated. Old habits, deep ones, the kind beaten into every survivor after weeks of fear and walkers. Carly sat on the edge of a concrete step, one hand still on her pistol holster as she eyed the steaming bowl in front of her. Katja held Duck's hands, ready to snatch them away if anything looked off. Even Kenny, for all his earlier relief, sat with his back tense and his eyes narrowed. They weren't ungrateful, just a broken bar wary. That was survival now, it was the law of the land. Then, Duck picked up his spoon. He didn't hesitate, not even for a second. He dug in like it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. His eyes lit up instantly, cheeks puffed as he slurped it down, followed by a loud and delighted mmm. Everyone stared, and then a broken bar slowly, cautiously, they followed his lead. Mark took a bite and immediately choked on an emotional laugh, his spoon clattering once against the side of the bowl before he brought it back up for another. Carly finally let go of her holster and leaned over her bowl, her expression shifting from suspicion to something dangerously close to happy. Katja cried silently for a few seconds as she helped Duck wipe broth from his chin, her own bowl untouched until her husband nudged it toward her. She nodded her thanks and finally took a bite. Then another. Lily and Larry were the last to give in. Lily kept her rifle nearby, propped against her leg, but even she gave in when the steam wafted into her face. She ate in quiet, focused bites, watching everyone. Larry grumbled something about damn soup but didn't stop eating once he started. Lee sat a little apart from them all, back to the RV wheel well, spoon in hand, bowl braced on his knee. The soup was hot, rich. He could taste real seasoning, maybe bouillon cubes or scavenged spices. It warmed his belly instantly, and with it, something else inside him loosened. A knot that had been there for weeks. Across the lot, laughter started to bloom. Duck's mother giggled when Duck slurped his third bowl noisily and declared it better than Grandpa's stew, earning a chuckle from Kenny. Even Lily gave a small, tired smirk when Larry muttered under his breath that the soup wasn't total garbage. They were smiling. Lee felt it then, like a breath he didn't know he'd been holding finally let go. He looked around at his people, his family, in all the ways that mattered, and saw faces lit by something that hadn't been there in a long, long time. Hope. It was soft and uncertain, like a flickering candle in the dark, but it was real. And it came in the form of a warm bowl of soup made by a boy with a gentle smile and a mask that could scare a walker. Across the lot, Kenny stood up, balancing two empty bowls, his and Duck's. He walked across the gravel toward Leo, who was crouched over the large pot. Kenny stopped beside him, waited a beat, and cleared his throat. Leo looked up, his expression lifting when he saw the man. "Hey," Kenny said, holding out the bowls. "You are broken bar, we could use a refill." Leo smiled and took the bowls without hesitation. As he ladled in more, Kenny exhaled and gave a sheepish chuckle. "I just wanted to say a broken bar." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Thanks for the food. My wife and kid, hell, all of us, we really needed it." Leo paused for a moment, then offered him a sincere nod. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. Was afraid it didn't meet expectations." Kenny took the bowls back but didn't leave right away. He glanced around at Leo's armored men, still working like a well-oiled machine, and then back to the teen. "You know, when you stepped out of that truck a broken bar." Kenny gave the younger boy a playful squint. "You scared the shit out of us." Leo laughed, really laughed, and even a few of his men turned their heads, visibly amused. "Yeah," Leo said with a smirk, "I get that a lot." Kenny chuckled and shook his head. "Hell of a mask, kid." Leo shrugged, handing over the bowls. "Figured it'd keep people from shooting at us." Damn near had the opposite effect. That earned another laugh, and for a few precious minutes, it felt like the world wasn't burning down around them. Lee took another bite of soup, letting the heat fill his chest, and around him, conversation picked up. Lily asked one of Leo's men how they found so much gear. getting an answer in the form of a modulated voice that started a floodgate of questions, especially when Katja asked what their community was like. And Lee? He just watched his people eat and laugh and breathe like they hadn't in weeks. He didn't know who this kid really was or how long it would last. But for the first time since the world indeed a broken bar, he felt like maybe, just maybe a broken bar, it could begin again. Lee set the half-empty bowl down on the RV bumper with a soft clink and stood, brushing the dust from his jeans as laughter and the gentle clatter of spoons continued behind him. The smell of beef and herbs still hung thick in the air, mingled with the faint sizzle of the burner. But for now, he wasn't thinking about food. He glanced across the lot toward Leo, who was crouched beside the pot again, handing a fresh bowl to Katja. The boy was talking with her now, relaxed, cheerful, like this was any other afternoon in a normal world. Lee walked up slowly and gave a light wave to catch his attention. Leo looked up, one brow raising slightly. "Hey," Lee said, his tone calm. "I'm gonna go get someone." "Someone from your group?" Leo blinked once, then smiled. Lee nodded. "Yeah. She was sleeping when you showed up. Figured she should at least eat something before it gets cold." Katja smiled sadly. "Poor thing. She told me she was too hungry to be awake before she went to bed." Leo gave a small, understanding nod, his blue eyes gentle. "Go ahead, there's plenty left." "Thanks." Lee turned and walked toward the motel. The sun was lower now, painting long golden streaks across the crumbling walls and cracked pavement. He climbed the worn stairs slowly, boots thudding against concrete as he moved down the walkway to the farthest room. Clementine's room. He raised his hand and knocked softly. No response. He knocked again, a little louder this time. There was a pause. Then, a familiar, quiet voice, small, tired, and guarded. Who is it?" Lee felt a pang in his chest. "It's me, Clem." Then the door clicked. It creaked open slowly, revealing a teenage girl in a hoodie 2 sizes too big, making her look smaller than she actually was, and sleeves draped over her hands. Her curls were a little flattened on one side from sleep, and her wide brown eyes searched his face for a beat before she let out a breath of relief. She smiled. "A broken barley." "Hey there, Clem," he said, his voice softening as he smiled back. "Sorry to wake you." She rubbed one eye. "It's okay, a broken bar. A broken bar. I heard voices and I didn't know if it was a broken bar." Her words trailed off, and he nodded. He didn't need her to finish. "It's all right, everything's okay." She stepped into the light, still carrying that quiet strength he always admired. "Another group found us," he told her, about to bring her up to speed. She tensed a little, eyes narrowing. "Showed up in trucks, armed to the teeth, and scared the hell out of everyone with their masks. A broken bar. They said they've been looking for people like us to join their community." She processed what he said, but only one thing mattered to her. "A broken bar. Are they dangerous?" she asked, voice low. He looked at her with sad eyes. That shouldn't have been the first thing that should be going through a young girl's mind, and shook his head. "Doesn't look like it. Besides the masks, they're actually quite friendly, and there's a boy with them about your age, maybe a bit older. 3. She blinked, visibly surprised. "A kid is with them?" Lee gave a small smile. "Yeah, didn't expect it either, but he looks like a good and honest kid. He even offered us food when Duke food?" She interrupted, like she wasn't sure if she heard him right. He laughed, gesturing behind him. "Hot, steamy beef soup." Her stomach grumbled audibly, and she looked down in embarrassment, but when she glanced back up, there was a new light in her eyes, excitement. "Is it good?" Not that it mattered, she was going to eat it anyway, bad or not. Lee smiled wider. Duck's already on his 3rd bowl. Even Larry didn't complain. She laughed quietly and stepped out of the doorway, pulling her hoodie tighter around herself. "Okay," she said softly. "I'll come." Lee stepped aside to let her pass, then followed after her. The laughter down below picked up again, carried by the breeze, and as Clementine made her way down the steps toward the firelit lot and the scent of soup, her eyes widened just a little at the delicious smell. It was going pretty well. Leo sat near the burner, stirring the soup slowly as the last few refills were passed out, savoring the warmth of the fire and the quiet hum of conversation. Just talking, laughing, enjoying each other's company, and more importantly, they were accepting them. He could hardly believe it. Leo leaned back slightly, taking it in with a contented sigh. His men were posted up on the outskirts of the motel now, standing guard while giving the survivors space. Even they looked more relaxed now. Leo glanced up at the sound of a soft laugh. Kenny was stopping Duck from trying to take off one of his men's masks, and even Lily had the faintest smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. He hadn't realized how badly he needed this. To see people smiling again. To be reminded that it wasn't just him out here. That the people he remembered from their past life actually exist. Then, movement at the top of the stairs caught his eye. Lee was coming back. "Hey, you're finally back. What took you so long?" Leo sat up straighter instinctively and was about to offer a small nod of greeting, but stopped when he noticed the person beside him. And his world stopped. A girl was walking beside Lee, hat pulled on messy curls, sweater sleeves hanging past her hands, brown eyes wide as she took in the scene. She looked around cautiously, curiously, but not afraid. There was something strong in the way she moved, even if she was still blinking sleep from her eyes. Leo's breath caught in his throat. No way. His jaw dropped slightly. That face. Clementine. That was Clementine. Buta broken bar. She wasn't a little girl. She wasn't clutching a walkie-talkie or hiding behind someone's leg. She looked like a teenager, like she was around his age. For his heart skipped a beat. For he didn't know what to think. His mind went totally blank. Just white noise. For one long, stunned moment. A broken bar. All Leo could do was stare. "Why did my heart skip a beat?" one of his men asked in confusion. "You geezed too?" another asked. "Does anyone else hear music?" To yo, boss, you okay? Clementine followed closely behind Lee, her hoodie drawn tight around her shoulders as the last traces of sleep clung to her limbs like morning fog. The warm scent of beef broth wafted stronger with each step they took toward the lot, drawing her forward with a quiet urgency that tugged at her stomach. But even more than the food, it was the voices, laughter, and conversation that kept her moving, kept her curious. She hadn't heard this kind of noise in a long time. People were talking like things are a broken bar. Okay. Then her gaze shifted at a broken bar and landed on someone new. He was sitting by the burner, one gloved hand stirring a large pot with practiced rhythm. Instead of harsh features or an older, hardened face like she'd expected a broken bar, he was a boy around her age, maybe a year or two older. Clementine's eyes widened before she could stop herself, surprise and curiosity stealing across her face. He had dark, tousled hair that stuck out just slightly from the breeze. His skin was lightly tanned and flushed a little from the fire's heat, but it was his eyes that caught her off guard. A piercing, bright blue. She slowed slightly, her breath catching just a little. She refused to admit it. Buta broken bar. He was handsome. 3 She blinked and looked away quickly, heart giving a nod, stuttering thump in her chest. Why? She didn't know. But there was a heat rising in her cheeks as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and tried to act normal. Lee walked ahead with an easy pace and stopped beside the burner. He gestured casually toward the boy, unaware of the way Leo had frozen in place. "Clem," Lee said, his voice warm. "This is Leo. He's the one who cooked the soup and made all of this happen." Clementine hesitated for a breath, then took a step forward. She looked up at Leo, gave him a small, shy smile, and offered a weak, "Hi." He opened his mouth, paused, then lowered his eyes quickly, struggling to keep the flush from his face. He didn't say anything, but after a moment, he reached out slowly and offered her a warm bowl of soup, careful not to meet her gaze. Clementine accepted it with both hands, fingers brushing his gloves for just a moment. Lee watched the exchange, brow arching slightly in amusement. "Oh?" he hummed, a corner of his mouth tugging upward. "That's interesting." 3 The way he crossed his arms and gave Leo a knowing look as he stepped back said it all. Leo refused to meet his eyes. He was too busy pretending to focus on stirring the soup. Clementine looked down into her bowl, steam curling up into her face. "A broken bar. It smells really good," she said quietly, not sure what else to say. Leo nodded once, still not looking at her, but there was a tiny smile playing at the edge of his lips now. You are broken bar. Hope you like it." He slowly looked up, and his eyes met hers. She gave him a confident smile. "I'm sure I will." Leo looked like he had just been shot in the heart. 25 Lily hadn't let go of her rifle. Not really. Sure, it was propped against her leg now instead of clutched in her hands, but her fingers still tapped the barrel with restless, silent tension. She sat on the edge of an overturned cinder block, eyes drifting across the lot, scanning every masked man. They were now spread out across the perimeter like sentries, quiet and disciplined, yet not threatening. They hadn't made a single move that hinted at violence. No barking orders, no suspicious glances. Just a broken bar, calm, watchful. Her gaze shifted toward the vehicles they arrived in, sleek, dark, fortified, and then to the crates they'd unloaded. Tools, food, medicine, broken bar, things her group had only dreamed of scavenging. Still, she didn't trust them. Not fully at least. But she was starting to wonder. Her eyes drifted again to the boy, Leo. He was crouched near the propane burner, ladling soup into a tin bowl, and for a second, she almost forgot about the armor, the mask he'd worn, the intimidation that came with his squad. He didn't look like the menacing figure he was before. He looked like a kid, trying to pretend he wasn't, sneaking glances at Clementine from the corner of his eye while keeping his face buried in his work. He's a kid. Just a kid. Clearly, he wasn't the leader of the group, and she needed to figure out who it was to get more information about this so-called community. 2. She rose to her feet, brushing off her jeans, and crossed the lot with careful, measured steps. Leo didn't notice her at first, too lost in his thoughts. Not until she stopped beside him and cleared her throat softly. He nearly jumped. "Oh, hey," he said quickly, straightening up with a little too much urgency. Lily folded her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. "You keep staring like that, and a certain someone is going to notice." Leo went red to the tips of his ears. W wasn't looking. I was just a broken bar. A broken bar too." She raised an eyebrow. He cleared his throat and looked away, trying to hide his flustered face and failing. "A broken bar, soup's good," he muttered lamely. Lily smirked faintly but didn't press it. "You're not the leader, are you?" Leo blinked. "Huh? This group of yours. You're clearly not the one in charge." Her tone wasn't harsh, just curious. "So who is?" Leo's awkwardness vanished, glanced over his shoulder, looked around for a moment, and pointed subtly with his ladle. "That'd be Ghost." 4 Lily followed the motion, and there he was. The man in the black and green dragon mask was a few feet away, trying to impress Clementine and Duck with a magic trick. Their guardians were close by, keeping watch. Duck was clapping uncontrollably, and the older girl, though more reserved, was watching him with interest. Ghost held out empty hands in front of them, his voice calm and even. "Nothing in my hands, right?" he said, showing them both sides of his empty palms. Duck nodded furiously, hopping up and down in place. Yeah. Ghost gave a dramatic pause, then waved his other hand over the fist like a magician on a stage. And with a quick flick of his wrist, he opened it. A bright red flower sat in his palm. Duck gasped. "Woo!" Even Clementine blinked in surprise, a smile forming on her lips. Ghost leaned forward, as if to present the flower to her with a gentleman's flair. "For the lady." But Clementine tilted her head, lips pursed in mild amusement. She took the flower and handed it to Duck, who took it with stars in his eyes. "Thanks, but I don't really like flowers." Ghost didn't miss a beat. He gave a small hum of exaggerated disappointment. "No? What would you prefer then?" "1 Apples," she said matter-of-factly. "Apples?" Ghost mused aloud. "Well, that is a tall order." Butte a broken bar. As he spoke, one of his men casually passed behind him, unnoticed. In one smooth, practiced motion, a shiny apple was handed off behind Ghost's back. With a swift flick of his wrist and a dramatic flourish, Ghost opened his other hand that was once empty, revealing a bright, perfect apple in its place. "Would this do?" Clementine and Duck's eyes went wide. Even the adults watching were in disbelief. The older girl gave a breathless, delighted laugh, and for just a second, the guard in her eyes melted away. "No way!" "That's so awesome!" Duck shouted, more excited than he had been in months. "How did you do that?" "Magic too, Mum, Dad." "I'm gonna be a wizard!" 4 Kenny and Katja could barely hold back a laugh, happy that their son was happy. Ghost, chuckling, offered the fruit to Clementine. She gratefully took the apple offered to her with a smile before she was dragged away by Duck, who wanted to show off his flower to his parents. If someone listened closely enough, they would hear the sound of 6 hearts skipping a beat. 7 Lily, who was walking up to him, found herself clapping before she realized it. 2 soft smacks of her hands that got Ghost's attention. He looked up, head tilting slightly in acknowledgement. "That was impressive," she said, walking closer. Ghost rose smoothly to his feet, offering her a small bow. "Thank you kindly." She stopped a few feet from him, arms loosely crossed, her tone shifting slightly, still polite, but firmer. "Mind if we talk? I've got some broken bar questions about the community you told us about." "Of course," he said easily, voice warm despite the vocoder filter. Lily hesitated only a second before nodding. "Follow me." Thankfully, her dad was asleep right now from the warm meal. He would not have liked her walking off alone with a masked man. He walked alongside her at an easy pace, the soft crunch of gravel beneath their boots the only sound between them for a moment. The firelight behind them faded, replaced by the quiet dusk of the outer lot. They moved just past the broken fence line, where an old street lamp leaned sideways and the shadows thickened. Then Ghost tilted his head slightly in her direction. "Just curious," he said casually, hands tucked behind his back. "Why come to me with your questions?" Lily glanced at him from the corner of her eye. "The kid said you were the leader." Ghost stopped walking. It wasn't a dramatic halt, but it was abrupt enough that she noticed. He didn't respond right away. No confirmation. Just a broken bar silence. 1 Lily raised an eyebrow. His mask betrayed nothing, but she could feel the air shift. It wasn't threatening, just a broken bar, unreadable. Finally, Ghost started walking again, a touch slower this time. "I see," he said simply. That didn't feel like an answer, but she decided not to push, for now. Once they were a fair distance away from the others, just barely within view of the motel lights, Ghost came to a stop and turned slightly toward her. "All right," he said calmly. "Ask away." Lily crossed her arms, brow furrowed in thought for a second before settling on the most important questions first. "How many people do you actually have?" He didn't respond right away. He turned his head to look out into the quiet street beyond the broken fencing, as if the answer was out there somewhere in the dark. Then he answered. "Triple digits." Lily blinked at that non-specific high number. "Wait, what?" He nodded. "You're joking," she said flatly. "I'm not." She stared at him, searching for any sign that he was pulling her leg, but the mask, the voice, the stance, none of it gave her anything. Just quiet certainty. "How the hell a broken bar?" He let her words hang. It was hard to tell if he was just being dramatic or not. She shook her head, trying to wrap her mind around it. "That's not possible. There's no way you have that many people without running into serious problems. Food, walkers, medicine, water, hell, space." "We've had problems," Ghost admitted, nodding his head. "Still do, but we have enough manpower to fix most of those issues." 2 Lily stared at him, trying to read between the lines. She opened her mouth to ask something else, then hesitated. But Ghost didn't push, he waited patiently. So she tried a different angle. "How long has your community been up and running?" "Since the first few weeks when things went to hell. We started with 10 and grew from there." He gestured vaguely toward the west. There was an old military storage facility, off-grid, mostly forgotten. "Fortunately, we got to it first and took everything we could from it. If not for that, we wouldn't be nearly as well off as we are now." She studied him for a moment. He tilted his head. She sighed and leaned back against a broken railing, arms still crossed. "How about housing, power, running water?" "We're still working on the water issue, but we have everything else." "It's not luxury, but it's more than just struggling to survive." She hummed, shaking her head. "You're making this sound like fucking paradise." "It's not," he said quickly. "It's work, every day, everyone has their part to do, or else everything falls apart." She was silent for a beat. She stared off into the distance instead, eyes narrowing at the skeletal outline of dead trees and old power lines. Her arms were still crossed, but now they were clenched tighter against her chest, as if trying to hold herself together. A working community, a place that wasn't falling apart at the seams. It sounded too good to be real, too perfect to be true. She'd been let down before, by people, by promises. So what made this any different? Her jaw tightened, heart thudding with something sharp and painful. Her voice, when it came, wasn't hard-edged like usual. It was quiet. Quiet in the way only desperate people could be. A broken bar. Can I trust you? So she turned to look at him fully, brow furrowed. I need to know. I need to believe that this isn't just another scam. I've got people to protect, a father who's losing it, and a group that's holding on by threads. If I let them buy into this and you're full of shit. Her voice cracked. She didn't look away. I'll never forgive you. A broken bar. And I'll never forgive myself for trusting you. One. A silence stretched between them, heavy and thick like fog. The mask gave her nothing, no twitch of expression, no flicker of reaction. Then, finally, he spoke. A broken bar. You can trust us. There was no grand speech, no impassioned vow or empty promise. Just 4 words, spoken with a kind of sincerity that wasn't loud or showy. It just a broken bar was. Lily's lips parted slightly, and for the first time in a long time, she didn't know what to say next. Ghost shifted slightly, his head angled downward. You don't have to decide tonight or tomorrow. Hell, you don't have to decide at all. If your people want to go, they go. If they don't, we'll leave supplies behind and wish you well and check in on you whenever we can. He turned his body slightly toward the direction of the fire, where laughter still drifted faintly in the air. She swallowed hard, finding it hard not to believe his sincere words. I need to talk with the others and think about it, she said, voice lower now. No promises. Ghost nodded once, respectful. That's all we ever ask. Having no more questions to ask for now, they began to make their way back to the motel. The tension between them had softened, and the air was more relaxed. She stole a sideways glance at the masked figure beside her, a question popping into her head. A broken bar. So, she said, voice casual, why do they call you Ghost? One. He didn't answer. Lily looked again, arching a brow. I mean, it's a pretty badass name, and I genuinely want to know how you got it. That's when she noticed it, the slight hitch in his step, the barely perceptible shift in his posture. Then his gloved hand reached up awkwardly to rub the back of his helmet, an unmistakably human gesture of embarrassment. Even though the mask covered everything, the way his shoulders hunched just a bit was all the answer she needed. Lily blinked. Something wrong? He groaned softly, the vocoder barely hiding it. Yeah, broken bar. Really don't want to tell you. That just made her want to know even more than before. Oh, now you have to, she said with a sly grin. Come on, spill. What? Did you sneak through a battlefield like a ghost? Walk through fire? Scare the shit out of a walker? Ghost made another awkward noise. She smirked wider. Oh my god, it's something embarrassing, isn't it? A broken bar. Yeah, even better. He stopped walking again, letting out a long sigh, and for a moment, she could feel the glare he was probably giving her through that mask. You're really not gonna let this go, are you? Lily crossed her arms and smirked like a cat who had cornered a mouse. Not a chance. There was a long beat of silence. Then, finally, with the weight of a man reliving a trauma far worse than any walker bite. It happened at a broken bar a couple of months back. We were scavenging through a city block during a thunderstorm. The building we were looting was flooded, dark, and filled with walkers. We decided to split up to cover more ground. I was doing fine by myself, found some batteries, even a gun. He paused with a sigh. And then a broken bar. I got jumped by a couple of walkers, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I was about to deal with them, but as I took a step forward, I tripped on this rolled up at the top of the stairs. Lily was already fighting back a laugh at how heated he sounded. I go tumbling down the stairs, making a lot of noise while at it, he said, groaning, and halfway down, I somehow get tangled in a giant white bedsheet. Completely wrapped up in it, can't see, arms stuck, everything. She was biting her lip now, holding her sides, the image of someone like him going that was too much for her. So I hit the landing hard, made a ton of noise, and wouldn't you know it, the crash draws more walkers. I can hear them closing in, growling, and there I am, trapped in a fucking bedsheet, flailing on the ground like a fish in a pillowcase. She snorted loudly. He turned to, from what she could guess, glare at her for laughing. I'm kicking and twisting, trying to get free. And that's when the others show up. They see this big white lump surrounded by walkers, probably thinking it was a walker that somehow got stuck. Butte a broken bar. He rubbed the back of his head again, groaning. They realize it's me, tangled up like an idiot. He turned his helmet toward her slowly, awaiting her judgment. They never let me live it down, ever. Called me ghost from that day on, because I looked like some angry low-budget Halloween sheet ghost flailing around in an apocalypse. 6 Lily burst out laughing. A real, genuine laugh. Loud and unfiltered, the kind of laugh she hadn't let herself have in months. Her arms wrapped around her stomach as she nearly doubled over, tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. "Why?" she gasped between laughs. "And you survived?" "It's not that funny," Ghost protested, but it only made her laugh harder. "How does that even happen?" "I tripped." She was nearly wheezing now, stumbling back against the fence post for support, laughing so hard her chest hurt. "And Ghost?" Ghost just stood there, deadpan through the mask, waiting. "A broken bar. You done?" She took a few ragged breaths, wiped at her eyes, still chuckling. "No, never. I'm going to think about that every time you try to act serious now." He let out a dramatic sigh of defeat. "God damn it, 2 Lily laughed again, softer this time. 1 And the tension in her chest uncoiled. She didn't know who these people were, not fully. Didn't know if she could trust them, or if this place they spoke of was truly as good as it sounded. But in that moment, under the dusky sky, with laughter still echoing from her throat and warmth prickling at her eyes, she realized something. She wanted to believe, even if just a little. "A broken bar, thanks," she said softly. "For what?" Ghost asked, confused why he was being thanked. "For the story," she said, smiling faintly, "and for reminding me that the world still has some room for stupid, ridiculous things." He tilted his head again, watching her. "Anytime." 4 As they made their way back from the fence line, the lights of the motel flickered dimly ahead, casting the world in a warm, golden haze. The fire crackled softly, laughter drifting in the air like distant wind chimes, fragile, but alive. They were only a few paces from rejoining the others when a blur of movement cut across the lot. The man barreled toward them like a freight train powered by pure hope, practically glowing with excitement. He came to a halt in front of Ghost, boots skidding slightly in the gravel, face flushed and wild-eyed. "You," Kenny pointed, breathing hard. "Leo told me you're the leader of your group." She could hear a tired sigh coming from beside her. "I am." "By any chance, you guys got a boat?" Kenny asked, eyes wide with hopeful expectation. She audibly groaned beside him. "What is with this man and boats?" "Here we go again." A broken bar. Ghost tilted his head slightly at the question. His mask gleamed faintly in the firelight, unreadable, but there was something in his posture that suggested genuine curiosity. "Depends on the type of boat you're looking for, Captain," Ghost said smoothly, getting a smile from the man. "Fishing boat? Speedboat? Patrol? Cargo? Lake or ocean?" Kenny straightened like he'd been electrified. "Ocean, something sturdy enough to make it through rough waters and big enough to fit at least 7 people." Only 7 people. The man clearly didn't want her or her father to go with them. A broken bar. That was more than fine with her. Now that there was a whole community of other people, she didn't want to stay with the Manaways. A broken bar. Despite thinking that, she couldn't hide a sad frown that appeared on her face. She shook her head to get rid of stupid thoughts. Ghost paused. Even Leo, who was busy cleaning, turned his head at that. "Salt water?" Ghost echoed, and you could almost hear the surprise behind the mask. "That's a broken bar. A big ask." Lily threw her hands in the air, happy someone agreed with her. "Thank God someone else finally says it." "Hey now," Kenny said defensively. "I'm willing to bet my life there ain't no walkers in the middle of the ocean. 6 Also, no food, no gas, no dry land, no medicine, and no help for miles," she muttered, listing off all the problems with that plan. That got a heated glare from him. Ghost let the silence hang for a moment before replying, voice more serious now. "Our group scouted the coast about 2 months back. Most marinas were wiped or stripped clean. Few derelict vessels here and there, nothing seaworthy." Kenny's face fell. "But," Ghost continued, "one of our guys spotted what looked like a good-sized sailboat dry docked at a fortified yard, with hundreds of walkers all around it. Took a while to clear the area, but we got a boat out of it." Kenny blinked. "You're kidding." "Nope," Leo chimed in, grinning as he tapped the side of the pot. "You've got a sailboat?" Kenny asked, voice cracking slightly. "An actual sailboat?" "Yup." He waved his ladle in the air. "The boys call it the Siren's Mercy, due to how many people tried to get to it but failed and turned into walkers. My squad has been meaning to check it out, but we haven't had a chance." "Sweet merciful Jesus," Kenny whispered. He looked like he might cry. Lily looked like she might cry, for a completely different reason. Leo raised an eyebrow, curious. "You know how to sail?" She resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of her nose. It was like every time they took 2 steps forward, he found a new way to derail the conversation with his obsession. Ever since she met him, it was always boats this, boats that. And now that someone actually mentioned a real, working sailboat, she could already feel the headache forming. She crossed her arms, watching with narrowed eyes as Kenny leaned forward, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know how to sail," Kenny said quickly, his voice picking up. "I was a commercial fisherman back in Florida for 15 years. Damn, I missed the water." Lily didn't roll her eyes, but it was a close thing. He always missed the water, missed the sea breeze, missed catching grouper or whatever the hell he talked about when he went off on his rants. What about the people around him? What about the group, his own family? Don't they get a say in this? She looked at Katja and Duck, quietly eating on the other side of the fire, completely unaware of what their husband and father was already planning without them. There was a whole community of survivors and he was still on about a damn boat? One ghost stood still across from Kenny, arms crossed, and gave a short nod at the explanation. "Sounds like you know your way around a deck." Kenny grinned. "Damn right I do. I could take it down the coast, find a quiet island, start a whole new life for us." Us. He kept saying us, but Lily didn't miss the way he conveniently left out her and Larry. 7 people. 7. She clenched her jaw and looked away before her expression could twist too much. It wasn't the first time she felt like an outsider in her own group, but now, with new people and new possibilities, it was like Kenny was ready to drop them the first chance he got. She hated it. Hated how easy he made it seem to leave, like everything they'd been through together didn't matter. Across from him, Ghost tilted his head slightly. "Unfortunately, the boat's not mine to give," he said plainly. "You'll have to come with us and ask the man in charge." Lily perked up at that. But to her surprise and dismay, Kenny's grin didn't fade in the slightest. He didn't argue, didn't protest. He just nodded with the same wide-eyed eagerness that had been plastered to his face since the word boat had been uttered. "Absolutely," he said, chest puffed out. "I'd be happy to talk to him. You just say the word, and I'm ready." Lily groaned quietly and rubbed her temples. Of course, he was. Nothing, not the walkers, not the risks, not even the fact they were still technically strangers to these people, was going to keep Kenny from chasing that dream of open waters and wind in his hair. Lily pinched the bridge of her nose. "Enough about your boat fetish, Captain Ahab." Kenny turned and gave her a glare that might have meant something if he didn't look like a kid 2 seconds away from asking Ghost to play pirates with him. Ghost chuckled under his mask at what she said. "I'm guessing this isn't the first time you've heard him go on about boats." Lily didn't even dignify that with an answer. She just shot Kenny a look that said everything that needed to be said. Leo, now wiping his hands with a rag and watching the whole scene from a distance, snorted and tried, and failed, to hide his amusement. He mumbled something about Kenny needing a captain's hat. That earned him a heated glare from her, and he raised his hands in a sign of surrender. While Kenny kept asking questions, Ghost doing his best to answer, and her trying to stop him from making a stupid decision. No one noticed 2 members from Ghost's group were missing. _a broken bar a broken bar a broken bar. The 2 masked figures moved through the woods like shadows, silent, precise, and vigilant. Branches swayed in the wind overhead, masking the occasional crunch of a bootstep or the soft rustle of foliage. One took the lead, crouching low as he studied the broken dirt beneath him. A deep boot print had been pressed into the wet soil, fresh. He reached down and brushed away a loose layer of leaves, revealing the full impression. The other man knelt beside him, observing the shape. No dragging, no shuffling. Heel-to-toe pressure. Not a walker. The one leading tapped twice on the ground, then motioned with 2 fingers, moving. The other nodded, standing up as he followed in lockstep. They continued forward, weaving through the underbrush, following the faint trail like wolves on the scent. Scuffed bark, a snapped twig, and bits of disturbed moss. All of it pointed in the same direction, southeast, deeper into the trees and away from the motel. After nearly an hour of quiet pursuit, they slowed and dropped into a crouch. Ahead, partially obscured by a wall of brambles and overgrown brush, was movement, figures. Lots of them. They were camped along the edge of a dried-out creek bed, clustered in groups near makeshift lean-tos and tups rigged between trees. Old tires formed a crude barricade on one end, and a rusty chain-link fence had been salvaged and strung between trees on the other. Smoke curled lazily from a dying fire pit in the center of the camp, and a handful of men lounged nearby, weapons never far from reach. They counted 40 in total. They slowly raised their hands to their masks and adjusted the focus. A few wore mismatched armor pieces, others had torn jackets or blood-streaked jeans. A loud voice rang out from the fire pit. We should have taken the damn Hummers when we had the chance. Those supplies they got? Worth a fucking fortune. A man near the center of the group spat into the dirt and leaned back in a camping chair, his beard matted and flecked with dried blood. And get shot for our trouble? Another barked. Those masked freaks look like they don't play around. You wanna end up in pieces? Yeah? The first man sneered. Well, maybe we wait for them to get comfy. Let 'em think they're safe. Then we hit 'em when they're fat and lazy, thinking they're fucking safe when they fucking not! !3 The others chuckled grimly. A man near the fence began counting bullets on a dirty rag, muttering to himself. Another man was dragging a wounded woman back into one of the tents, her screams muffled by a cloth gag. Their jaws clenched beneath their mask. These weren't survivors. They were monsters, kidnappers, raiders, killers. People who didn't earn their survival. They stole it from others. How many masks do we have? Between the two of us? 10. One good. They stepped away from the bandit camp, retreating silently into the tree line without a single twig snapping beneath their boots. Once far enough that the campfire glow was nothing but a faint shimmer behind thick brush, they began moving with urgency, weaving through the forest with practiced ease until they reached a clearing. In the clearing, nearly a dozen walkers milled about, aimless and sluggish, bumping into trees and low branches. Some groaned, others let out hoarse gasps, jaws snapping at the air, unaware of anything beyond their next victim. The lead masked man reached down to his belt and unclipped a pouch, pulling out a crude, low-quality dragon mask, less detailed, made of layered paper resin and cracked paint. 1. The second did the same, both holding the eerie masks in their hands like ceremonial tools. They worked quickly, mechanically. First, they restrained the walker by stepping behind it, grabbing it by the head and shoulder in a tight lock. Then, with swift precision, they jammed the dragon mask over the walker's rotting face. 12 As soon as the mask made contact, the walker froze. Its limbs went rigid, its moans cut off. Then came the trembling. A low, guttural growl built in its chest and rapidly transformed into a horrible, inhuman scream, piercing, ragged, and filled with agony. The walker thrashed, clawing at the sides of its own face, but the mask wouldn't budge. Veins bulged beneath the thin skin as its flesh rippled, muscles spasming violently beneath the surface. Its posture straightened, bones cracking and snapping into alignment. Rotted, broken fingers twitched and realigned as if reknitting into new flesh, nails falling off and growing anew. The scream stretched higher until it abruptly stopped. Then silence. The once rotting corpse slumped forward slightly. A broken bar then lifted its hand and took the mask off. 2 Now it stood tall, skin clean, face unmasked, and unmistakably familiar, bare-chested, lean, with the same quiet, steel-eyed stare. He drew a deep breath like someone rising from cold water. They handed him a pistol and a combat knife before stepping back, already moving to the next walker. Another mask, another scream, another transformation. Each one was identical in result, from rotted corpse to living soldier. 6 more joined the line, all identical in face, height, and build. I hate how painful this is. One of the newly transformed masked walkers muttered while rubbing his face. 3 We all do. The leader looked toward the dark treetops, expression unreadable beneath the mask. 1 But we do it anyway. The forest was quiet for a moment until one of the new clones tilted his head. Orders? The lead nodded. Prepare to move. We strike tonight. I want to hear those bastards scream. Bobby was the leader of the bandits of Broken Bar and he was fucking proud of it! 3 He spat into the dirt, then wiped his nose with the back of his hand, grinning as he watched the firelight dance off the barrels of their stolen guns. The camp stank of blood, smoke, and sweat, but to Bobby, it smelled like freedom. The kind of freedom he never had back when the world was still spinning like it used to. Back when cops and cameras and laws kept men like him in cages. But not anymore. Now Bobby was a king! 1 He would kiss the walking corpses if they weren't so fucking disgusting. He leaned back in a rusted lawn chair, his throne, and scratched his stomach through a hole in his grimy flannel shirt, surveying the camp like a man who owned the land itself. All around him were the spoils of their latest raid, crates of canned food, a few half-broken rifles, some battered backpacks, and best of all, people. Survivors they hadn't killed yet. The good ones were long dead. Bobby liked to say the ones still breathing now were either cowards, suckers, or meat. He loved the fear most of all. The way their eyes darted like trapped animals. The way women flinched when he came too close. The way men stared at the dirt when he passed, too scared to look him in the eye, knowing one wrong word would earn them a cracked jaw, or worse. He lived for that power. For the taking, for the owning. Got my pick of the lot, he muttered, grinning to himself. Ain't no one to say otherwise. He thought back to the girl they'd snatched last week. The way she'd screamed and kicked while the others laughed and held her down. He chuckled at the memory, licking his cracked lips. Shame she stopped struggling so quick, he said aloud. Loud enough for his buddies nearby to hear and laugh with him. One of them, a rat-faced bastard named Clyde, let out a cackle and raised a dented beer can. She was a hell of a screamer, huh? Damn right, Bob said, spitting again. But we broke her good. They all laughed. There was no shame in their circle, no guilt, just the thrill of being untouchable. Unchecked. He thought about the family they ran off from the gas station some time ago. How the father begged for mercy. How the daughter tried to shield her little brother. Bobby had pistol whipped the man until his skull cracked, just for fun, then laughed when the boy pissed himself, laughed even more when he made the boy watch what he did to his sister. It was the best thing about the world ending. No more rules. No more judges or jails or righteous pricks thinking they were better than him. Because now, he was the king of the fucking world! 3 He has all the guns, he has all the boys, and now he has more power than ever before, and if anyone tries to take it from me, Bobby grinned, I'll take as much from them. He leaned over and dug his fingers into the ribs of a half-dead guy they were keeping tied up by the fire, just for fun. Bastard thought he could save his wife or some shit, stupid fucker. Haga Broken Bar. The man let out a weak groan, which made Bobby laugh. He loved it when they made noise. Made it feel real. This was his world now, and anyone who didn't like it could die screaming. Bobby leaned forward with a sick grin, about to press his fingers harder into the tied-up man's ribs, when something moved out of the corner of his eye, just past the dying firelight, in the tree line beyond the camp. Something shifted in the dark. His head snapped toward it, and for a split second, less than a blink, he saw it. A figure. Not a man. Not a walker. It was just standing there, not creeping, not shuffling, just watching. And the mask, Christ, the mask, was what turned Bobby's blood to ice. A dragon's skull, long and jagged, like it had been peeled from a monster. The bone gleamed faintly, ghost-like, in the dim light, its hollow sockets boring straight into him like twin pits of fire, and it was watching him. Holy fuck! Bobby shrieked and stumbled back out of his chair, nearly falling onto the fire as he scrambled for his gun. He knocked over a crate and stepped on the injured man's leg, drawing a sharp yelp of pain that Bobby didn't even hear. He was too busy pointing his gun toward the trees, finger twitching on the trigger. "Where the fuck are you? I see you, you fucking freaker!" exclamation mark 2. But the woods were still empty, silent. No mask, no skull, just leaves rustling in the breeze and the crackle of flames. One of the bandits, a scruffy guy with a lazy eye, dropped the tin can he was eating from. "The hell, Bobby?" Another stood up fast, gun in hand. "What the fuck was that about?" "Shut the fuck up," Bobby barked, sweat already streaking down the grime of his face. "I saw someone, right there." "Right fucking there." They looked towards where he was looking. There was nothing, just trees. Clyde glanced at the others, then at Bobby. "Dude, a broken bar, you on fucking drunk again? 'Cause you're yelling like a little bitch over a tree." "I fucking saw it," Bobby growled, lip twitching. "He was wearing a fucking skull. Some freak in a dragon mask. He was looking right at me." "Okay," Clyde drawled, clearly amused now. "And then what? He just a broken bar puffed?" Bobby snapped the rifle in Clyde's direction for just a second. That shut him up real quick. "No one fucking laughs at me," Bobby snarled. "No one." He stared hard at the tree line, breath heavy, chest rising and falling like a cornered animal. But the woods didn't move. Only wind and shadows. "A broken bar fucking freak," he muttered, backing toward the fire again. "I'll kill them all if they try anything." No one said a word after that. They just watched him carefully, quietly wondering if their boss was starting to lose it. The uneasy silence lingered for a minute or two, broken only by the crackling fire and the occasional muttered curse from Bobby as he kept eyeing the trees like a paranoid man watching ghosts. The others? They'd gone back to what they were doing. Clyde was back at the fire, reheating a dented can of beans like nothing had happened. "He's just drunk again," he muttered under his breath to no one in particular, shaking his head. "Fucking always sees something when he's been hitting the shiny a broken bar." A few others chuckled quietly, not loud enough for Bobby to hear, but enough to show they didn't take his freakout seriously. He had been drinking earlier, and sure, maybe he saw something weird, but the man was twitchier than a cat in a doghouse on a good day. Nobody was going to jump just cause he saw a shadow. One of the guys, Marcus, a big dude with a bad back and an even worse attitude, grumbled as he stood up and stretched. "Gonna go take a piss," he mumbled, scratching at gut. 6 No one acknowledged him. Bobby sure didn't. He was still sitting forward on his lawn chair now, rifle across his lap, eyes locked on that same patch of tree line like it might start crawling toward him. Marcus stomped off into the woods, flashlight bobbing once through the bramble before it blinked off. The others barely looked up. A good 10 minutes passed. Then 15. Bobby started tapping the side of his rifle, harder with each second. He glanced over at the others. "Hey assholes," he called. "Where the fuck's Marcus?" One of them shrugged. "Still pissin', I guess." "Maybe Taki in a dump," Clyde offered lazily. "You know how his guts get." "All that can chili you keep feeding you sa broken bar." Bobby didn't laugh. His eyes narrowed. 20 minutes to take a piss? Clyde rolled his eyes. "Then he's shittin', man." "What do you want me to say?" Bobby stood up suddenly, eyes flicking again to the trees like a man obsessed. He turned to two of the others sitting near the barricade, Jax and Ramon. Both were half dozing by now, rifles resting across their laps. "You two," Bobby barked. "Go find Marcus." Now Jax groaned. "Oh, come on, man. It's dark as shit out there." Ramon scratched his neck. "Yeah, and if he's Taki in a dump, I ain't getting close." Bobby took a step toward them, and the firelight caught just enough of his expression to shut them up. His face was drawn tight with anger, sweat shining across his forehead, his trigger finger twitching near the stock of his rifle. "I said go." "A broken bar." All right, damn." Jax stood up first, grumbling under his breath, as he slung his rifle back over his shoulder. "Guy sees a squirrel in a skull mask and we all gotta take a midnight hike." Ramon muttered something in Spanish under his breath, but followed. The two headed off into the dark, lights flickering between the trees, leaving the firelight behind. A broken bar, and then there were 5. Bobby stared after them, unmoving. Clyde, arms crossed and annoyed, looked over from where he was poking the fire. "You happy now?" Bobby didn't answer, because he was still staring, still waiting, still listening. And the woods? They didn't make a sound. 5 minutes. That's how long it had been since Jax and Ramon vanished into the woods. 5 minutes of nothing. No jokes, no shouting, no piss-soaked complaints about stepping in something, no flashlight beam bobbing through the branches. On the way back, just the fire, the faint hum of insects, and the whispering hush of the trees swaying in the wind. The camp had gone quiet. The kind of quiet that sat heavy on your shoulders and curled around your spine like ice water. Clyde was the first to speak. "A broken by Jax," he called out, voice thin. No answer. He looked at the others. 4 men still left around the fire. Each one slowly turning in place, gripping rifles tightly, suddenly much more sober than they'd been a minute ago. "Ramon?" another called. Still nothing. One of them, Skinny Sam, rose from his seat, stepping slowly closer to the edge of the camp. "Yo, broken bar, this ain't funny, guys," he said nervously, voice trembling. "Come on out." The fire crackled. A bug whined in the air. Bobby's jaw clenched. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He reached for his rifle and turned to the others. "Get to the perimeter. Sound the Alara 1." The fire went out, like a candle being snuffed. The night swallowed the camp in a single breath. Sparks flared for a half-second as embers scattered into the dirt, then died. Every man still standing recoiled instantly, eyes wide, shouts choking in their throats. "What the fucker!" exclamation mark. "Where's the fire?" "WHO killed the Dama!" exclamation mark. "Quiet," Bobby hissed, heart thundering in his chest. "Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucks, or you're going to gah." He barely got the word out because in the space between one heartbeat and the next, a hand clamped tightly around his mouth from behind, shutting him up. To a whisper of leather and metal on his throat. A blade. 3 His eyes bulged. He struggled, tried to shout, to twist free, to raise his weapon, but the arm around his mouth pulled him back with terrifying strength. He kicked, thrashed. Fear consumed him. Hold. 1 But it was like being pulled into a void by a being far stronger than him. Then, just before the darkness swallowed him, his eyes caught one last thing. A mask. 2 Not like the ones he'd seen before. A dragon skull, black and faintly gleaming in the dark, stared straight into him with hollow sockets that seemed to swallow him whole. The figure didn't speak, didn't make a sound, and then Bobby was gone. The other men shouted his name, stumbling backward, rifles raised. "Bobby!" "What the hell was that?" Fuck, he's gone." "WHO the fuck is out there?" No answer. Just the forest, just the dark, and the realization that they were not alone. One of the bandits let out a panicked yell, high-pitched and raw, and squeezed the trigger on his rifle. The muzzle flash lit up the trees in brief, violent bursts, bullets ripping into the underbrush where Bobby had been dragged. The silence was then shattered as their guns lit up the night. The others followed suit, fear overtaking reason. Gunfire exploded into the night, wild and uncontrolled. The tree line lit up with staccato flashes, hot brass bouncing off crates and the ground. Shouts overlapped with panicked curses as some screamed Bobby's name, others just screamed. "What the fuck was that?" "I don't fucking know." "Just keep fucking shooting." The forest howled with gunfire, shadows dancing between the strobe light bursts of chaos, but there was no target for them to hit. They were just shooting at the darkness, shooting at their fear. Down the hill, deeper into their camp, the gunfire jolted the rest of the bandits awake like a grenade in their tents. People scrambled out of lean-tos and undertops, half-dressed and swearing, some tripping over each other, others already gripping rifles or pistols, alarmed and disoriented. "What the fuck's happening?" "WHO's firing." "Is IT walkers?" The gunfire stopped as suddenly as it began, the echoes bouncing through the trees like the cackling of ghosts. Those who hadn't seen what happened ran toward the source, some with weapons raised, others still trying to get their boots on. They burst onto the scene, eyes wide, adrenaline pumping, greeted by the terrified faces of the original group who were still pointing their guns at the woods. The newly arrived bandits shoved one of them. "What the fuck are you doing, you psycho? You trying to get us eaten?" Another shouted, spit flying. "You just brought every walker in a mile radius down on us." "I saw something," the shooter screamed back. "IT fucking took Bobby." "Bobby's fucking gone!" exclamation mark. Another man grabbed him by the collar. "What the fuck are you talking about? Make fucking sense, motherfucker." "He got fucking pulled," someone else shouted, panic rising again. Something grabbed him. Where? We don't know. Shut up, you assholes. This ain't helping anybody with all this fucking nonsense work. Amid the chaos, someone stepped forward, raising his voice to demand silence, only to jerk back a half-second later with a wet thunk. An arrow punched straight through his eye. He didn't even scream, just collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. A shocked, breathless second passed. Then the screaming began again. Get down, we're fucked! ! Two half of them dove behind crates and barrels. Others started firing wildly into the woods again, completely blind to where the arrow had come from. One man dropped to his knees beside the corpse, hands shaking as he reached out toward the arrow sticking grotesquely from the skull. No! The others backed away from the edge of the clearing, guns raised, eyes darting through the shadows, waiting for the next one to drop. But nothing came. Only the darkness, a broken bar, and the terrifying realization that they were being hunted. All 35 remaining bandits were out now, a mob of rough, blood-slicked killers packed into a loose ring around their camp. Their eyes darted wildly between the trees, weapons trembled in sweaty hands, and the stink of gunpowder clung to the night air like a warning. They took 5 of our guys. One of the shooters screamed, wild-eyed, voice cracking from panic. They fucking took Bobby. They're in the forest. They're out the right fucking now. Marcus, Jax, Ramon, gone. Fucking gone. Another added, voice shrill with disbelief. Fear was spreading like fire through dry brush. Shut the fuck up. Someone bellowed. Get your shit together. Guns up. Guns up. All of them were terrified, unable to think properly, unable to react properly, and unable to fucking coordinate with each other. They almost shot each other when one of their own ran into another one of theirs. But they soon froze when they heard it. A voice too cold and mocking, echoing from all around the forest. Surrender a broken bar. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Make it easier. Broken bar. The same voice, another direction. A broken bar. Put the guns down. A broken bar. The same eerie tone, another direction. A broken bar. Or put them to your heads. Again. A broken bar and kill yourselves. A broken bar and again. A broken bar. It'll hurt less that way. The voices overlapped, slithering through the trees like smoke. Each one layered on top of the other, shifting and circling like wolves in the brush. A broken bar. Otherwise a broken bar. The voice was coming from every direction, making it impossible for them to tell where exactly it was coming from. A broken bar will make it hurt. Each one layered on top of the other, shifting and circling like wolves in the brush. A broken bar. More than you can ever imagine. It was like the night itself was taunting them. What the fuck is that? WHO's talking? A bandit shrieked, spinning in place, rifle snapping side to side. Where the fuck are they? ? Show yourselves, you fucking cowards. Another screamed into the trees, throat raw with panic. Fucking show yourselves. Silence. For a second, they thought the voices had left or were just a figment of their imagination. Unfortunately for them, a broken bar rustle, a sharp shuffle of leaves to the left. Every gun turned as one. Dozens of muzzles leveled on the tree line. And there they were, barely visible in the darkness of the night. 6 figures, unmoving. Each one wearing a horrifying mask carved from what looked like dragon bone. Cold, empty sockets stared through them, making their very souls shake in fear. Their bodies were cloaked in black and gray tactical gear, and each of them held a weapon, rifles, pistols, knives, and other things the bandits couldn't identify. Not a single one of them spoke. Not a single one of them so much as moved. WHO the fucker, drop your fucking guns. A bandit screamed, aiming his rifle with shaking hands. You're outnumbered fuckers. There's 35 of us and 5 of you. Another barked, voice cracking, as he pointed his shotgun at the masked group. You're fucked! ! The 5 didn't answer, didn't raise their weapons. And somehow, that silence was worse than a fight. The stillness gnawed at them. Their own panic twisted in their chests like a knife. What the fuck are they doing? One whispered, taking a step back, making sure to keep an eye on the freaks. We should just fucking shoot them. One of the more twitchy-fingered bandits demanded, eyes mad with fear. Let's waste these bastards. Another agreed with him, getting ready to shoot. Not until we know where Bobby is. God fucking damn it! Clyde screamed out, unwilling to accept their leader to be gone just like that. One of the dragon-masked figures moved. Only one. A slow, deliberate shift in the dark, smooth and practiced, like a predator with no reason to rush. He crouched and grabbed something at his feet. The bandits raised their guns higher in a panic. "Don't fucking move here!" exclamation mark. "Stay right fucking there." But the figure didn't listen, didn't even fucking flinch, and with him came Bobby, dragged to his feet, bound and gagged, face swollen and smeared with blood. His hands were tied behind his back with thick cable, and a strip of black cloth was wrapped tightly around his mouth. His eyes, once cocky, cruel, and smug, were now wide with pure, helpless terror. His legs buckled under him, barely holding him up, and the masked man had to grip him by the back of his shirt to keep him upright. The firelight, dim and flickering from the torches now hastily lit, glinted off the tear-streaked grime on Bobby's face. And those terrified eyes a broken bar they locked with Clyde's. "Bobby?" Clyde choked, stepping forward. Hey dude, don't fucking touch him. You pieces of shit, let him go. We'll fucking kill you. Give him back." The one holding Bobby cocked his head slightly, as if studying them. "And Bobby?" He made this muffled, pitiful sound, eyes darting back and forth, silently begging his crew to save him. But no one moved. No one dared, because the standoff had frozen everyone in place. The two sides, 35 armed bandits and 6 masked freaks, stood locked in a silence thick enough to choke on. Triggers quivered and hearts pounded. Sweat rolled down necks and palms slicked around the rifle greer. Bang, 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 bang. 8 gunshots. Sharp, fast, and precise. From behind 8 of the bandits dropped to the ground like stringless puppets, bullet holes punching clean through their heads. Not a single warning and not a single scream. Just death. Panic exploded across the clearing. "What the fuck? We're surrounded." "WHO's shooting? Where are they?" "They're behind US." "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Dina thunk something bounced at their feet. One of the men barely had time to mutter, "What the few?" A flashbang exclamation mark for a thunderous bang cracked through the air like a bomb. White light exploded in a violent burst, blinding and deafening every man still standing. Screams tore through the clearing. Men fell to their knees, clutching their eyes, their ears, their heads, while some ran wildly in random directions. One man fired wildly into the air, hitting nothing and no one, well, no one important, that is, as 2 of his friends dropped to the ground riddled with holes. Everything was noise and fire and pain, eyes blinded. Ears rang. The forest spun. And in that chaos, 12 masked dragons moved. Clyde ran. He didn't think his legs just moved, tearing through branches, stomping through leaves, stumbling over roots and rocks and half-buried bones. The gunshots, the screams, the flashing light behind his eyes, none of it felt real anymore. All he knew was that he had to get out. He had to get away. To fuck. His boots tore through the dirt, sweat pouring down his face, his breath wheezing in and out in ragged gasps. His heart was a jackhammer trying to beat its way out of his ribcage. Somewhere behind him, he thought he could still hear the others, screaming, shooting, dying, but he didn't dare look back. He didn't want to look back. He just ran. Past twisted trees, past rotting corpses, and rusted signs. The only thing that mattered now was survival. After what felt like hours, Clyde finally collapsed against the base of an old tree, panting, gasping, nearly dry heaving from the effort. His hands were shaking, and his rifle was gone. He must have dropped it during all the chaos. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his face was slick with tears he'd never remember crying. He leaned back against the bark, eyes wide and darting between the shadows. He was alone. He was safe. Slowly, he let out a breath, shaky and shuddering. "Fuck, a broken bar," he rasped, wiping his mouth. "Fuck me, a broken bar." He sat there for another minute, trying to convince his lungs to stop burning and his legs to stop aching. Then, with a snarl, he clenched his fists. "Those fucking freaks, a broken bar. Those masked freaks, a broken bar. They think they can do this to us." "To me?" His voice came out harsher than he expected, cracking with fear even beneath the anger. "I'll kill every last one of them. I'll find more guys, better guys, real killers, Not the trash we had. I'll burn their camp to the fucking ground. I'll make 'em scream like ear thump. He staggered back, his words dying mid-sentence as he collided with something behind him. Something solid, something alive. Clyde's foot caught on a root, and he tumbled backward onto the ground, landing hard on his back with a sharp grunt. He looked up and froze. The same horrifying silhouette, that same dragon bone mask, like a nightmare made flesh. Twin black sockets stared down at him, hollow and endless. To the bone gleamed in the pale light, and for a moment, it didn't even seem human. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. Clyde couldn't even scream. His voice caught in his throat as the icy fingers of dread clenched around his lungs. He scrambled backward, trying to push himself away with his heels, dirt kicking up behind him. No, a broken bar. No, exclamation mark. A gloved fist swung like a hammer. Crack. Clyde's world went white, then black, then nothing. The masked man tilted his head before huffing and took Clyde by the leg and began dragging him back to the camp. 3 like a predator dragging its prey. 1_a broken bar. Bobby groaned in pain, his eyes barely strong enough to open. His head throbbed like a war drum, every pulse stabbing behind his eyes. His mouth was dry and tasted of copper and dirt, and when he tried to move, his shoulders screamed in protest. The ropes dug deep into his wrists, cutting off circulation, and when he lifted his head just enough to look around her, his blood turned to ice. His camp was gone, or our broken bar. No, ruined, torn apart. Every tent flattened, every crate busted open, every weapon stripped from their racks and either smashed or simply vanished. Bodies were scattered across the ground like trash. Some were dead, but some were bound, gagged, bruised, and beaten were his men. His boys, all of them were tied up just like him, eyes wild with confusion and fear, mouths stuffed with cloth or duct tape. Some were trying to wriggle free, others were sobbing behind their gags. Clyde was among them, a swollen lump on his jaw and blood smeared across his cheek where the dragon-masked figure had struck him. And around them, 5 men. No, monsters in masks. Each of them was armed, standing silently like statues of death around the captive bandits. They didn't pace, and they didn't fidget. They watched, cold, still, and unforgiving. Beyond them, the other 5 were moving through the hostages, the survivors Bobby's crew had taken days earlier, and were helping them. Men, women, even a few children. They were checking bindings, cutting ropes, handing out water, whispering soft reassurances to people who hadn't heard kindness in weeks, maybe months. One masked man kneeled beside a crying girl, her face streaked with dirt and bruises, eyes puffy from hours of weeping. Her thin arms trembled as she gripped the stranger's sleeve. He murmured something to her, something low and gentle. Then he reached into his pack and handed her a small, foil-wrapped bar, food. The girl blinked in disbelief and clutched it like it was made of gold. He patted her head softly. And then he stood. Bobby's breath hitched in his throat. The man turned and began to walk toward him. Each step echoed in Bobby's chest like the ticking of a bomb. The leader, even among the other masked freaks, this one stood out. His mask was darker, less bone-white, more shadow-stained, with deeper grooves etched into the sides. Faint red symbols were carved just above the brow, too clean and precise to be random. The air seemed to get heavier with each step he took, like the air was bending around him. Bobby whimpered. His bravado was gone. His throne was gone. His gun, his gang, his control, all gone. He began to shake his head wildly, desperate, eyes bulging. MMMHH, MMMF, HMMMFF. He tried to yell, the gag muffling everything into pitiful noises. He writhed in place, struggling against the rope, until the fibers bit into his skin and made his eyes water. The leader stopped a foot away, towering above him like a dragon out of a nightmare. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the figure crouched low, head tilted slightly, the skull-like mask inches from Bobby's face. He stared, long and hard, and Bobby had broken bar. Bobby broke. He thrashed harder, trying to scoot back, his entire body screaming in panic. Tears ran freely now, mixing with snot and sweat and blood. He tried to shake his head, tried to plead. MMH, please MMH. Don't. The leader slowly reached up. Bobby flinched. But the man only pulled the gag down from his mouth. Bobby gasped, spitting, choking on his own fear. Please, he whimpered, desperation taking over for the sake of his survival. Please don't kill me, man. Please see I got supplies. I got ammo. Girls, I can give you anything. Anything. The masked man didn't move, didn't respond, just watched. Why you want food? Weapons? Just say it, I'll get it. Illa, I'll do anything you want. Just don't kill me. I was just trying to survive, man. I'm just surviving. The man leaned in slightly. You call this survival? His voice was low, calm in the most terrifying way. Bobby swallowed hard. I didn't mean to shit. I was just. You tortured people. The voice didn't raise, didn't accuse, just stated the facts, like a ledger being read aloud. You hurt women, children. You made them beg for their lives, and laughed while doing so. Bobby trembled. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. You're sorry now, the man replied. Only because you're beaten and afraid, with no way out. He stood, looked around the camp, at the crying survivors, at the broken bandits, at the ashes of Bobby's kingdom. You were a king once, weren't you? At least that's what you told your victims, the masked man asked, tone colder now. They told me you believe you could take whatever you wanted, do whatever you please, aid a broken bar, and that the world would never make you answer for it, that it would never punish you for what you've done. He looked back down. But here we are. Bobby didn't know what to say, didn't have anything to say. He could only weep and pray to whoever was listening to save him. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Please, I'll never do this again. I fucking swear you're not dying tonight. He was stopped from spewing more of his bullshit. Really? He asked, hope igniting within him. A broken bar because you're going to live to regret everything. 5 The man reached down towards his belt and unclipped a mask, the same one most of the other freaks were wearing, and grabbed hold of his neck hard enough for him to painfully choke. Have you ever wondered how it would feel if your very existence was ripped apart from you, Bobby? And brought the mask to his face. She woke up with a gasp, a cold shiver going down her back. Her chest rose and fell with quick, shallow breaths as her wide eyes darted around the dimly lit room. For a moment, the shadows on the walls looked like arms reaching for her, and the creaking of the old building like whispers in the dark. But there were no walkers, and no screams, just the familiar space around her. She exhaled slowly, pressing a hand to her pounding heart. Just another nightmare, a broken bar, she muttered softly to herself, her voice barely a whisper. But even as she said it, the remnants of the dream clung to her like smoke. She wouldn't be going back to sleep any time soon. The pale light of early morning was beginning to spill through the boarded-up windows, making her wince. It wasn't quite dawn yet, but it was close. With a tired sigh, Clementine slid out from under her blanket and got ready for the day. She slipped on her boots, grabbed her hoodie, her cap, and made her way outside. At the very least, her stomach wasn't trying to kill her now. The cool air kissed her cheeks the moment she stepped out. It was crisp and calm, still tinged with the faint chill of night. She hugged her arms around herself for a moment, letting the air clear her head. It helped, if just a little. Then she noticed it as she looked around the motel, the place she called home for the past few months. Movement, voices, the clinking metal, and soft chatter. Leo's group was already awake and seemed to be busy at work. Spread out across the yard, she watched them as they moved with a quiet, precise energy. Some were checking the Hummers, others were checking weapons, sharpening blades, and scanning the perimeter. No one was slacking, no one was chatting idly. Everything they did felt like part of a rhythm, a routine they'd long since mastered. But what caught her attention wasn't the gear or the masked men working a broken bar. It was the smell that she thought she would never smell again. Her eyes widened. Eggs and bacon. Her stomach growled loud enough to make her blush. She turned her head towards the direction of the delicious smell and saw him, Leo. He was off to the side by a small portable stove, sleeves rolled up, mask off, brow furrowed in quiet thought as he gently flipped bacon in a cast-iron pan. The sizzle was music to her ears, and the smell of broken bar. Clementine's face lit up, a spark of excitement cutting through the weight of the world on her shoulders. Without thinking, She ran toward him. Leo didn't hear her at first, too focused on the pan, but then a sound of small, quick footsteps hit his ears, and he glanced up. Clementine, hair tousled from sleep, hoodie too big for her frame, and the biggest, most genuine smile he'd seen. For just a moment, the cold weight he always carried, the pressure, the calculations, the responsibility, lifted. She just looked so happy, and all because of something as simple as breakfast. Clementine practically skidded to a stop near the stove, her smile widening as the warm smell wrapped around her like a hug. She tucked a few loose strands of hair beneath her cap and looked up at Leo, who blinked at her like a deer caught in headlights. "Morning," she chirped brightly, trying and failing not to stare at the food. Leo straightened a little too quickly, nearly dropping the spatula. "Morning," he replied, voice cracking just enough to make his ears burn. Clementine giggled softly. "Where on earth did you get eggs and bacon?" Leo opened his mouth to answer, closed it but pushed through. Well, we're Broken Bar, yeah, we have there was a place, and U7." He froze, eyes wide, like his brain had short-circuited mid-sentence. The poor guy looked like he was buffering. While she curious about where he had gotten them, she was more interested in them than in knowing where they came from. Clementine tilted her head and unconsciously gave him a look. A very specific look. The one perfected by every child who's ever stared longingly at a cookie jar they weren't sure they were allowed to touch. Her bottom lip jutted out ever so slightly, her brows lifted, and her eyes grew wide and pleading. The puppy dog eyes. His grip on the spatula tightened as he gazed upon such an overpowering sight. The effect was immediate. All across the yard, masked figures paused. One nearly dropped the crate he was carrying, and another fumbled, almost nicking himself with his own blade, causing him to let out a soft curse. Two more glanced over from the truck they were inspecting, somehow slamming their heads on the hood of the car, saw what was happening, and immediately turned away like they'd seen something they weren't supposed to. It was a chain reaction, like watching a network of CPUs fry simultaneously. Leo's hand twitched, and he muttered something under his breath that might have been, "Sorry." Clementine blinked and looked around in confusion. "A broken bar? What happened?" Leo's cheeks were pink, his jaw tight as he tried to regain control of his own damn body. "And nothing," he stammered quickly, waving his hand like it might erase the whole moment. "No, you're fine. I just hear." He quickly stabbed the spatula under a slice of bacon and one of the eggs, fumbling to scoop it onto a spare plate. The movement was frantic, a little clumsy, but he managed. He thrust the plate toward her like he was surrendering it in a hostage negotiation. Clementine blinked at it, then smiled softly, touched. "Are you sure? I thought this was for your group." Leo shook his head quickly, nearly too quickly. No, we already ate, and I was actually making it for you guys. So it's fine." Behind him, one of the masked figures groaned, face palming, and muttered under his breath, "This is so fucking painful to watch." 3 Another elbowed him playfully. "Like you would do any better." He shoved him back, getting a laugh in return. "Fuck you." Leo cleared his throat, cheeks burning hotter by the second. "Just, please enjoy." "Thanks." Clementine giggled, accepting the plate like it was the most precious thing she had ever held before. He gave a tight, crooked smile that he hoped didn't look as painfully awkward as it felt. "Why yeah, no problem." A broken bar. She turned to sit near the now dead fire pit, the plate warm in her hands, her heart lighter than it had been in weeks. She took a bite. Her broken bar. It was the best breakfast she'd ever had. "And Leo?" Leo turned back to the stove, only to find another one of his men now standing beside him, deadpan. "A broken bar? You gonna survive this? Or should we start digging?" One Leo groaned and buried his face in his hands. "Fuck off." That nearly made her choke on a piece of bacon as laughter escaped her before she could stop herself. The others soon woke up as well. While some were still nervous, most of them were much more relaxed now, especially when they were greeted by the sight of bacon and eggs, that got smiles out of them. Except for Duck, who was more excited by the dragon-masked men than the food. His mother had to hold him back and remind him of his manners, and that he should get some food in him first. Much to the boys' disappointment, after having their fill of another satisfying meal at Broken Bar, the adults began heading to their meeting spot while the kids were sent to play. Lee and Kenny asked Leo to keep an eye on their kids, putting their trust in the boy despite his protest, and headed inside. In one of the cleared rooms at the back of the motel, the adults of the group sat, or in some cases, paced around a rickety folding table. The atmosphere was tense. Lee leaned against the far wall, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes flicked to each person as they spoke, absorbing every word. Across from him, Carly was seated with her arms folded and a skeptical frown pulling at her lips. She wasn't saying much yet, but she didn't need to. Her silence alone was telling. Larry stood near the doorway, glaring like a bulldog. "They expect us to just go with them?" he scoffed. "Just because they gave us food? They could be lining us up for a bullet in the back for all we know." "They haven't done anything to make us think that," Katja argued, gently seated beside her husband. "They've given us food, they've kept watch, protecting us." Kenny nodded, agreeing with her. "And they didn't have to help us either, but they did, and that has more than earned my trust, not to mention the fact that they can give us a boat." "That's what scares me," Carly muttered, getting the others' attention. "It's too good." That got a glare from Kenny, who was about to argue before he was stopped by his wife. Lee frowned slightly but didn't argue with her. Mark, seated at the far end, spoke up, his voice more hopeful than most. "I don't know, Mana Broken Bar Leo's group? They're weird, yeah, but I've seen a lot of bad people since before this started, and these guys don't feel like that. I think we should take them up on their offer." "Are you forgetting about those masks they're wearing?" "How does that scream trustworthy?" Carly shot back. Mark looked down awkwardly, unable to argue against that. Larry slammed a fist on the table, making some of them jump. "And what the hell is a kid doing with them? You all just gonna pretend that's normal? Not to mention the fact, besides the kid, none of them have shown their fucking face." Lee didn't respond immediately. He shared Larry's suspicion, but he was quieter, routed not in paranoia, but in experience. He'd seen too much to take anyone at face value now. Still, he glanced toward the window, where the scent of bacon still lingered. "I don't trust easily," he said finally, voice calm but firm. "But they haven't given me a reason not to." Larry looked ready to explode at that, but Kenny beat him to the punch. "Thank you," he snapped. "For once, someone's talking sense." "Oh, so now you're on Kenny's side?" Carly asked with an arched brow, clearly unimpressed. "Didn't you just tell us to keep our guards up around them?" Kenny threw up his hands while Lee sighed. "Maybe I did, but Kenny's not wrong. These people showed up, gave us food, watched our backs, and offered us a place in their community, all while not asking a damn thing in return. We're fucking lucky that it was them. Or would you rather sit here until Raiders comes sniffing around?" "No," Carly said slowly, "I'd just rather we not walk into something worse without knowing what we're getting into." They continued to argue amongst themselves. They were at an impasse. A Broken Bar Lily sat in the corner, arms folded, gazed distant. She hadn't spoken once during the whole argument, not even when her father practically demanded her input with a scowl and an elbow jab earlier, because her mind was somewhere else. Ghost, back to the conversation she had with him, back to what he told her. A Broken Bar, you can trust us. The way he'd talk to her, like someone who understood the weight of leadership, the exhaustion of command, the pressure of having people depend on you. She was still deep in thought. "Hell, let's just put it to a vote." Kenny's voice suddenly rang out, loud and sharp, startling everyone. Lily blinked, jerking back to the present as all eyes turned toward Kenny. His hands were on the table now, knuckles white, jaw tight with frustration. "Seriously, enough dancing around this. We've been barely scraping by here. We finally get a shot at something better, and half of you wanna throw it away 'cause you're scared of ghosts in the trees." Mark nodded in agreement. "He's right." "No," Carly snapped. "He's not." "What if they're just fattening us up before they decide we're useful for something else? Question mark 1 Then we deal with that when it happens." Kenny barked. "But this?" He gestured around the room. "This isn't living. This is us waiting to die." The silence after that was as heavy as before, thick with tension and raging emotions. "We vote," Kenny said again, quiet now, but just as firm. "We stay here, keep doing what we're doing until it kills us or our broken bar. We take a chance. We go with them to a place that's safer, better. They all took a moment to think before agreeing to decide it all on a vote. Her father, Carly, and Mark voted against going, while Lee, Kenny, and Katja voted to go. 3 to go and 3 to stay. One last vote to decide it all. Lily's eyes drifted back to the doorway to where Ghost was standing outside, quietly watching the children play while one of his men repaired the wall in case they refused their offer and decided to stay. She looked back at the others, looking at her expectantly, especially her father, who was looking at her as if he had already won a broken bar and maybe he would have if something in her chest hadn't already shifted. 1 She made her vote. It was just the two of them now. Duck had run off to talk to Ghost in order to beg him to make him a wizard. And Leo's group was busy with other stuff for broken bar, which left the two of them in each other's company. So what do you do for fun? She asked the boy to the right, wanting to get to know him better. She was met with nothing but silence, causing her to raise a brow. She waited, eyes fixed curiously on the boy sitting beside her. The remains of breakfast rested forgotten on her plate, and the warmth of the early morning sun filtered through the trees. Leo, for his part, stared straight ahead like he was trying to find the answer in the dirt. He shifted, rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, and mumbled under his breath, I like to read. Clementine blinked. Really? You don't seem like the book type. Leo's eyes darted toward her, uncertain if that was a good or bad thing. Not in a bad way, she added quickly with a light laugh. Just a broken bar. I don't know. You look like you're the type to wrestle a bear or fix a truck or something to pass the time instead of reading. Leo gave a quiet snort at that, the corner of his mouth twitching. I do fix trucks, he muttered, then added, and have a broken bar fought a bear before, sort of. Her eyes went wide, looking at him in pure disbelief. Wait, seriously? Leo immediately looked like he regretted saying that. Long story. Clementine laughed at how he was to say that. All right, I'll ask about the bear later. She nudged him with her shoulder. So, what kind of books do you read? He hesitated a moment to think, then gave a small shrug. All kinds, like history, survival books, science fiction, fantasy. A broken bar. Mostly stuff I find during scavenging runs, honestly. She hummed thoughtfully. That's cool. I didn't really get into reading until a broken bar, well, until everything went crazy. Leo glanced at her again, quietly curious. What do you do for fun then? Clementine leaned back slightly, watching as Duck clapped happily when Ghost pulled a quarter from his ear. I draw when I can, not like super well or anything, but it helped to keep me occupied. He silently listened, eyes focused on her as she talked. I'd draw stuff I saw, or things I remembered from before, or just stuff I wished I could see again. Sometimes I'd read comic books when we found any that weren't soaked or torn. Leo nodded slowly as Clementine spoke, watching the way her fingers idly played with her hair, her voice soft but steady. You still have the drawings you made? He asked after a moment. Clementine thought about it before shaking her head. None from before, unfortunately. She gave a small, sheepish shrug. But I've made some new ones and I like to think I've improved compared to when I was 6. He gave a smile. She glanced at him from under her cap, thoughtful. I can draw you if you like. Leo tilted his head and smirked. Only if you make me look good. No promises. They continued to talk, asking questions and telling jokes. Favorite animal? He asked while they began to walk around the motel. Ever heard of Kukahond? She asked back. He raised a brow, getting a laugh. What about you? Clementine smirked, not bothering to explain what a Kukahond was. Noticing this, Leo decided to play her game. Ever heard of Futilinkosaurus tukai? For now it was his turn to smirk, especially when he got a glare from her. His smirk got even wider when time passed, and he did nothing to explain what the hell a Futilinkosaurus tukai was. A broken bar. Favorite color? Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, she moved on by asking another question. Leo gave her a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth curling upward as a playful glint sparked in his eyes. He hummed. Tell you what, guess my favorite color right on the first try. A broken bar and I'll give you a piece of chocolate. Clementine blinked. You have chocolate? He didn't answer, Instead, he brought 2 fingers to his lips and gave a sharp whistle. One of his masked men, stationed near the Hummers, looked over. Without a word, the man reached into the back seat of the vehicle, rummaged for a moment, and then casually tossed something through the air. Leo caught it with ease with one hand, smooth as butter. He held it up with a flourish, a small, shiny wrapped bar of chocolate, and waved it in her face. She made to swipe it from his hands, but he held it just out of her reach. "That's so mean," she said, half laughing, half pouting. "You can't just dangle something that good in front of me like that." Leo chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. "Then you better guess right." She squinted at him, hands on her hips as she examined him from head to toe. He looked like someone who spent most of his life in muddy boots, grease-stained clothes, and tactical gear. His mask was red and most of his clothes were black, a broken bar, but it could be just because he had no other clothes of a different color. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment, before making her guess. "Yellow," she said finally. "It's yellow, isn't it?" Leo raised both brows, clearly surprised by how fast she came to that answer. "You sure about that?" "Yup, Tilda." She nodded, arms crossed confidently. "Definitely yellow." There was a pause. A moment of silence passed as she waited for him to say she was right. The trees rustled faintly overhead, and a distant bird called. Clementine stared at him, expression expectant, daring him to say she was wrong. He looked at her for a long beat, then, without a word, tossed her the chocolate. One she snatched it midair, grinning triumphantly. "I got it right, didn't I?" she asked smugly. Leo just smirked and said nothing, turning away as if she hadn't spoken at all. "Oh, come on," she called after him, holding up the chocolate like evidence. "You can't just not answer." Still no reply, just that little smile tugging at the edge of his lips. "I knew it," she muttered to herself, unwrapping the chocolate with reverence. "Totally yellow." They returned to the spot they started walking from and sat down on the chairs that Leo's group had given to her group. She was quietly enjoying the chocolate for what could be the first time in a long time. While Leo was looking around, silently making sure everything was going smoothly, she watched the way he looked out at the others, at Ghost entertaining Duck, at his group quietly working, and at the forest near them as if expecting walkers to appear at any moment. Her eyes drifted back to his face, to the tired lines in his expression and the scars that marked his face that shouldn't belong on someone his age. Dark thoughts suddenly filled her mind. "Can I ask you something kind of far broken bar serious?" Clementine said, wrapping the remaining half of the chocolate back so that she could give them to the others, her tone quieter now. Leo turned to her, his expression soft. "Yeah, of course." She hesitated, eyes flicking away for a moment before she asked, "How many walkers have you killed?" 2 Leo blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Why do you want to know?" She didn't answer right away. Her fingers tightened around the hem of her sleeve, tugging it gently as her gaze dropped to the ground in front of her. "Because he broken bar," she began slowly. "I had to kill my babysitter when she turned." The words hung in the air like a weight. "I didn't even know what was happening at that time," she went on. "I was hiding in a treehouse, calling out to her, waiting for her to come back and tell me everything was okay, but when I came down to check on her, a broken bar." Her voice faltered. "She wasn't her anymore, just Thea's a broken bar thing. And when she started to try and bite me, I had to broken bar." She trailed off, unable to finish what she was about to say. He didn't rush her, didn't speak. He patiently waited for her to say what she wanted to say. "I've killed more since then," Clementine continued, a little quicker now, like she just wanted to get it out. "A whole group of them once, at a farm." He was stuck and unable to get out while walkers were just inches away from ripping into him. "I was scared, and I didn't want to kill any more of Thema Broken Bar, but I did it. I had to, or they would have killed him instead." She pulled her knees up to her chest, hugging them close. "Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still see their faces." Leo stared at her for a long moment, and his heart twisted. He didn't see some battle-hardened survivor or a girl trying to sound strong. He saw someone who had seen too much, did things they didn't want to do, and was now carrying their trauma like a backpack made of lead. And she was still carrying it. Without saying anything, he gently reached over and placed his hand beside her shoulder. She noticed, glanced at him, and found him already looking at her. There wasn't pity in his eyes, just understanding. And something softer, something warm. "I know you probably won't believe me, Buta Broken Bar. I understand what you're going through." Clementine looked at him with wide, searching eyes. "I've killed a lot," he said quietly. "Too many to count, honestly, but that first one, that first killer Broken Bar, I still remember her. I didn't want to do it then neither, and I wish I could say you'll get over it eventually. A Broken Bar, it would be a lie." Her lip quivered, but she nodded in understanding. They sat there in somber silence, his hand still on her shoulder. The sun was high in the sky, now making it high noon. Ghost stood near the center of the lot, one hand resting casually on the hilt of his knife as Duck excitedly circled around him, babbling about magic spells and wizard duels. The masked man, still and quiet, nodded along with a kind patience that seemed oddly at home behind his unsettling dragon mask. He tilted his head occasionally as Duck acted out some exaggerated wand gesture, but otherwise remained wordless, listening. From the side of the building, Lily and the rest of the adults approached. Kenny had a hand on Katja's back, his expression firm with purpose. Mark and Carly followed behind them, silent. Lee, as always, walked with quiet intensity, his gaze flicking toward Ghost, then to Duck, and smiled. Larry was last, dragging his feet a little, wearing an expression that made no attempt to hide his contempt. As they neared, Katja crouched to Duck's level, brushing a few unruly strands of hair from her son's forehead. "Go sit with Clementine and Leo for a bit, all right?" she said gently. Duck's mouth opened to protest, clearly ready to continue his wizardly interrogation, but Kenny gave him a pointed look. "Go on, bud, just for a little while." With a sad sigh and a muttered, "But I almost got him to teach me," Duck finally turned and dashed across the lot, making a beeline for Clementine and Leo, who were still sitting together watching them. Ghost watched him go, then turned back to the group now standing before him. There was a brief pause, the kind of silence filled with tension. "You've made your decision," Ghost said. It wasn't a question, it was a quiet certainty. His gaze flicked over to Larry's barely concealed sneer, and though his expression remained unreadable behind the mask, something in his posture shifted. Before anyone else could speak, Lily stepped forward, arms loosely crossed but not guarded. She offered a small smile, faint but genuine. "We took a vote," she said. "It was Clucy Broken Bar, but we've decided to go with you." Ghost didn't answer right away. He looked at her for a moment, searching her expression. Then he gave a nod. "Thank you. You won't regret it," he said calmly, then turned, some of his men having gathered around him. "Get ready to move. Pack up, prep the Hummers, and have Cobra confirm the route. 5 They were already in action. Across the yard, his men, who had remained at work even during the conversation, began to move with renewed purpose. Within moments, the entire group seemed to shift from quiet patrol into full mobilization. Tents were quickly broken down, gears were packed into duffels. Lily stepped back as Ghost moved, speaking to one of his men, who responded with a curt nod before jogging off. "Looks like a military op," Mark whispered, eyes widening slightly. "They don't play around," Kenny muttered, clearly impressed, though he did his best not to show it too much. As the others turned to begin relaying the news to the rest of their group, Carly lingered behind, her arms folded as her sharp eyes followed Ghost's every move. She leaned over to Lee, voice lowered. "I still don't trust them," she murmured. "But if it ever comes down to it, our Broken Bar, we can use that crush Leo has on Clementine to our advantage." One Lee tensed slightly. He didn't look at her, just stared ahead. "That wouldn't be right," he said after a moment, his voice quiet but firm. "And we won't have to do that." Carly frowned a little, her eyes scanning his face. "You sure?" He finally looked at her. "No," he admitted. "But I want to believe we won't." Carly sighed, clearly not satisfied, but didn't press it. Her son wasn't in his room. Again a Broken Bar. She held back a worried sigh as she closed the door behind her and started looking for her son. This has been happening more and more lately. She checked the kitchen and the living room, but there was no sign of him. Seeing this, she was left with one place to search. She climbed the stairs carefully, the old tray balanced in her hands, each step creaking under her weight. The cups clinked softly with each movement, the faint scent of cocoa drifting up into the air. Her eyes flicked toward his room again, The door now closed, still empty. "Please be upstairs." A broken bar. She turned down the hallway and stepped into the small storage room at the end. The window was open again, and the cool morning breeze filtered in, tousling the curtains gently. She set the tray down on a nearby shelf and moved closer to the window, her fingers brushing the frame as she peered outside. There he was. Her heart clenched with both relief and worry at once. Her 10-year-old son sat near the edge of the roof, legs folded against his chest, arms wrapped tightly around them. The rising sun painted the sky in streaks of gold and pale lavender, casting a warm glow across his small, trembling figure. She could see the tension in his shoulders from here, the slight quiver of his frame against the chill. And when he turned slightly, just enough for her to glimpse his face, her breath hitched. Tears glistened in his eyes, silently slipping down his cheeks. His mouth was pressed into a thin line, his jaw clenched as if trying to hold himself together. She gently knocked on the glass of the open window. He flinched, then turned, startled, eyes wide, but he relaxed the moment he saw her. She offered him a soft, tired smile, climbing carefully through the window and onto the sloped shingles with the tray in hand. He didn't say a word. She sat beside him slowly, placing the tray between them before picking up one of the mugs. The steam curled upward in lazy spirals, the scent of chocolate and cinnamon wrapping around them. She handed the cup to him, and he accepted it with shaking hands. "Another nightmare?" she asked quietly. He nodded, not looking at her. "Was it the same one?" she continued, voice cautious. He gave another nod. Her heart cracked at the confirmation. "The dead came back again?" This time, he hesitated, but then he nodded a third time, slow, stiff, as if ashamed. She scooted closer and wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling him gently against her side. He didn't resist. In fact, he melted into her like he'd been waiting for it all along. His cocoa remained untouched in his lap. "It's all right," she whispered, pressing a kiss to his hair. "You're safe, I'm here." He sniffled softly, burying his face against her arm, the silent tears continuing to fall. "The dead don't come back, you know this?" she murmured, getting a nod from her son. "It's a bad dream, I know, but it's not real, sweetheart. I'm here, I've got you, and I'll never let you go." She softly hummed, hoping it was enough to calm her little boy down. A broken bar. "P promise." "Promise." The two of them sat there in the quiet hush of morning, the sun slowly rising over the horizon. The world was still and calm. And she held him close, praying silently that one day, those nightmares wouldn't haunt him anymore. The air was thick with the stench of rot and old blood. There were corpses littered everywhere, enough to make a small disgusting hill. Most of the walkers were weeks, some even days old, their bodies bloated or torn, caked in dried gore and rot. The street looked like something out of a nightmare, a war zone where the losing side had already been long forgotten and now only the cleanup remained. But Leo's community was undeterred. His men, easily identifiable by their masks, worked with the people, dragging corpses, hoisting limp bodies into piles, or hauling them onto flatbed trucks that rumbled slowly down the street. The rumble of engines mixed with the scrapping of metal and the soft squelch of decaying flesh being shifted from pavement to car. It was grueling work, but none of them complained. The neighborhood was being reclaimed, one blood-soaked street at a time. Further down the block, construction crews were already making progress on a new stretch of wall and the digging of a moat. Others were laying brick, their gloves streaked with mortar as they stacked and sealed the bricks together. The goal was clear: expand the territory, fortify the perimeter, and convert dead neighborhoods into living land. Inside the cleared zones, others were preparing the ground. Pickaxes and shovels bit into overgrown lawns and cracked driveways, churning up soil that hadn't been touched in months. Rows were being marked out for planting. Old yards, once choked with weeds and broken furniture, were now measured, dug, and composted. Compost made from walker-free remains, ashes, bone dust, and old food scraps was being dumped in by wheelbarrow to revitalize the soil. Food would grow here, real food, not just scavenged canned food and bartered jerky. Leo stood near the center of it all, watching as his people worked. His coat flapped gently in the wind, his mask on, as he gave out orders and assessed their progress. A clipboard in one hand, a walkie in the other, his eyes scanned every movement with military precision. One of his men, Shield, approached from behind, his own mask still on. As always, Block D's been cleared, he reported simply. We'll finish fortifying our weak points by nightfall. Falcon's squad is sweeping the east side now, no casualties. Leo nodded, satisfied. Good. We'll move the kids into House 12 once it's cleaned out and prepped. I want scouts on lookout until we get proper watchtowers up. Shield nodded before asking a question that was on his mind. How's our food situation? Leo took a moment to look through his clipboard before answering. Good for now. But if we're going to have more people, then we're going to need a way for us to grow our own food, not just scavenge convenience stores or wait for delivery from other points. Leo finished, his voice firm. Shield gave a short nod of acknowledgement and continued his report. We've got 3 more buildings with potential for roof gardens. I'll assign a few of the guys to start preparing compost bins with the kids once they finish their classes. Leo paused, his eyes drifting to a group of children in the distance being watched over by their caregivers. The kids were learning and working at the same time, painting and writing on makeshift signs on old pieces of plywood. One little girl was trying to draw a smiling flower, though the paintbrush was too thick and the flower looked more like a messy, golden blob. Still, she smiled like it was a masterpiece. While they would have loved for the kids to just be kids, this world would not allow them to have that kind of privilege. It made something in Leo's chest tighten. A broken bar keep them away from the cleanup. Leo spoke after a beat. They don't need to see more bodies than they already have. Teach them self-defense first and go from there. Shield didn't argue. Understood. With that, he turned and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Leo to stare out over the street, now more a work site than a killing field. The smell still lingered. It always did, no matter how many corpses they removed or how many times they burned the earth clean. The rot clung to memory. He pulled the walkie up to his mouth, thumb pressing down on the call button. This is Commander, status report on Falcon Squad ?5. A burst of static. Then Falcon's voice came through. We're sweeping eastward past the burned-out gas station. Cleared a dozen walkers and found an old pharmacy with usable supplies. Leo exhaled, relieved. Any sign of movement nearby? Raiders, strays, anything out of place? Nothing, everything looks clear. We're heading to that cul-de-sac next. The one with the blue house. Copy that. Check the basements too. We'll need more storage if we're expanding our territory. Roger. Leo lowered the walkie just as another masked man approached, this one dragging behind him an old handcart filled with bundled tools and wires. Hey, boss, he said, lifting the cart handles to show off the load. We got the last of the copper and salvaged it from the old wreckage. Gonna try to reroute some power to the southern grid. Make sure our medical building has priority, Leo said without hesitation. I want heat and light by nightfall, then the homes are next. Roger. As the man wheeled the cart away, Leo rubbed the back of his neck, finally taking a moment to sit on a nearby concrete step. His muscles ached, and even with the mask covering most of his face, the tiredness in his posture said it all. Hopefully, the others were having a good time. Hound was not having a good time. To put your weapons down, Hermano, and make sure the dog of yours doesn't do anything stupid. Not in the least. He had just pinpointed the Vato's location, marking their position with a quick scan of the street layout in his head. He was about to fall back, regroup with the others, and report in when one of the Vato's own member almost got himself sneaked by a fucking walker. The poor bastard never saw it coming. He was too busy laughing with another guy, not even holding his weapon properly as he did. So now here he was, surrounded. He slowly put down his walker, bloodied knife, and his gun onto the ground, making sure to show he was cooperating. Coco was beside him, letting out loud and threatening growls at the men surrounding them. He patted her gently to calm her down before slowly standing back up. Coco's growl dropped to a low rumble, her ears pinned back and her eyes locked on the people around them, ready to tear into one of their throats if they so much as touch her human. The tension in the air was thick enough to taste, metallic and sharp, like blood and sweat under the sun. The Vato's gang wasn't small. There were at least 8 of them, all armed, some with handguns, others with knives, a couple with homemade weapons crafted from pipes and broken tools. Their leader stood at the front, a tall, heavy-set man with a shaved head and a scowl that could crack stone. Too, but they weren't as confident as they looked. Even now, Hound could see the slight shifting of their feet, the tightening grip on weapons, the way their eyes flicked between him and Coco. They didn't like the silence, and they didn't like how calm he looked with a dozen barrels and blades pointed his way. And they sure as hell didn't like the mask. The leader squinted at him, then spat on the ground. "You deaf or something?" I said. "Who the hell are you? How did you find us? What do you want?" "You alone?" Hound remained still for a moment longer, head tilted slightly. Coco stopped growling, but her body stayed tense, like a coiled spring ready to snap. Finally, Hound lifted his head just enough for his voice to be heard. "A broken bar name's Hound." The Vato's leader flinched, not visibly, but Hound saw it. A shift in posture, a flicker of unease, and a few of the others exchanged wary glances. Hound continued, his tone calm, but trying to be friendly. "I've split up with my group after a broken bar incident Adamus caused." The leader narrowed his eyes. "So you're not alone?" Hound didn't respond right away, and that only made the gang even more on edge. When he finally nodded once, the sound of safeties clicking off followed immediately. Most were aimed at him, but he didn't care about that. What he cared about was that some of them were aiming at his dog. "I'm not here to cause any trouble, but the moment one of you even thinks about pulling the trigger a broken bar, you won't like what happens next." The statement hung in the air like a loaded gun. The leader's lip curled, but he didn't move forward. Something in the way Hound stood, relaxed, balanced, like he was waiting, was setting off every survival instinct in the man's body. "You trying to intimidate us, masked man?" he growled, voice pitched louder than necessary. Hound's answer came immediately. "If I wanted to intimidate you, I wouldn't be talking." Another beat of quiet. Then a dry chuckle slipped from one of the older gang members standing in the back. "Sheet a broken bar. I think he's telling the truth, Felipe." One of the younger guys near the back, the one he had saved, actually backed up a step, his eyes widening. Felipe gritted his teeth, clearly debating whether to push the issue or not. All right, he said, forcing a mocking grin. "So what, you here to offer us a deal, Mr. Hound? Because clearly you were watching us when you saved our boy, or you just here to measure up our graves?" Hound didn't flinch, his response was instant. "You have survivors in your group, filled with sick elderly, and it's clear to me you need all the help you can get." Felipe's grin quickly disappeared. "We're offering safety, food, and medicine for the sick. And what's in it for you, huh? You're obviously not offering us all this for free." The tension was suffocating now as they stared the man down, but he appeared unaffected by the pressure they were trying to put on him. Then a voice piped up behind the Vatos, old but strong. "Felipe, enough." An older man stepped out from behind Felipe. "Stay out of this, old man. This is between me and I said enough." That shut him up. The man's eyes were sharp and experienced, as they were fixed on Hound's mask. "We've heard of you, from those who pass through our turf looking for their family. They told us of a group who helped others, a group who wore masks that would make demons weep." He looked Hound up and down, frowning. "You work for the dragon." Hound didn't confirm it with words, but the silence was enough. The old man turned to Felipe, speaking firmly. "If he's telling the truth, we'd be fools to start a needless war." Felipe spat again, clearly still burning, but he backed down. "Fine," he growled before turning toward the masked man. "But you so much as twitch wrong, I'll feed your dog your own hands." Coco snarled at that, her teeth bared. Hound gave a slow, deliberate nod while trying to calm Coco down. "Go back to your people," the old man said. "Tell him we're willing to talk, but only if they come with medicine." "A broken bar. I'll pass it along," Hound replied, backing away slowly, not turning his back until Coco was beside him. As they walked off, the Vato's gang watched silently, more uncertain now than ever. "And thank you for saving my son. A broken bar. He's the only family I have left," the man called out, sincerely thanking him. And Hound, a broken bar hound, just clicked his radio. Rick impatiently paced back and forth in place, unable to stop himself. Are you sure Hound is close? He was met with a deadpan stare by an expressionless dragon mask. He'll be back. Hawk sounded like a man being asked this 100 times before. Still, Rick didn't stop pacing. He paced like a caged animal, boots crunching softly over gravel as he turned again and again, eyes flicking toward the city. With every passing second, the late afternoon sun hung low, casting long shadows around him and the others who waited in silence. How long is it going to take? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Hawk, leaning against their car, gave a lazy shrug beneath the layers of tactical gear. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Rick shot back with a glare. Number 2 Rick sighed and just resumed pacing, arms folded tight across his chest. A few yards away, Glenn's group sat in their car, watching Rick as they exchanged quiet glances. The one with the blonde hair turned to the only other woman in the group. That's Laurie's husband? She asked, her face full of disbelief. Didn't even know she had won. She never mentioned him, and I thought Shane was her husband. For Glenn, who was quietly listening, asked a question that was going through his mind. Did anyone ask if Shane was actually her husband, or did we all just assume he was? No one had an answer to that. A low whistle came from behind them. Merle sat staring at the masked men while sharpening a knife. Damn, bitch must have thought he was dead. Don't call his wife that, Andrea snapped, but got a smug smirk in response. I'll stop when she stops being one. Sweet cheeks won. If looks could kill a broken bar. They watched as Rick continued pacing, tense and restless, like a man who hadn't slept in days and didn't care if he ever did. There was a weight on him, the kind of weight that came from carrying a family on your shoulders even when you didn't know where they were. Off to the side, near the edge of the road, Doc and Hound stood half hidden in the shade of an old billboard. Hound and Coco had returned a few minutes ago without a word, slipping in as silently as a shadow, not bothering to announce themselves. He and Doc said nothing as they watched Rick unravel. He's a mess, Doc murmured. Hound gave the smallest nod in agreement. He's a husband and a father. I'm surprised he's not a bigger mess. They stood in silence a little longer, watching Rick's steps dig a shallow path in the cement. Finally, Hound tilted his head toward the convoy and began walking. And just like that, Rick froze mid-step, eyes snapping toward him. You're back. Hound didn't say anything, he just opened the door of the car to let his canine in first before entering himself. Rick followed without another word, because now, finally, they were going to Glenn's camp. Over on the other group's side. Wait, a broken bar? There are 3 of them?